Put the Heat On by Darnold Longkid. Summary: Arnold Shortman, not known for snooping through girls' bedrooms without their knowledge or consent, and not even being in one since his ex, pulled out his cell phone and thumbed through the texts he'd received earlier with an uneasy sigh. Chapter 1. You good for it, man? Her walls were absolutely plastered when he snuck through the crack in her door. Literary figures, playbills, underground bands, WrestleMania, art, and more smothered their surfaces in unframed prints and posters, leaving little space to breathe in the collaged clutter surrounding them. Not unlike the little air he had. It's not like he had to be quiet. She wasn't home. No one was. But each breath he took when he'd entered her bedroom was slow and deliberate, both to steady his nerves and to pace his steps with the caution befitting a wary intruder, and an unwilling one. Arnold Shortman, not known for snooping through girls' bedrooms without their knowledge or consent, and not even being in one since his ex, pulled out his cell phone and thumbed through the texts he'd received earlier, with an uneasy sigh. Not that it was unreasonable for them to ask for help, but when his phone blew up that afternoon, the last thing he'd expected was a panicked Phoebe texting him through Gerald's number for an urgent favor while stuck at the Hillwood Expo on the other side of town. To retrieve, and he'd mouthed the words to himself with incredulity, a missing, competitive, customized camera module for her low-cost quadruped robot for rough terrain traversal science fair submission, and that he'd not only have to break into the Pataki residence to get it, but that Phoebe's shot at winning a national scholarship depended on him finding it quick and rushing through Northside traffic before demonstrations started. While he understandably balked at such a request, break in? Why couldn't Helga just bring it? More messages blipped onto the screen, this time texted by his best friend, Gerald. Hey, sorry to put the heat on you, buddy, but listen. Gerald, Phoebe says the Patakis are out of town for the weekend, and the spare key is hidden in a left side crack on their stoop. We can't double back and make it in time. Gerald, and you'd be doing me a big favor helping out my girl too. This is a pretty big deal, and we only got an hour. Gerald, you good for it, man? Good wasn't exactly the term he'd use, but either way, how could he let them down? That said, it certainly didn't make him feel any better about it. This was her private space. Senti, and she still hated him. Arnold just hoped his search would be brief and no more awkward than it needed to be. He texted them back, and when Phoebe couldn't recall what part of Helga's room the custom camera may have been misplaced, that hope turned to prayer, and a few texts back for good measure. Arnold, okay. Oh, and Phoebe? Arnold, I know it probably goes without saying, but Arnold, don't tell Helga I was here. Arnold, please. Keeping the image she sent of the item in mind, as well as her agreement and thanks, he began a reluctant sweep, starting with areas that felt most familiar. It had been a while, quite a while, since he'd gone up there with Gerald to pick up Phoebe last winter. Her bed, switching its spot by the window with her desk, dominated the center of the room as it braced against the back wall. He pulled his gaze away from the pronounced row of metal bars that made her headboard. The sight of them amplified his unsettled feelings of entrapment. When he'd last visited with Gerald, the interior was bathed purple-pink by ceiling light strips, casting an atmosphere that paired with the red glow that poured out from beneath her closet door, washing the floor with an ominous warmth. This time the room was lit only by afternoon light. It felt like the space had hardly changed otherwise, despite swaps of wall decor and the more recent piles of journals and books, haphazardly stacked, much like the way a mess always looked like a mess, however controlled, a work in progress with perpetual shifts. Like editing, came the thought. Like a writer. And that, she was. The flicker of pride Arnold felt when he spotted the framed acceptance letter for her first official publication was doused by the sullen hope that he'd never be featured in any of her work. Harsh, perhaps, but if there was a time he wished to stay as out of her radar as he possibly could, it was now. Peeking fruitlessly under a small area rug, he prayed that he wouldn't have to go digging through anything as invasive as dresser drawers, or beneath scattered laundry, which he tried to not look at too closely. Same went for her desk when he stood over it, squinting in an effort to blur out anything that didn't look technical, particularly anything handwritten he knew was none of his business, and consciously avoided disturbing the crumpled, rejected drafts that littered the floor nearby. No such luck. He crouched, lifted her comforter tentatively, and flashed the light from his phone to brave a look under her bed, and froze. Arnold slowly rose off the floor and smacked the comforter back down, not as warmth blotched his cheeks. He could have lived without knowing Helga's bra size. Of course, that didn't stop his brain from repeating it. Shut up. Phoebe was out of luck if it had fallen under her bed, he thought, as his gaze drifted to the area beneath her desk, or her trash. In some ways, trash was more private than drawers. He let out an even, self-collecting sigh. Looking for something was a lot harder when you were afraid of what you'd see. Be that as it may, he let his eyes wander across the room again, and noted the possessions displayed on bookcases and nooks. An old baseball mitt, sun-faded needlepoint, busted ballet slippers, and ancient rollerblades, too small to wear anymore. Really, she was more sentimental than she let on, keeping that childhood stuff and out in the open. He definitely wasn't expecting to see something as classically romantic as a Jane Austen collection on her shelf either, even if flanked by human skull bookends. Still, it wasn't like she ever showed an interest in anyone. That said, it's not like he'd known Helga for a lack of range either. He bit his lip as Phoebe's control module remained out of sight. She still had her soft spots, he assumed, just not for him. His eyes drifted to the quaint Raggedy Ann doll that still hung sweetly from her door as it had for so many years, then widened at a nearby print that leapt out against the faded hearts of her wallpaper. A bloody Baroque painting of two women decapitating a man in his bed. Yeah, there was definitely a range. Shaking off the intrusive image of Mr. Pataki and his daughters taking the subject's places in the painting, Arnold was nonetheless reminded that he was in the private world of a girl who'd committed surprising feats. Some of them, in fact, to thwart the man. Oh, but I thought you were on your dad's side. I thought you were going to get rich off the whole deal. Money isn't everything. Helga, why'd you do it? Oh, I don't know, Arnaldo. Maybe I just took pity on you and your stupid friends. Well, why? Well, because maybe I don't want to leave everyone and everything I've ever known behind for my dad, all right? And maybe I want to watch when all this blows up in his big, dumb face. Besides, it's not like he even cared. Huge freaking shock right there. Honestly, it hadn't been a shock at all. Well, that part. And her sneaking around too, he supposed, intending to fly under the radar so she wouldn't get blowback. She'd still joke about it sometimes, waving half-heartedly and muttering under her breath whenever anyone did something particularly pathetic. I should have just let the bulldozers come and mow you all down. Of course, as much as Helga insisted she'd only really helped them save Hillwood to serve her dad right, he never doubted her sentiment. She'd sacrificed a high life to keep them all in hers. Well, as much as she could stand anyway. It was no mystery he'd never been particularly high on that list himself, and it didn't take a wild guess to figure his name had been scratched right off it either. Not after their fight, anyway. Relenting at last that he'd done the best search he could, or would, and the thing was just nowhere in sight, Arnold pulled out his cell phone with a heavy sigh, not looking forward to the disappointing message he'd have to send. He hadn't even unlocked the screen when an echoing, watery, gurgling sound rang outside the bedroom door and shocked him on the spot. So, if there was one thing Arnold was normally quite good at, it was managing to keep a level head even when startled or alarmed. He could be very, very good at not panicking. So stay calm and focus. What does that sound like? Water draining. Means water's being used, but no one's home, so maybe the piping on the neighbor's side was connected somehow. But it sounded so close. And wasn't there a bathroom a few doors down? Just when he was thinking that maybe that's simply where the neighbor's piping connected, a muffled, irritated voice came down the hall and stole the air from his lungs. God damn it, Miriam. You took all the good stuff. She was here. She was actually here. The water draining. The silence earlier. Holy shit. She ditched vacation and was here the whole time. She was just taking a bath. And she was done. And clearly getting ready to leave the bathroom, while he just stood like a frozen trespassing idiot in her goddamn bedroom. Holy crap, holy shit, God, go! Arnold flew across her room as carefully as he possibly could, before grabbing the doorknob and swinging it back to cross the threshold. It was a good thing his throat closed up or he would have gasped. Helga Pataki had not only walked out the bathroom door, but she came out wrapped in towels while fussing with her phone in one hand, cursed with startled surprise when it burst with Mac's volume scream core, dropped it, leaned down while balancing her sloppy hair towel to grab it, and then her regular towel unraveled and fell off completely when she stood back up and jabbed at her blaring phone with frustrated annoyance, his brain scorched to a blank slate as he stared. Only one matter-of-fact thought occupying the empty, vacant space that remained. They'll never find my body. He must have moved on pure instinct, because he sure as shit wasn't thinking when he sprang back away from the door, and determined a jump from the windows was just another means of certain death. With no time, and no other place to run, Arnold belted across the room and shut himself inside her closet. Chapter 2. Burn in the Dark. The percussive screaming from her phone cut short, and took his cover along with it. A moment more, and he could have closed her closet door. All the way, anyway. He'd felt the resistance, the threat of an imminent creak that would have given him away if he pulled it completely shut. And he also knew from the encroaching sound that if he pushed back against the thick row of clothes on metal hangers to sneak behind them, that noise would have given him away too. He flinched when he made abrupt eye contact with the Raggedy Ann doll that hung off Helga's bedroom door through the 2-inch crack, then edged away once the doll and the door swung back. Arnold held his breath with a prayer and watched as a sliver of Helga's bare feet entered the room, then sensed all the way through the closet floor, the unceremonious thud of a full body drop and the bouncing squeaks from her mattress. Then a gruff sigh, and then nothing. He exhaled at last, shaky but quiet. At least when he saw her, he hadn't gotten another eyeful. Not that he'd need it. That image had already seared itself timelessly into his mind. He was jittery enough with heart-racing adrenaline from just the risk of getting caught, and quite honestly, the sight of her left him utterly horrified. Assassins and hard. Holy shit, was he hard. In a light-headed moment, he managed to grasp onto one truth. That would not help his situation. Arnold took a deep, trembling breath, determined to bring it down. Then thought of the time he accidentally caught his grandma in the bath. A suppressed memory used only in emergencies. That did it. Arnold's head fell back as he gave a rattled sigh, the full reality of his predicament prickling his skin all over like pins and needles, leaving him incensed and incredulously terrified. Jesus goddamn Christ! He couldn't even believe this sort of situation was happening to him. And, he thought with a bite of anger, damn it, why was Helga even here? No! Why didn't Phoebe know she was still home? How couldn't she have known that? Arnold rubbed at his sweaty temples and clenched his stomach to help slow his breathing and accusatorial thoughts. No, that isn't fair. Honestly, if anyone could dip out of family plans and check out while keeping to themselves, it'd be Helga. Okay then. Think. There has to be a way out of this. Alive, anyway. He pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and dimmed the light setting in the dark, then gave a quick, thankful inhale that he thought to silence the damn thing while he was at it. Shuffling sounds and the squeak of bed springs sent a cold shiver through him. Was she getting up? Wait, maybe she was getting ready to leave? God, yes, please. But wait, he thought, as he felt the mass of her clothing press against his side. If she was getting ready to leave, wouldn't she need to get dressed first? Arnold felt himself go pale in the dark. Oh, shit. Okay, wow. No, don't. Stay cool. Breathe. Breathe. Quietly. That's it. Okay. She has dressers, so there's gotta be clothing in them too, right? Who's to say if she got dressed she'd necessarily grab something from the closet? Yeah, he thought, in the silence that passed, wiping nervous sweat off his forehead and into his hairline. That tracks. No. When the mattress squeaked again, the pulse in his ears nearly drowned out the sound of her footsteps padding across the floor. He couldn't believe that he was actually hoping in some way, stupidly, that whatever Helga did next wouldn't require her being dressed. He struggled to stamp out the stirring he felt from that implicated logic, despite the panic that threatened to encroach. Jesus, man. As Helga's bed squeaked once more with the drop of her body weight, Arnold thanked his luck and looked down at the phone he held dumbly in his hand. That's it. Set up a diversion. Perfect. And maybe Helga really would stay put for a bit. Maybe take a nap or something. He could hope. But first, he thought with a guilty pang, he should at least send a quick text to Gerald to say that he couldn't find Phoebe's control module. Opening his messages, he reassured himself that if there was anyone who could score another shot at a big science scholarship, it was her. Just as Arnold's thumb hovered over the screen, he heard an odd noise, and stilled, then heard it again, and as his thoughts scattered over its characteristics to find anything he could associate it to, it happened again, louder, and he realized Helga was humming, breathing, but not normally. The sound of subtly compressed bed springs slowly shifted. His brow pinched incredulously. Was she okay? What was? A gasp, followed by a soft, indulgent moan, broke his train of thought. All thought. And another, shuddery and lip-bitten, rushed the truth at him with a force so strong it constricted his lungs. Oh my God! Helga was another sound, utterly feminine, like a swooning whimper that was wanting and helpless, shot a bolt of arousal to his cock so hard his head spun in the dark. In the swirling fog that ensued, he couldn't believe there was any way someone like Helga could make such a hot, sweet sound, even in private. It took real effort to reorient himself through the flushed, half-lidded haze that had overtaken him as her self-pleasure flooded his ears, each sound lingering even longer in his mind after she made them, to think beyond the heat burning his face. And lower, a firm tug from his anchor of principle knocked him out of it, resurfacing a wave of humiliating self-reproach and the daunting prospect of getting out of here in one piece. Don't listen. Just ignore it. Text Gerald. Get a diversion. His fingers hovered over the screen, but despite having conjured the words he needed before, when Helga let out one of the dirtiest groans he'd ever heard firsthand, and followed it with a soft, shivery inhale, he completely blanked. Arnold pinched his brow to try and summon what it was he needed to text again, but his dumb brain fed him distractedly stupid alternatives. Another moan broke through the barrier of his buffered ears and intruded on his thoughts. So, you know who else was in a bath today? Helga. Today, he was stiffening again before he could even think to stop the conjured images that swam through his mind. How that naked version of her in the hall would have looked, rising out of the tub, palming handfuls of achingly soft-looking breasts with soapy suds. He knew better than to let the thoughts race, but off they went, dragging him under in a daze. Features he recalled with unseemly detail filled him from the bottom up, catalogued from that shocked, adrenalized stare of his that ground time down to a halt and absorbed all his powers of attention. Details that no one had to guess. Tall, lithe, long legs, and others, seldom observed or hidden away under clothes, that made no effort to reveal her figure, shattering his image of her as the light from the hallway window cast her in a partial silhouette. The length of her neck, elegant with her hair swept away from it for a change. The parts of her that bounced when her hip jutted out irritably. Arnold bit his lip and shuddered, his hands falling down to his sides, closing absently into fists. That squeezable waist. And below that, a hiss, followed by a particularly hot moan. Then another, masked the sound of Arnold hitting his forehead against the wall of her closet with the suppressed groan, then bit his bottom lip again, harshly, at the surging heat that had bloomed all the way through him, radiating from the blazing furnace of his horribly hard, trapped, leaking cock. Okay, this was not helping. Arnold ground his forehead against the surface, cool against his flushed, sweaty face, as he burned in the dark. He brought a hand to his mouth, his breathing too shaken and heavy not to smother, and grimaced loathsomely, feeling like such a pervert for protecting his privacy while he violated hers. God, though, the sound of her panting, her needy whimpering through the door. Christ, his own forbidden need, not for freedom from his genes or mere touch, but for force, for pressure, for his dick to be gripped and squeezed. He knew he should cover his ears again, but stalled, gritting through the wave of that sensation. Each heartbeat flared that want like a throbbing pain, tight and hot and demanding, like an actual pulsing burn he couldn't even press down or nurse with his hand. With anything. Helga burst with a soft, urgent grunt, then again hotly, and Arnold had to smother a groan behind his hand when the sound scaled to a punctuated series of keening wails he could feel in the head of his cock. Arnold barely registered the sting from his clenching fist as she came, fuming, but thank God, he thought, tremors of tension and unmet need racking through him as his breath caught in the midst of her satisfied sighs. Thank God he lasted. He'd been here against his will, trapped in an unreal situation, and despite all that had been thrown at him, he could still at least walk away with the knowledge that he hadn't done anything that he'd lose sleep over, and he could take a breather, could finally calm himself down, send out those texts, work on getting out of here, and... Arnold's heart stopped at the soft gasps and the deep, throaty groans that followed. But her not being done with herself wasn't what sent him reeling necessarily. It was from a different kind of noise that he just realized had been absent until now. Lip-bitten and buckling, Arnold's breath forced through his nostrils in harsh, ragged spurts at the wet, slick sounds she made as she fucked herself. And he, in turn, could do nothing more than roast alive in that small, airless space and smother the noises he tried not to make. "Don't jerk off," came the feverish thought somehow, on the edge of delirium as his torched cock wept and strained and begged for relief. "You cannot jerk off. You are not going to listen in on a girl while jerking off in her closet like a creep. You cannot. God, I need you so fucking bad." Arnold's eyes blew wide, cock spasming at Helga's voice, unrecognizably broken and pleading as it whined through the air, babbling to herself, and didn't stop, with a thirst he missed from his ex before they finally split up a few months ago. Their long and steady, let's-take-it-slow relationship that eventually left him feeling utterly frustrated, among other things. His expectations set up and dashed repeatedly by coy baiting and unexamined hang-ups on her part. Either way, Arnold Shortman, though not inexperienced, was still, in the traditional sense, a virgin, and Helga, who was not mild, coy, or quiet, least of all now positively scorched his ears with the sounds of her filth, not just from the sopping noises her pussy made as she fucked herself in practically the same room as him, but from words that made his eyes roll back when he heard them. Words like please, and more, and feel so fucking good, that she said to whoever it was she imagined doing her. But when she loudly groaned, "I need you to fuck me," it broke him. Lip curled and absolutely glowering with want, Arnold glared at his lifelong tormentor in his mind's eye, spreading herself open as she writhed on her bed with that pleading, impatient need he could hear and feel so much like his own, like the rush at the top of a roller coaster just before it plunged, or air ionizing before a storm. Nothing could stop his hand, not guilt or fear or better judgment, or any of the thoughts that lead his resistance until now. In brisk, jagged movements, Arnold undid his jeans, released his hard, drooling cock, braced his hand against the wall, and beat himself off in the hottest fucking rush he'd ever experienced, and strained to hear every single goddamn thing he could through the closet door. In his mind, fucking those moans, those mores, and those obscenely wet noises out of her as she gripped him back. He reveled in her volume. She'd always been loud, in the way she lost herself to a throaty, warbling cry as she smothered her sobbed gibberish and came again. And, his eyes rolling back, imagined those broken, awe-like sounds that died muffled deaths over and over again, were her shouting his name, roaring silently into his hand with his eyes squeezed shut. He erupted with the hardest orgasm he'd ever had in his entire life. When he finally came down, he felt brainless and buzzed, trembling with light electric shocks, and was surprisingly weak, like all the muscles in his body had seized up and nearly given out. And it was incredible. Until, of course, the creeping edges of clarity began sinking in, while there was too much to unpack from this whole ordeal that he could only begin to grasp in the moments that followed. Arnold's jaw slowly dropped as guilt-ridden realization and crushing shame flooded through him. Arnold swayed, at a complete loss with himself, as the implications of all the transgressions he'd sworn against committing, and yet did, mounted in his mind. He registered something that was utterly horrifying, even though he could hardly see in the dark, save the thin beam of light that ran up his torso from the crack in the door, and his hands and jeans felt mostly dry. He could smell it, that salty alkaline. He had lost control, and without a shadow of a doubt, completely splattered the wall and floor of her closet with his cum. Dear God, he should have just jumped out the window while he had the chance. He started when Helga's phone went off, and time suspended, crawling maliciously in the seconds, eons she took before heaving an annoyed groan, giving only curt responses that he lacked context for. "Are you serious? Ugh. Okay, keep your pants on. And don't break anything. I'll be right over." Arnold's eyes widened. She was actually leaving, and paving the way for his desperately desired escape. That is, of course, once she'd gotten dressed. He gulped, waiting for his potential, and honestly earned demise with bated breath. Instead, after the mattress squeaked, he heard the sliding of brusquely open dresser drawers, and the sounds of clothing being whipped out and fitted. And at last, the heavy thuds of her combat boots stomped out the door, down the hall, rumbled down the stairs, and the front door slammed shut. Arnold breathed, panted to his surprise, and loudly, like locked-up nerves scrambling for release, then eventually stilled, not knowing quite what to do with himself, whether it was because he felt like he didn't deserve freedom, or because it had provided a source of safety he wasn't quite ready to leave behind. He couldn't bring himself to abandon the closet just yet. He did, however, turn the flashlight on his phone, and paled at the mess he left. At least he'd somehow missed her clothes, he thought, with a fresh wave of shame. God, he couldn't believe he did this. Any of it. Who the hell was he? What kind of freak just comes all over some girl's closet? The same one that whacked off like some deranged voyeur, as they listened in on a girl's most private moments, without her knowledge or consent, came the viciously accurate reply. Arnold just stared at the mess in a numbed daze, as he fully absorbed the enormity of this new fact about him. I should have just surrendered and let her kill me, sacrificing not one but both of his socks, because of course he'd really let loose. He wiped the areas he'd defiled clean. To the eye, anyway. He wished he had cleaning products, but he didn't know how much time he had until she got back. Then realized it wouldn't have mattered, even if he'd scrubbed every inch of her closet with bleach. It'd always be secretly tainted by this. By him. Fuck. He turned his soiled socks inside out, pocketed them with a disgusted wince, put his phone in the other pocket, and, at last, opened the closet door, and staggered on the spot. In a foggy haze, he remembered learning that sex had a smell of its own, a mix of fluids and scents, from both or more partners. It didn't have to be strong, but it was there. He could smell his own, of course. All guys could. Some even complained about it. But he was in no way prepared for the unmistakably warm, tantalizing feminine waft he got when he stepped out the closet door, or how lightheaded it'd make him, and, sure enough, hard. Again. Arnold reeled from frustration. She wasn't even here, and she was still managing to torture him. And even though he'd attempted to keep a level head through this whole ordeal, that was it. In a dizzying moment of overwhelmed disbelief, he threw out his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh, come on! Can I get a fucking break?" He was cut off abruptly when he made the mistake of actually looking at her bed, just a few feet away, and saw something so obscenely explicit that it burned him to the core and left him weak-stomached. On the bed, on a towel, which was not dry, Helga, in her abrupt rush, had left the toy she'd used earlier, and it was positively covered in a creamy, semi-white layer of slick juices. And Arnold, biting his lip and staring despite himself, shoved down the shameful, intrusive, despicably hot temptation to go over and taste her off it. He tore himself away from the illicit sight, and a part of himself he swore had never been there, and marched out, unblinking and stone-faced. Disconnected, he felt like he was watching someone else's hands wrap his flannel sideways over his hips as he stomped down the stairs to obscure his goddamn fucking erection in public. In his stupor, it took 2, 3, 4 attempts to shove the key back in its designated stoop crack, and, leaving with a quick, stiff walk, Arnold pulled out his phone and gathered himself enough to finally shoot off an apology text. He had several missed messages, the first asking if he'd had any luck, the other giving him updates. But the last ones from Phoebe's phone stopped him in his tracks. "Hey man, it's Gerald. Would you believe how much of a genius my girl is? She managed to jerry-rig a replacement out of my phone, and her presentation went off without a hitch. Fingers crossed. I mean, sure, I'm out a brand new iPhone now, but hey, she's worth it. Anyway, thanks for trying, man. Hope it wasn't too much trouble." With slow, mechanical movements, Arnold shut off his phone, put it back in his pocket, stepped off the busy sidewalk into an alley, and screamed silently into his hands. Chapter 3. A Golden Truth. Nurse Bradshaw? Arnold always had a history of never being too far from a golden truth, never too far from the next illuminated solution to either his or other people's problems. But lately, he'd never been further from it. There was simply no script for what he'd gone through, nor had there been so many times he needed to conceal an unwanted, public boner on any given day. Tism. Or, in the case of today, a very inflamed, sore one from pushing it too far that morning, ignoring pain signals after marathoning himself that weekend and the night before. And distractions hadn't worked. Those worked on the old him, the one he hoped he'd get back after this phase of his. At least it had better be, he thought. Christ! It had been 4 days since he somehow made it out of the Pataki's residence alive and entered an abusive relationship with his cock. So, what scared him was that even at this point he didn't think he had the strength to call off his own hand, and he had the sneaking, foreboding feeling that this problem of his wouldn't be ending any time soon. "Do you have a spare ice pack? My thigh hurts from, running into a desk corner. Please?" Standing awkwardly at the entrance to the school nurse's office, with his long strap side bag dangled strategically over his front, Arnold tried hiding his nerves, and more, as the matronly woman cocked a brow over the rim of her glasses and shot him a long, unamused stare. He bit his lip with a look of painful discomfort he didn't even need to fake to sell it, and prayed. Rolling her eyes as she finally pulled away, the nurse reached into the freezer, pulled out a DIY ice pack filled with blue dish detergent in a Ziploc bag, and waved him off. "I guess dish soap can save more than just oil-slicked birds," came the mild thought a few minutes later, as he winced down the length of the empty hallway before coming to his locker, followed up by a bitter one. "Not that anything out there could wash away what I've done." Nevertheless, Arnold sighed in relief as he pressed the makeshift ice pack against his raw, tender dick while practically standing in the open door to his full-length locker, and wished he could just step inside and lock himself away until graduation. Or forever. But no, of course this private moment of solace couldn't last, not when he had to return to his world history class. and not, of course, when she'd be there. Fuck. Bracing before the closed classroom door, he snuck the ice pack into his jeans pocket, winced as he shifted his, thankfully flaccid, self underneath its stinging chill through the other pocket, and adjusted his long-strapped bag to block his front without being obvious. Hopefully. He heaved a sigh and finally opened the door, casting a furtive glance to his middle-aged teacher, who nodded mildly and pointed him back to his desk with the tip of a dry erase marker. Arnold tried everything he could to resist looking to his left before making his way down the row, yet he failed. Right at the last moment, swallowing, his eyes leapt irresistibly to her face. Leaning cross-armed in her seat as he passed by, Helga glared stonily toward the board, away from him, and he only had a few seconds to look, but it was the first time he had since the incident, and God, the way her eyes thinned, baby blues darkening and sharp, how her thick upper lip puffed with her sulk. How sick was it that her typical reaction could go from filling him with resignation to the feelings it gave him now? Oh, and not, of course, the jabs of panicked, guilty nerves pincering his chest and squirming his guts that urged him to get away, but that lurch of involuntary excitement he felt, the craving that ignited just at the sight of her. Under the privacy of his low-hung school bag, Arnold pushed the ice pack harder to kill the stiffness that very much threatened to encroach, and made it to his desk as unobtrusively as possible. Even if he didn't have another boner to hide, he'd still feel like crawling under a rock. He only managed to listen with one ear on their lesson about the Roman Empire, and he retained even less. And, catching the single hot pink streak dyed in her hair any time her head turned a few desks up from him, shifted surreptitiously in his seat to adjust his ice pack, as he fought and failed to curb the incessant, erotic, unethically obtained memories he had of her, each intrusive loop fanning the flames that engulfed him on the spot, and fanned each blast of bitter, disgusted self-reproach as he scolded himself for the umpteenth time. How could you be such a creep? You shouldn't have even been in her room, her house. You shouldn't have seen or heard any of it. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. And besides, this is Helga. Helga, your childhood bully. The girl who'd take bets during fights, who'd boss and intimidate everyone around her, who was crass, stubborn, and so insensitive, who still is, who thinks you're actually a white knight of all things, just because you stuck up for your ex, and never lets you off the hook, and hates you. Arnold propped his open history book on his desk and wiped at his frown behind its ignored contents, then set it back flat on his desk again, and face-palmed. How could you be so turned on? Still? Why can't you just ignore her, all of this? You're in class. She isn't even doing anything. Just be cool. He cursed under his breath when he caught himself staring anyway at the flash of torn fishnets he saw as she recrossed her legs, the weathered sheen of combat boot leather as her foot bobbed impatiently. Christ, if she found out she'd stomp you to death in those, he surmised, as the image of her cum-splattered closet hung in his mind like a haunt, and you wouldn't even fight back. You deserve it! To his utter dismay, the thought of how up close and personal she'd have to be, while cornering him angrily inflamed more than just the ever-lingering paranoia of still, somehow getting caught. Are you kidding me? Arnold closed his eyes in another moment of gratitude for the hidden ice pack numbing the raw ache below his belt, like a damper of sanity, whatever he had left anyway. Self-contempt, or soreness be damned. He couldn't wait to be back home again in his hand. God, what is wrong with you? He let out a shaky exhale, when finally the bell mercifully rang, and everyone around him erupted from their seats to gather their things and bolt to their final classes. Just be normal, he thought, taking longer than usual packing his bag as he waited for her to leave first, watching that pink strip in her hair shift between bodies as his classmates filed out. So he could, at last, make it to his next lesson where she wouldn't, thankfully, be present. Just be goddamn normal. Laying out on his bed while cloud-gazing through his skylight, typified any late afternoon for the young man, and always had. But it was less typified by him jerking himself off to the mental image of a damp-haired Helga walking across the glass above him, as that towel of hers parted open and fell away. He'd need more ice after this session, if just for the pain. Or maybe after the next one. Christ, this was not normal. He didn't used to be like this. Sure, he'd run a marathon here and there, but he'd always take a break for a few days at any real signs of injury, however light. And it wasn't even that hard before, to abstain for a while and occupy himself. It was the sensible thing to do after all. And he wasn't strict by any means, but he'd always been able to manage at least some level of self-control. Until then, of course. God, now it was like he couldn't even resist. He couldn't believe how badly he needed to get off the moment he got home, despite the hurt, and kept finding ways to touch himself so as not to directly aggravate the small abrasions under his ridge that stung when his skin pulled back, or the raw patch on the left side of his shaft, a switch to his non-dominant hand to stroke the untarnished side of his length, and his left, pre-cum-slicked hand palming the sensitized head of his cock, and he was off to the races. And fine. Right? Besides, in some odd way, the parts that hurt just made him throb more, and want to press harder, and... Good fucking Lord. What was wrong with him? It's just because of the situation. Came the reassurance he'd repeated to himself since he left her place. It was just... so much. He was still a virgin, pent up and frustrated after his ex, and he just needed to adjust. It'll lose its novelty soon, he thought, as he clenched and bit his lip, closing his eyes to the memory of the filth she'd moaned, the slick sounds she made. Of course, hearing everything he had, especially a girl begging in earshot to get fucked, would make him lose it. Any girl, even Helga. Not because it was Helga. No, of course not. And even the parts about her that gripped him were either superficial or impersonal, too. Her body, that in her privacy, the pleas and noises she made were unquestionably authentic, a fact that left him horribly flushed and lightheaded. Close, like she just couldn't help herself. Fuck. But still, it meant nothing about her, that she could look like that, sound like that, or... God, he thought, as he indulged a hot, humiliating truth he'd pushed away until then, that burned him up so much he tossed his head back and panted, that she could smell so good. And though he'd never, if he had given in, he really could have just bent right over her bed and tasted, smothering his volume into his pillow. He came harder than he had since that day, unable to even outlast the thought. When he finally came to, he felt so low and high at the same time that it churned and chewed him up, leaving him lost. And, despite himself, knew without question that when he went for another round, that fantasy would undo him again. God. Arnold winced in pain as he cleaned off yet another mess, drained the water bottle on his nightstand, and face-palmed in the short reprieve he had before he could go again. Promised himself this next one would be the last for the next 2 days, so he could heal, hoping he could honor that promise, and unsure if he could, and figured, as he fell back on his bed and chewed his lip with a thawing ice pack on his dick, that if he was going to be in a constant state of moral dilemma around Helga from now on, he might have to rethink his morals. Takes one to know one. Wrong-footed, no doubt, to be treated meanly by him of all people. Harold's face dropped, and didn't even retort as Arnold left to get dressed. He even, to his credit, returned Arnold's apology sheepishly when they eventually spoke again. Yeah. That said, he never felt right about it, and from then on out, made an extra effort to prevent an incident like that from happening again. But this time, he was sweating with nerves, before even making it to the pool. He had completely forgotten about their upcoming swim unit in gym class. And Helga, sure enough, would be there. God help me. He was already in the deep end before everyone else and hugging the wall, his mantra resolute, as splashing and amused chatter echoed around him. More classmates entered the water. Stay cool, stay cool. Eyes down. Swim attire only, Miss Pataki. Arnold flinched at the barked order from the opposite poolside and looked up in a moment of knee-jerk self-betrayal. He stared, eyes blown wide. The wave of heat that flashed all the way from his groin to his ears left him dumbstruck and lightheaded as Helga, who never wore anything tight enough to show off her figure, grumbled, grabbed the hem of her oversized WrestleMania t-shirt with an eye roll and tore it over her head, then flashed half a cheek as she turned around and sulked back into the girls' locker room to chuck it with the rest of her clothes. Arnold had never risked drowning in a pool before, but he'd never been so tempted to either. He'd been practicing some new tips over the past few days to kill unwanted boners while he forced himself to heal, flexing his quads until they hurt, push-ups, counting backwards from 1,000 in sevens. He'd even had some success. Yet, as she returned shortly after in just her dark magenta bathing suit, her revealed contours igniting the burning image of her nudeness in his mind, her movements fluid and punctuated with annoyance, mesmerizing. He knew that he'd need unprecedented emergency intervention to survive the rest of class. He tore his gaze away with a shudder, dragged himself along the wall toward the shallow end of the pool until his feet could touch the bottom, and paused, then slowly lowered his hands into the water as he gathered his nerve, went into position, and braced himself, building up power in his middle fingers until they trembled behind his thumbs. Arnold bit his lip with a sharp inhale, clenched his eyes shut, and flicked his nads. And when that still wasn't enough to kill his erection, he did it again. Hard. "Arnold?" came Eugene's voice, through a wave of sharp, radiating agony from his balls. "Are you okay?" He was not. "Mr. Shortman? You got an upset stomach or something? Why don't you stay out of the pool today? You don't look so good." Barely seeing through slitted eyes as his face twisted in a suffering rictus, Arnold grit his teeth and nodded. His boner sufficiently snuffed, he practically crawled his way out of the shallow end of the pool and slowly made his way back to the boys' locker room, clutching at the pain rolling up his stomach. There was nothing quite like getting smacked repeatedly in the nuts that made a guy re-examine his tactics. Or, at least, served as the final, humiliating linchpin in his resolve to somehow stop touching himself long enough to give his dick a break and finally, properly heal. He drove himself into homework. Math was particularly occupying, he found, and definitely filled mental gaps where cold showers and exercise could not, and putting in hours on the seemingly endless list of maintenance and repairs for the boarding house also saved him from the risk of idle hands. That said, even though the tasks took his focus, the solitude offered him time to think. Not that his thoughts did him any favors, of course. When he finally indulged again over the weekend, he wanted to believe that the breather had earned him a meaningful modicum of control. While definitely more than his former average, he'd set his limit to only jerking off 6 times a day, and he hadn't felt sore or too restless yet. But even he knew he was fooling himself to say that it was the frequency that set the mark, though pulled apart at the fork of 2 paths, and feeling the guilty tug from the tried and true he'd always tread before, he gave into this new, wrong direction. Every time, even attempts to distract himself with fantasies of other girls, even porn, didn't help. Faces and features kept morphing back to hers, and often his, when the girl was partnered. And those who looked too far removed from her left him impatient and agitated to move on. It didn't matter if they'd have suited him just fine before, or were arguably more beautiful or not. He'd already been spoiled by her. Somehow, truthfully, it was beginning to freak him out. He didn't remember this problem happening with any other girl. Even the girls he'd dated, including his recent ex, who he went further with than anyone else, and left him at the edge of his proverbial seat with sexual frustration when she'd bait and retreat. Sure, he'd thought about them a lot, even felt overwhelmed and out of control sometimes, but he'd never given in against his will so much before. Not like this. Sons. But that's just it. You didn't have a problem focusing on them, came the thought at the end of another debauched, conflicting round. But you have a problem thinking about Helga. Lots of problems. Arnold leaned back in his desk chair, the feeling of his cum cooling unpleasantly over his hand and stomach, registering like a sensation of mockery. Ignoring it, he cast a troubled stare through his skylight. Or tried to. It was nighttime, and when he looked up at the glass, he was greeted by his own dim reflection. He scowled at himself and yanked out a wet wipe, looking away as he cleaned up. thinking back over their childhoods, all these years their best friends have been dating, and their last real encounter, during that road trip with them and his ex that winter. Their fight in particular, he knew he could take one thing for keeps. Despite being at a loss with himself, there was no reason to be confused about who Helga was. Arnold leaned his elbows over the edge of his desk and face-palmed as the explanations of novelty, of that incident being overwhelmingly hot, and the expectant, bottled-up nature of unwanted virginity, all swirled in his mind like objects losing their permanence. If he had so many problems with her, with all of it, then why couldn't he just drop this? Still, goddammit, why not? Arnold went to a party the following night, and to be fair, he wasn't really a party type of guy. Not this type, anyway. Outside of the more wholesome, eclectic gatherings typified by his unusual family at Sunset Arms, and the kind where he could join group activities and dance, really dance, his type of party was to kick back with peers he could trust to be chill, smoke the occasional bowl, and zone out to vinyls. In particular, the kind of parties where he could actually relax and not feel like everyone's babysitter while his peers got wasted, horny, and dangerously stupid. Or just stupid. Man, lighten up, Arnold. Well, between getting stuck as the designated driver most of the time, catching Curly dropping his trousers to show a group of disgusted, fascinated girls something he called the brain, and that one time he walked in on the guys doing what was allegedly a nipple wax dipping competition, the high school party scene had lost its appeal. He had no idea who had won the competition, but he'd never forget who lost, when the guys tugged the wax off and took a piece of Stinky's nipple along with it. Either way, here he was. Iggy flipped him off when he'd opened the front door, of course, but Park grinned and let him in. Thus began the series of unavoidable and customary exchanges, and as soon as Arnold could, he dipped out to make his way toward the back staircase, and paused. His recent ex, Candace, was not only with another guy on a couch, a fellow senior he dimly recognized from his physics class, but they were quite handsy. Already, Arnold lored at the sight, shaking his head, and it wasn't that he was jealous, he realized, as his eyes narrowed with distaste, before looking away and setting off down the hall, or bitter that she was with someone else, or had apparently gotten over at least one of her hang-ups since they'd split up, to go so fast. No, he was just resentful at the fact that even though they still would have broken up, that at least if she'd maybe worked through some of her hang-ups before then, he wouldn't have been so pent up and sensitized before he'd walked into this whole Helga fiasco. Of course, Candace didn't owe him anything sexual when they were dating. No girl did, and he'd never want any of them to feel pressured, including her. But everything in him was insisting that he was only in this situation in the first place, because every piece that could have been assembled to somehow set up this perfect storm had been, and he was certain his history with Candace was one of those pieces. It had nothing to do with wanting her anymore, because he didn't, and deep down, he knew better, but he resented it anyway. Sidestepping a necking couple while hiking up 2 flights of stairs, Arnold sighed when the volume downstairs lowered to an indistinguishable din, and the bass thrummed up the floor through his sneakers. He was halfway down the hall before he heard something that froze him in his tracks so fast the world slowed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Of the 2 girls moaning behind a closed door he was just about to pass, his eyes blew wide, pulling a double take when he recognized Rhonda's voice, dishing out vulgar taunts, followed by an unmistakable smack, an excited yelp, and a chorus of raunchy staccato cries that blushed him all the way to his ears. Damn. He should really not be hearing this, and should go, right now. Yep. Pushing away the swirling thoughts that encroached, he pressed deliberately down the hall, and instead imagined his elderly neighbor, Mrs. Vitello, that one time he'd shown up late to a community life drawing class, and she was their nude model. Anyway, that worked. And he'd only been at half-mast, thankfully. He was just another flight from the roof access door, when a realization left his stomach heavy with knots. So he'd passed off not just prime spank bank material, but completely brushed off accidentally overhearing real-time girl-on-girl, like it was practically nothing. Sure, he wasn't trapped and stuck listening to the whole exchange, but wasn't that novel? Wasn't that hot, and another accidental violation of privacy? Wasn't Rhonda another girl he knew? One who didn't leave her figure or her assets much of a mystery, and certainly wasn't bad-looking to boot. It ticked off so many of the same boxes. So why the hell was it so easy to ignore then? Why isn't it like that with Helga? Dear God, seriously, what is wrong with me? Marching up the steps to the roof with his guts twisting and hard, Arnold set out to do what he arrived at this party to do in the first place. Gerald, do you think I can get kind of... He gestured like he was about to cut himself off, before finally relenting and letting his hand drop to his lap. Obsessive sometimes? When he turned his head, his best friend was slowly leaning in with an incredulously bug-eyed look, and Arnold sulked unappreciatively when he burst with raucous cackles that echoed off the roof. It didn't help that he only got into this mess to begin with by doing him and his girlfriend a favor either. A fact that left him feeling sore, even if he couldn't bring himself to blame them. Really? Can you be obsessive? He repeated, shaken with laughter and wiping his face as he picked up his beer. Man, oh, come on. Don't look at me like that. You know you're clearly asking for a reason. So, he settled down, flashing his palms. What's going on, buddy? You're definitely a lot more distracted than usual. Arnold face-palmed, rubbing his eyes. Gerald didn't share any of the same classes he had with Helga, and made a consciously difficult choice not to look at her during lunch period, so at least he didn't have to worry about his friend catching on to why. He hoped. Still, am I that obvious? Well, you've always been a bit of a daydreamer, head in the clouds, Gerald mused as he took a sip from his can. But on the obsession piece, man, I'm glad you're finally acknowledging this, buddy, because for real, outside the nutjob varieties like Curly, you are the most obsessive person I know, man. Like, you really are that bad. That bad? Arnold repeated, brow pinched as he clung to a hopeful skepticism that he wasn't. Sure, he had a problem, but Gerald had to be exaggerating, right? Don't believe me? Okay. First off, may I remind you that you're the one who asked? And second, who's the one who never, ever gives up on a cause, even when anyone else in their right mind has? Arnold paused, then let out a light scoff. Well, I don't think not giving up is necessarily obsessive, Arnold countered. Maybe more determined or persistent, I guess, or relentless, Gerald corrected, with a meaningful tip of his beer can. Arnold frowned, growing irritable with this take on qualities about himself that he rather liked. Emily, totally relentless. Who's the only guy we know who winds up losing sleep, and all their free time, trying to fix other people's problems? I'm not losing sleep. Over that, anyway. Except, okay, that recent thing with Mr. Green's son. But you know that's... Oh, come on, Arnold. You've been like that since forever. Gerald gestured with exasperation, then shook his head at him, like he'd come right to the edge of sense and still couldn't see it. Man, who publicly humiliated themselves when they got so obsessed over Iggy, not forgiving them over some stupid bullshit, that they actually paraded their ass out on the red carpet in bunny pajamas? Gerald, who usually handled his taunts with a lighter touch, actually pointed a finger at him over the lid of his beer and shot him a hung stare. And Arnold cringed in a moment of self-consciousness as he wondered just how much and far back his friend had kept tabs, all while he hadn't even questioned himself. Who actually spent hours and hours at Elk Island stalking an author who just wanted to be left alone at their house. Okay, I get it. Arnold threw up his hands, a flush of eye-opening embarrassment heating his cheeks, then heaved a sigh and face-palmed. You're right, I've always pushed and held on to stuff. Shit, exactly. Not letting go, fixating. That shit's obsession, man. And nah, brother, that ain't nothing new. Gerald wrapped up with a wave of his hand and turned to look at him with honest concern, voice lowering. So, What's going on? Why is it bothering you this time? Because this time, I'm dying to let this go, but I can't, he thought, his nerves set miserably on edge. And Arnold, feeling lost and uncomfortable, didn't answer. How could he? Sure, they were best friends, but he had a hard enough time admitting everything that he'd done and fantasized about to himself, and the prospect of telling anybody else was just demoralizing. Impossible. There was no way. And, thankfully, Gerald was seemingly able to pick that up without him even having to say anything. Hey, it's cool, he reassures Saz, tapping the air casually with his palms. I don't gotta know, but I mean, I'm sure it's fine, man. Whatever it is. You always shake things out eventually. He shot him a cheeky look. And before you know it, you'll be on to your next obsession, he added with a light snort, elbowing him. Arnold, despite himself, elbowed back with a crooked smile and a snort of his own, then paused as his smile faded, the look on his face growing more thoughtful as he went inward. Thanks, he replied quietly. Yeah, actually, he perked up a bit, looking off at the city lights glowing around them in realization. That helps. Gerald shrugged, brow arched with a pleased, easy confidence. Don't mention it, buddy. And Arnold meant it. Hearing that really did help. His problem lately, it really didn't have anything to do with Helga. It was just a wild event he hadn't let go of yet. He was just obsessing about her lately because that's just how he was. More than he'd ever quite realized, truthfully. Until then. So, really. The fantasies, his feelings, it was all okay, because they meant nothing about her. And Gerald was right. All his past fixations had gone away, and this one would too, one way or another. He was sure of it. As the two of them hung out on the roof for a while and shot the shit, he felt more relaxed and relieved than he had in weeks. And when he finally went back down the stairs, he even joined the party a bit, had a beer, and even wound up helping a few people, lending an ear and some wanted advice. And it felt good, really, that it was wanted. Deed. In those moments he felt nearly normal, felt like a return to form, even as he thought of her again, and how much his advice back then had backfired when they were overnighting it in that cabin with his ex and their friends. How she'd snapped and went out in the snow, how she was forced to stay because of the weather, how the drive back home felt, and how she never treated him the same afterwards, even after he'd apologized. And it was fine, honestly, that he kept thinking about it, even while listening and nodding along with his friends, even when his eyes tricked him as a blonde across the living room turned her head, seeing her for a second when she wasn't there. It didn't mean anything. It was just something he couldn't help, and it'd go away with time. After all, he was just obsessive. Chapter 5. It's fine. Dude, you get a load of forehead mustache when her face is wet? I thought I was gonna hurl. Ha-ha. Forehead mustache. Shit. That's good. I always just call her monobrow. You see the way she rounded on Mike in the pool? Like a caterpillar with a fist. I'll show you a fist, Arnold thought as he went still, glaring darkly into his locker in mid-search for a spare shirt. The guys behind him kept on, oblivious that he was debating whether he should keep quiet or say something, and potentially draw suspicion that he might have feelings about Helga, which he did not, and didn't need. Just be glad she shaves, or we really would have yacked in the pool. Arnold furrowed his brow angrily and made a conscious effort to keep his breath controlled as the guys snickered. Yeah, Cave Girl got the sides, but how much do you bet she's got a total fur pie under there? Oh ho, sick, dude. The guys jumped at the slam from the locker behind them, followed by a curse. They set their bewildered stares at Arnold as he turned around, pretending to nurse a smarting hand, and grimacing with a forced, sardonic half-smile as he faced them. Well, that spider's dead. The guy snorted and grinned. No shit! As he tore on his spare shirt, popped on his sneakers, and paced toward the door, his frown twisted and stormy once out of sight. Assholes, he thought. They have no idea. He beat his cock roughly, movements fueled with burning want and indignation when he'd made it back home that afternoon. No idea what they blindly overlooked by being so quick to judge. In truth, it wasn't that he didn't understand how they couldn't see it, though he hated every insult, each disgusting jab. But he understood how they couldn't see her as the kind of girl to want that way. And not just for her unibrow, but for her intimidation, her scowl, her sarcasm, and one of the guy's vibe, who obscured her curves with loose punk tees and leather jackets. Helga, who shrugged off typical beauty standards and would sooner flip you off than flirt. A girl who was the furthest thing from available or interested. Helga, a girl you'd be foolish to want, and the very one he couldn't not think about. Pull your focus back from the fact that her brows met in the middle, and you could appreciate just how expressive they were, how dramatically they framed her large, heavy-lidded eyes, particularly when she cocked a brow. How prominent they were, dark circles setting off her baby blues like pierced targets. Cast under that bold, unapologetic unibrow of hers laid the power of a stare that could strike you down, and if he ever found himself caught in her sights like that again, God, he'd let her. But that's okay. It doesn't mean anything. You're just obsessive. He struggled to admit it, and it wasn't often. But there were times his guilt and shame conjured a game of what if. What would she do if she had found out? A deserved, self-destructive fantasy, like indulging in some form of ironic justice, that she'd found someone worthy of her bullying all along. But of course, even thoughts spurred by self-flagellation were contaminated by his cock. He recalled her amped-up abuse after they somehow saved the neighborhood as kids, and that time she even knocked him to the ground and stepped on his chest, fists brandished. And of course, in his stupid, horny haze, he reimagined the encounter as their grown-up selves, and in a very different light. Jesus, he'd never felt so much like there were two of him, the daytime version who'd been there all along, who never responded to stuff like that. Or girls like Helga, and this other side that had cropped up out of nowhere, who he swore was a total, unwelcome stranger, and one he could temper some, but not kick out. But it's okay. It won't last. You're just obsessing. Which is normal, turns out. For you, anyway. So he let them come. Fantasies that would have taken him to the point of no return if he'd acted on them, and didn't even resist anymore, figuring he'd lost something already, to have given in so many times before, dragging his tongue along the length of her used toy, savoring the taste he'd stolen from her after each pass, until he'd licked it clean. It's just a fantasy. Her wet and swollen down there as he went straight to the source, smothering and stuffing her with his mouth and fingers. It's fine. Even grabbing at his own hair as he laid back in bed, meanly, like he imagined she would, as he ate her up and stoked all those hot, it's not like you'd ever, sweet sounds of hers as he gripped her back and lost himself with his tongue on her, in her, because you would never. He bit his lips as he thought of them rushing over her own down there, the explicit details he'd caught between her thighs when she stood naked in her hallway. You're just obsessive. Breath huffing through his nose as he panted, he let out a soft, derisive snort as he dimly recalled one of the comments those idiots had made earlier. Little did they know that she did, in fact, do more than just groom the sides for her bikini line. All her curls were trimmed below the waist. And as for the rest, God, he always liked a look down there to be more than just a simple, tucked-away slit, and Helga's was. Arnold groaned loudly. Then again, as he came for the 5th time that day, powerfully, even with little to show for it as his cock mostly ran dry. He swallowed as he stared blearily at the wispy, early spring clouds through his skylight, and was thankful to not see his faded reflection in the glass, looking back at him this time. Remember, he reminded himself, catching his breath, you're not actually into her. Don't forget. He took a crisp inhale and shook away the notion that he even needed reminding. That said, while a genuine source of regret and unease for months prior, it was likely a blessing in disguise that she'd gone from treating him with fuming sarcasm to cold, spiteful distance since that trip. Arnold didn't want to think he'd do anything stupid if she'd gotten up in his face like she used to since escaping her closet, but he was unnervingly grateful to not have the measure of his self-control tested. If he wasn't already keeping himself in check, He might have flinched at her sardonic reply to their teacher's question on ancient Rome. Helga received a tired nod in response. Correct. And though she'd answered with a drag of attitude, Mr. Reed couldn't have cared less. Instead of reprimanding, he asked her to get up from her desk and point out Hannibal's invasion path during the Second Punic War on the rolled-down wall map of Eurasia behind them. Loose-shouldered with inconvenience, she extracted herself from her desk, turned around to head down their row, and Arnold's heart stopped as they made eye contact. Actual eye contact, the first truly in so long. After months of avoidance, she froze. A mere moment he knew consciously was brief, but expanded as time slowed. He'd already been looking at her when her gaze lifted up and met his, the connection unguarded and accidental. As they held the thread of that unbroken link, he felt something inexplicable building inside himself that nearly leapt out at her when she didn't relent. See, her shoulders twitched and tightened as she set her pace across the room, and he couldn't believe the feeling he got from the flash of heat across her face as she finally tore her eyes away and glared at the wall ahead. A flicker of some kind that went against her brusque, apathetic chill. Whether from hatred or embarrassment, he didn't know, but he could tell that by making unintentional eye contact with him, she felt like she'd somehow lost. There was no shock for his anxious shame or regret when he looked down, going inward as she set the marks on the map for the class, and narrated Hannibal's doomed venture with disinterest, or the humiliation he felt for his predicament and sexual interest. He shifted his flannel and clenched his quads until they hurt to redirect blood flow. But, as his heart beat wildly in his chest, he couldn't name the rest of the feelings roiling in him. Somehow, describing them felt off limits. Arnold turned his head to avoid watching when Mr. Reed called her back to her seat, having satisfied him with her answer. He nursed the tension in his brow, half listening to the rest of their lesson at best as he ruminated. So, he'd heard the saying somewhere that you're only as sick as your secrets, and wondered if keeping them to yourself could make you sicker too. Maybe that explained it? All of it? Even why he'd become so obsessed to begin with, messing with his head? Arnold turned the page of his world history book to their next chapter, along with everyone else, and retained nothing from the first page. That would mean he'd have to confess to someone. Came a thought that sank all the way to the bottom of his stomach. But to who? Grandpa or Gerald? He was closer to them than anyone else, and couldn't imagine spilling to anyone but them. And yet, every fiber that made him revolted at the very prospect. People keep secrets for a reason, or in his case, several. And besides, what if telling them didn't make it any better, but made things worse? And what perspective or advice could they even give anyway? He knew what he'd done was wrong. He didn't need them to never let him live it down or press for details. Somehow, if this obsession did run its course, when it ran its course, he hastily amended. Then when he did unload his secret, if he so chose, he could refer to it as something he'd already dealt with. However the hell he would anyway. Even if, when his obsession with her waned, he still couldn't think of any way to right what he'd done. How could he ever make up for all this? Not by confessing to her, that's for sure. Jesus. Normally, Arnold was the type who'd own up and make up, who made the tough choices, even when he struggled to do the right thing. But this was different. And not just for the concern of his own self-preservation, but, as tough as she was, wouldn't learning something like this had happened make her feel violated, humiliated, disturbed, and even unsafe in her own home? In her own bedroom? Just fuck. The thought of her ever feeling that way, and especially because he'd made the selfish choice to burden her, just so he could get this off his chest, made him want to crawl into the small dark space inside his desk and die. And Christ, how would that confession even go anyway? Hey, Helga, he mocked internally, face-palming miserably into his book. I know you hate my guts and everything, but did you know I broke into your house and jerked off in your closet while listening to you moan and fuck yourself? It was so goddamn hot I even came, but don't worry, it's not like I like you or anything. Oh, and I wiped my cum off your closet with just my socks. But you're okay with that, right? Anyway, Sorry and all that. Oh, but don't worry. It'll never happen again. Arnold smacked his forehead against his open textbook and suppressed a groan. Fuck. No. If there was one thing he could get right about all this, it was doing everything he could to make sure it never got back to Helga. Just as he vowed in that moment it would never happen, even if it meant taking the secret to the grave. The sound of their teacher repeating his name with growing impatience whipped his head up in a double take. Having a nice nap, Mr. Shortman. What? He asked sheepishly, his cheeks growing hot amidst the stifled snickers from his peers. Sorry, you were saying? As all your classmates can attest, his teacher gestured to the room, none too impressed. We'll be closing this unit on ancient empires with a final project, and you've all been assigned partners at random. His eyes widened as Mr. Reed began filing down the rows and dropped project packets on everyone's desks, his heart in his throat as his limited view of Helga's jumping leg, up a few seats from him, went eerily still. Color drained from his face as his copy of the final Unit 3 project, Autopsy of an Empire packet, dropped unceremoniously onto his desk and read the name of his assigned partner, Helga Pataki. Chapter 6. Force her hand. Wild, how just the sight of a girl's name could stop his heart. But the force of it racing back to speed rattled painfully in his chest, tightening with shallow breath as a torched heat blasted all the way from his coiled guts to his wide-struck eyes and broke him out in a cold sweat. No! Arnold's gaze flickered from the damned history packet to her unnervingly straight back, a few seats up from him, as he fought to control his breathing. And damn it, this can't happen. There was no way. None of the words their teacher said made it to his ears, the sounds of the room nothing more than a fuzzy din as he contemplated an unthinkable prospect. Working. With Helga. Being around her. Talking to her. The reality of it was so much that the idea of being paired with her didn't even make him hard. No. He had to talk to the teacher. He had to stop this. This just couldn't happen. Practically vibrating with his bag at the ready, by the time the bell rang, he erupted from his seat, but his opportunity to wave down Mr. Reed was already taken. By her, in fact, having rushed toward him, shoulders domineering and gesturing with her back turned. He couldn't see their teacher's face, or make out anything she said through the commotion of their classmates packing up and taking their leave, but he didn't need to guess what topics she heatedly discussed. He watched with bated breath and a small rise of hope, which was promptly dampened when she went silent, tightened her fists, and stalked out the door. Arnold swallowed, attempting to calm himself, and somehow breathe in the daunting vacuum she left with her absence. The teacher typed something on their laptop and looked over the rim of his glasses as Arnold gingerly approached. Let me guess, you don't want to be Miss Pataki's partner either? A twitch ran through his shoulder. He adjusted his bag and was cut off before he had a chance to speak. Well, I'm afraid that's too bad, Mr. Shortman. As I was just telling your assigned partner, I won't be making any swaps. Really, he drawled, cocking a wrinkled brow pointedly before resuming his typing. If there's one thing you kids need to learn before going out in the real world, it's how to get along with people you don't like. Arnold's brow knit, a protest at the tip of his tongue, but one he had to revise. What if she won't work with me? He asked, though it was honestly the least of his worries. He just needed some reason that didn't detail his real problem. The fact that it was probably true didn't hurt either. Mr. Reed shrugged. Well, part of the grade is a reflection of how well you can work with others. And keep in mind, Mr. Shortman, he elaborated with a tired sigh, the rings under his eyes pronounced as ever as he looked away. This project counts as 25% of your final grade, so I suggest trying to make it work with her. Frustration and unease bristled across his face. He didn't necessarily expect all the faculty to know him, but he could work well with others. He did. Often, he even had a reputation for it, but Helga had always been different. And despite the times he'd managed to work with her in the past, he certainly couldn't now. But beyond all that, he'd nearly overlooked a detail that caused his brain to stutter and rewind. 0.25%, he repeated hesitantly, hoping he got the figure wrong. Mr. Reed cast him another pointed look and turned away, ordering Arnold's departure with a lazy finger gun toward the door. Hostile. Arnold was tense, not an unusual feeling, particularly as of late, but one that was compounded with a vexing heaviness that weighed him down as he let his bag fall to his side and dropped into a chair. He hid behind his fists as he knuckled his forehead for a spell, then whipped out his headphones, just to keep anyone from talking to him. He didn't even think to play anything as he slapped the world history packet on his desk, so at least the teachers would think he was doing something during study hall. Shit. He didn't want to have to rely on his grandparents any more than he had to. Arnold had decent grades, but he needed to protect the scores going out on his transcripts next month if he wanted his best shot at whatever admissions and scholarships he could get. And sure, his math and science scores were high, as well as art to boot, which was good for architecture. But he wasn't ready to rule out political science either. And going out with a D, or, depending on the Mr. Reed's grade scale, an F on his final history class, would definitely raise eyebrows and narrow his shots. And true, maybe that wouldn't be the case if he'd cast a wide net, but his prospects had to be local, because there was just no way he could leave his grandparents in the boarding house, no matter how spry or unconcerned they were. They were in their 90s. There was no way he could just leave. And they'd already given up their whole retirement for him. He couldn't imagine them covering for college, or that the savings he'd built up working odd jobs in summer months would amount to much. Arnold cast a wary look at the packet with her name on it. Maybe he could just do this all by himself. Opening it up and reading through the summary and requirements, his frown deepened. No, the project structure wouldn't allow it. Or the workload, shit. And even if he could, it was too much to do in a 2-week deadline with everything else, and shit. He really would have to work with Helga. Breathing like the room had collapsed around his desk, he swallowed, anxious and hot in that trapped space. He fell back in his chair, a glassy stare taking in nothing as it shot across the distance of the study hall, and all the classmates socializing and studying around him. In a pocket world amongst theirs, cut off and oblivious to his plight. He had no idea how he was going to pull this off, but fuck, he'd have to. You just have to do this. Arnold approached his locker after the final bell rang and opened the door, staring at its interior, as he wished once again that he could just lock himself inside it until graduation. God, he'd have to talk to her. Good luck, replied the voice in his head. He knocked his forehead against the metal frame of his locker in response. Twice. Oh, anyway, that voice followed up. Damned if you do, and damned if you don't, right? Oh, right. Might as well be now or never. Shutting the door and forgetting what he even went there for in the first place, he cast a hesitant, searching gaze at the daily flurry of activity down the hall, then flinched when he caught sight of Helga, chatting with Phoebe and Lila, as she absently unpeeled one of the bananas they had for lunch with utter nonchalance, and, despite himself, stared with brainless anticipation as she tore down the last bit of peel. When its tip disappeared into her mouth, he had to physically turn his heel and walk in the other direction in order to look away, school bag guarding his front. Simon. Arnold sighed with an exasperated grimace as he marched to the boys' restroom and took up a stall, knowing full well he wouldn't be able to resist long enough to get home first. Oh, tomorrow. He could talk to her tomorrow. He rolled his eyes as he took care of himself as quietly as he could. Sure, with the loosest pants he owned and his dick taped to his thigh, that was. Fuck. He hung around her locker the next morning like he was waiting for a life sentence. Despite his restless, trembling nerves, he couldn't even bring himself to pace. Everything in him seeking stability as he focused on his sneakers, feeling like his whole weight could sink his body through the tiled floor. Shit. He wished. God, just let the ground take him. Arnold was typically optimistic, the sort to keep hope and solutions in mind, and, reminding himself as much, psyched himself out that morning as best he could despite praying his skylight would fall in on him, preparing the spiel he'd agonized over the night before as he switched from push-ups to burpees. redirect blood flow, and keep the mind clear. And it didn't hurt that he already came 5 times before he left. Sure, he was on a fast track to breaking his 6er limit that day, but if there were ever a morning he needed to drain his pipes, this was it. And, well, morning came hours earlier than usual. A 4 a.m. start after a night of poor, fitful sleep and catastrophic dreams. But hey, you know what? At least he got some sleep. It could have been worse. Could have been way better, though. Came the irresistibly bitter thought, nonetheless, as he glared at Mr. Reed's door down the hall. And I guess we'll see how much worse it can get, too. Arnold closed his eyes and prayed against the worst scenarios that came to mind. Or not, he amended in earnest. Please. He bit his lip to brace through the sick-stomached dread as he waited, and at the numb cold of the wrapped makeshift ice pack in his boxer briefs, thankful that he'd found a way to make his pants hang discreetly nonetheless. But as other students started filing through the hall in droves, it was the sharpness in her gaze when it locked on him that froze Arnold on the spot. The longer the moment stalled, the more his head emptied and took his prepared pitch along with it. Something about how they could get the project done while interacting as little as possible, leaving him airless and dumbstruck as Helga stonily approached and avoided direct eye contact. Her features were bold and unkempt, looking as underslept as he was, and the back of his mind conjured an image of her pacing and writing late into the night, possessed by whatever it was that drove her. God, she's gorgeous, he thought, anyway, in despair, and perplexed that while he'd never found her ugly, he'd never found her quite so captivating before recently either, despite knowing each other their whole lives. Practically? Had he always been so blind to her, just because of her barbs and a wall of dry sarcasm? Had everyone? Arnold meant to block her locker and force her hand, to not give an inch until she'd at least given one herself and conversed for once. But to his surprise, he'd taken a step back without realizing it, no doubt at the projected force of her unspoken demand for space as she advanced. But still, he hadn't left enough for her to open it. And when she got unavoidably close, her eyes thinned to slits at the metal door. And not just in anger, he suspected, but to see even less of him. His mouth opened like he was about to speak, but stupidly so, he felt. All his words stolen. So he tried twice. And Gissin, then failed twice, and when he swallowed with intention to just break down this goddamn block and talk already, she beat him to the punch. Move it, Shortman. He flinched at the quiet iciness in her voice like it had bitten him. Arnold swallowed again, his breath uneven as he took another unwitting step back, something in him seizing at the use of his surname. He couldn't believe there'd come a day where he preferred her old temper, or that he'd miss being called any one of her old annoying nicknames for him. Even football head. Gathering himself as best he could, he worked out the words lodged in his throat, sounding shaken and quiet. Look, Helga, if this is about Mr. Reed's class, forget it. No way in hell I'm working with you. She didn't even look at him when she said it. Cut out of sight. She didn't even look at him when she said it. Cut out of sight. He shook his head, heart hammering at her rejection. It kicked something up in him he couldn't name, and had no defense for feeling. Bowled over momentarily, and unsure what to make of himself, he made another attempt. But we can't do this without working together, so... Right, so it's not gonna get fucking done then, is it? She slammed her locker shut and took off down the hall. No, he thought, his guts dropping. No, that can't be. As he shook his head in protest, that nameless feeling of his caught fire, flaring his chest with a rising anger he hadn't expected, sending a blustering heat to his face. Suit. It even broke through his nerves, raising his voice as he hollered after her. Oh, come on, Helga. We'll get an F. He threw his hands out. You'll get an F. Helga spat her reply, with her back turned as she stalked off to her first class. Worth it. Chapter 7. What you really think? What'd she do to piss you off this time? Arnold did a double take, the question breaking his train of thought. What? Helga, man. Gerald shrugged like it was obvious, nodding his head in her general direction. I mean, you keep glaring at her. Indeed, Phoebe concurred. And I must say, Arnold, one can't help but notice. If he'd been caught at any other time, he might have blushed. But for once, his focus and frustration toward Helga could seek an outlet that went further than a date with his own hand. That said, he'd gotten so used to bottling up when it came to her that he couldn't even think of a response. Arnold often sat with Gerald for lunch, while Phoebe would swap back and forth between their table, the table where her friends from Science and Tech Club met, and where Helga typically sat on the other side of the cafeteria, with the counterculture regulars from the art and creative writing classes she took. Locking eyes on her again, she'd taken a seat next to a tired-looking, dark-haired girl he recognized from poetry slams and open mics. She face-palmed as the weird twins who transferred last year approached with their trays. He couldn't remember their names, exactly, but he'd never liked them. Sorry to... They sat down and blocked his view, leaving him to the company of his own friends and troubled thoughts. I figured you were just going to ignore her all the way through graduation. Gerald tossed a shrug and stuffed a ketchup-dipped potato wedge in his mouth. I wish. Well, she might. Arnold scoffed. I got paired with her in Mr. Reed's class. She won't work with me, and I can't get a passing grade if I try and do it all by myself. Gerald's brows shot up. Oh, well, what about the teacher? I mean, couldn't you just ask? He doesn't care. Told me part of the grade is how well you can work with others, whether you get along with them or not. Gerald cast him a pointed look and let it drag. That is the most ironic goddamn thing anyone could ever say to you, Arnold. Shit. He shook his head, popping a chocolate milk carton with its built-in straw. That guy does not know you. Arnold scowled in agreement. Or Helga, he groused. He tried talking again to Mr. Reed after Helga's rejection that morning, but this time the issue wasn't so much that he'd refuse a swap, but his conditions for one. That he'd need a good enough reason besides personality conflicts. Maybe a mediation with him and Helga in the same room was in order. It could even involve the vice principal, if the issue was serious enough. Is it? He'd asked dryly. Because Miss Pataki's is one of the best students here. So, what do you think is the real problem? Arnold backpedaled like his life depended on it, and said he'd just keep trying, because there was no way in hell he was going to have that conversation. Man, that Mr. Reed can be a real dick, Gerald commiserated. You just can't work with some people, you know? And I mean, hey, true, you may be eating a shit sandwich here, but couldn't you just do all the work yourself and let her take credit? Arnold shook his head. He'd also asked the teacher for more details about the assignment, and if he'd get more than a 0 if he at least showed the work that he'd done, that he could do, even without her. The answer was yes, a 50 minimum F. Still an F, and better than 0, but he'd be looking at pulling a D in that class when the scores averaged out. In his situation, that just wasn't good enough. Project really does need 2 people, and there's a team presentation at the end. Even if I did fake her work, I doubt she'd go along with it. And she wouldn't, I'm afraid. Arnold and Gerald stared at Phoebe, something unspoken filling the silence that stretched between them, as it so often did when it got quiet, with Helga in mind. Ever since the cabin, anyway. Oh, goddammit. She didn't have to like him, and it was fine that she hated him, and he was in no place to begrudge that, particularly since his shameful and secret incident at her place. But she didn't know about that, and he already apologized for what he said at the cabin, even though really, she was way more out of line than he was, and it's not like she ever apologized. And besides, what I'd said then wasn't even that big of a deal anyway. That's what Gerald and Candace had thought, at least, and as for Phoebe, she'd kept predictably quiet and loyal on her best friend's behalf. But Arnold figured if he had said something truly terrible, she would have said something herself. And besides, what were a couple of harsh words between the two of them worth anyway? Hell, he'd worked on projects with her since they were kids and at each other's throats before her daily torments eased up, which, eventually, only came in spurts. growing oddly quiet and distant otherwise. He even wondered if she was depressed, though her home life left no wonder why. And there were times he swore her jabs almost felt like terms of endearment, that he could tolerate and parry back himself. Even when she was as difficult as ever, he could at least enjoy going toe-to-toe. And in some weird way, it was even a relief when she'd try and knock him down a peg sometimes, because that meant she was doing good, right? Or at least better. His brow pinched, something rising up inside him that he swallowed back down before it could be examined. Oh, she's never... He paused, then started again. She's hated my guts before, but would still at least work with me. I mean, she'll be getting an F on this too, and college is right around the corner. So why doesn't she care? Well, Phoebe began with a hesitant wince. Provided her grade in world history is higher than an A+ due to extra credit, she likely feels she can afford to, take a hit, Gerald finished. Precisely. Arnold leaned his elbow over the table and rubbed his eyes. Well, I can't do that, he sighed. There was a pause, and when he looked up again, he caught Gerald and Phoebe in a non-verbal exchange, with an odd tension rising between them. Though his best friend stood down a bit, tapping the air with his palms in appeasement while he persisted. Come on, babe, he implored, eyebrows raised. Is there any way? Can't you... No, sorry. She declined sympathetically and swallowed, clasping her hands. I can't do that. Gerald dropped his hands in apologetic surrender and sent her a warm, reassuring look that made her nervous frown crinkle up in a small, relieved smile. And though a part of him softened as always at their little genuine displays, Arnold face-palmed. Gerald was fine standing down, but he wasn't. Yes, and damn it, that bothered him. In all the years he'd butted heads with Helga, he'd never gotten Phoebe involved. But, massaging his temples as he weighed his options, he decided to probe. So, Phoebe, he began, tone laced with misgivings. Is there any chance you know or could share what I could do or say to Helga to at least get her to talk to me? And not just to tell me off. He tried not to look at her in a pressuring way and noticed the same from Gerald, who kept his eyes down, frowning thoughtfully at his tray. Phoebe's bi-speckled gaze flickered across the table as she wrung her hands conflictingly. He looked away when she bit her lip, figuring this attempt was also a dead end. But his eyes went wide with surprise when she replied. Phoebe began carefully. I guess that would depend on how you approach her. His brows raised. What do you mean, how I approach her? I can think of a way to approach her, intruded a damning thought that conjured an even more damning series of images and scenarios. Christ, not helping. He closed his eyes and breathed for a moment, thankful his crotch was hidden under the table. He shifted his flannel inconspicuously anyway, clenched his quads and forced himself to focus. I mean, she's already made it clear she doesn't care that I'm sorry, he continued, trying not to push his luck, but gesturing at a loss. I've given her space for the past few months. I've tried coming in peace. His words hung incredulously across the table as Phoebe's features pinched, closing her eyes with the lungs' controlled breath. Come on, please. I'm afraid that whatever would work can't come from me, because otherwise it wouldn't. So, I'm sorry, she said with a twinge of frustration in her tiny voice, but you'll just have to figure it out on your own. Arnold's mouth slacked as he watched her rise from her seat abruptly, perplexed, and doing his best to hold back his growing dread and annoyance, while she gathered her things, clearly withholding any information he could use. She excused herself to go to the library, cast Gerald a demure glance as he waggled his brows, and wished Arnold good luck before taking off, looking her up and down in appreciation as she made her way out of the cafeteria with her back turned. Gerald reclined in his chair, then turned his head, brow cocked. You had to have known that wouldn't have worked. Arnold closed his eyes to resist rolling them and heaved a sigh. I know, Gerald. He needed a walk. Ditching his normal transit route, Arnold stalked his way back home for a good 45 minutes, each step paced with churning rumination. There had to be a way to get her to see reason. Each time he tried to talk after their run-in at her locker, she blew him off, refusing him just the same. It totally tossed his mind that he could have readily upped his challenge in the past. But that was before her closet, or the cabin, before any of that. And now, not only did he have to contend with his fucking boners and his guilty, shame-ridden anxiety when it came to the idea of even interacting with her, but since that morning, he'd also been struggling against these unwanted urges to just grab her in frustration and don't let your obsession make you do something stupid you don't actually want, he warned himself sharply. Like her, your dick won't listen to reason either. Otherwise, there'd be no reason why she'd drive you crazy like this. At all. God damn it, though. The very idea of being alone with her, working one-on-one, made his guts churn. His pants tight and his heart rate spiked so fast his face burned. If she couldn't stand to work with him in person, fine. That would work for him too. Hell, before today he figured she'd at least be willing to do as much as they possibly could apart, which, really, was doable for most of the project. But no. Helga just had to be fucking ridiculous as always. Impossible? It was a fresh reminder of why he couldn't stand her, how he couldn't want her, and why he'd blown his patience in the past. And he wasn't an impatient person by any stretch. Except when it came to her, of course. Fuck. When he'd finally made it to the privacy of his bedroom, he jerked off to her again. Always fucking her, beating his cock resentfully. He questioned again just why he'd become so sexually obsessed with someone like Helga in the first place. Closet incident be damned. Because hell, this just wasn't like him. And Helga wasn't the kind of girl he liked. None of those girls were like her. Shit, that's gotta be a reason. It was so unthinkable it might as well have been taboo to see her like that. So of course that would be a thrill on its own, right? Still, even he'd come to admit that despite his high-roading, he'd picked up a habit of retaliating against her over time. That part of him that had been there for years. In the boy who snapped and splattered her dress during crafts, when he got even after too many pranks one April Fools by accidentally blinding her. And more recently, 2 summers ago, when he unloaded his paintball gun right back at her after they'd already been disqualified, when he'd blown up at her at the cabin. And though he wasn't proud of it, he could also admit there was something undeniably gratifying about such a harsh, stubborn torment like her sounding so vulnerable, actually begging when she fucked herself to whoever it was she imagined fucking her. The Helga he knew never let anyone she'd caught begging live it down, and he couldn't get over it. The concept that she came like that just blew his mind. I bet someone like her thinks she's pathetic for it, too. He went hot, breath quickening at the mean-spirited thought, and pumping harder despite the wash of guilt and self-judgment on his conscience. Pathetic? He hardly had a leg to stand on for that one. Nevertheless, as far as he knew, she didn't hook up, and she'd never dated. Not really, anyway. The few guys she briefly did all quickly left in the dust along with her obvious disinterest. And that, paired with the fact that she didn't seem to turn anyone's head but his, which was really just due to a fluke then. Damn, he wondered, biting his lip. All that begging for a guy who doesn't even want her, huh? He indulged the spiteful notion with a snort, a moment he didn't even care he'd regret later, as his head fell back over his pillow, thighs tightening and beating himself faster. His eyes closed, following the thought with another one. Arnold didn't know what to make of the fierce feeling that rose in his chest at the idea of anyone out there being interested in her. But he was willing to bet no one else lusted over her like he did, not even the person she wanted. And he didn't even want her. His lips curled in a lip-bitten smirk as he let out a shivery chuckle, clenching as he got close. Take that, Helga. True to obsession, he erupted all over his hand and stomach like so many times before, to the thought of those hot, broken, desperate sounds of hers, as he made her come instead, with an intensity and hunger she'd never get from anyone else. Or him. He came down much harder than usual after that, sagging lifelessly into his mattress from the weight of the disturbed self-disgust he'd just added to his load. God, he panted, voice cracked and quiet. That was fucked up. Somewhere under the guilt and astoundment at himself that stung so much it stirred the first workings of an explanation. It doesn't mean anything, he reminded himself. You're just pissed. She's butted heads with you your whole life. And now you have this obsession problem, and you have all this stuff riding on the line, and she's in the way for no good reason and unbelievably infuriating and, yeah, he sighed, closing his eyes. Of course it had come out somewhere. The moment lulled as his breath slowed, thoughts drifting inevitably to Phoebe's advice. It depends on how you approach her. Shit, he thought, shaking his head at the concept. Daunted. Most approaches didn't end well with Helga. I don't know why you let her get to you like that. He blinked, shifting himself onto his elbow to get a better look at Candace's face, as they spooned wearing PJs in their cabin bedroom for the night, its wood-grain interior dimly lit by a small lamp at their bedside. Whatever willingness she may have had to get a little frisky before bed was completely dashed. And to be fair, his mood was blown too. She raised a brow at him. It's just not like you to fly off. Arnold paused, exhaling the waves of fed-up frustration from his blowout with Helga earlier in a controlled exhale. Oh, I've been stuck with her since preschool, so she's had a long time to... He frowned with a wave of his hand. She just knows how to press your buttons. Candace pursed her lips and turned her face to the mattress again, away from him. Sounds like you two really have a history, she said in a wary, distant tone. In her normally sweet, honeyed voice, it rubbed him the wrong way, and he balked at the implication. What? No, it's just, our best friends have been dating since practically forever, and Jesus, she was my bully. And, is it a surprise? She was rotten to everyone. I'm amazed she even agreed to come on this trip. Normally she passes up this sort of thing. Yeah, she sighed, like she was letting something go. She didn't seem that eager either, to be honest. Arnold adjusted his elbow beneath him distractedly as he thought back to Candace knocking on Gerald's car door just as they were about to pull out, and let them know her plans had fallen through and she could come after all. Really, sitting in back with Helga had unnerved him enough, even if she was actually being kind of friendly, and seeing his girlfriend's smiling face came to him as a relief. Phoebe, not the best with last-minute changes to plans, he figured, had hemmed and hawed, but eventually relented when Gerald pointed out that either Helga or Arnold were going to sleep on the couch anyway, so if Arnold and Candace took the second room in the cabin, it wouldn't make a difference. And as for whether Helga seemed eager to go or not, he didn't know. He was too busy helping Candace load her stuff in the back, then spent the ride chatting with her, while Helga sat on the other side of his girlfriend by the window, where he couldn't see her. Arnold's brow furrowed as he thought back on some of the things Helga said during their fight earlier that night, and frowned. You don't think what she said was true, do you? Candace scoffed, turning back to look at him in bewilderment. How can you even ask that? She asked incredulously over her shoulder, hand to her chest. Do you think the stuff she said about me was true? What? No, he denied, with a shake of his head as he grasped her hand and squeezed it. Of course I don't. She was way out of line. He gazed into her wide, brown eyes reassuringly until she looked away at last, relenting, and resumed her position as his little spoon. She heaved a sigh. I can't stand that she's just on the other side of our door right now. God, I hate this blizzard. The forecast was way off. I can't wait for this weekend to be over. Arnold nodded. If the weather hadn't turned so bad that evening, Helga wouldn't have been forced to come back inside after she'd gone out in the snow and taken Gerald's car back to Hillwood. It would have left them without transportation, but it's not like Phoebe's uncle lived that far from his cabin and couldn't give them a ride back himself. Still, you know, he began with a frustration that still burned as he ignored the twinge in his chest. I used to think that I kinda knew her, but honestly, at this point, I don't think I'll ever get what her deal is. Candace scoffed softly. Right, and for her to lash out like that when you were just trying to help. Forget everything, she said. I don't get why you don't just write her off. When she fell asleep in his arms, Arnold laid awake a while, and wondered why he didn't either. Oh, thank God! Candace sighed with relief, her face brightening as she looked back at him from the window. You see all that sunlight? Clear day. At least the forecast got something right. I think I better go apologize. So we can… What? Oh, come on, Arnold, you don't owe her anything. Not after that. And besides, aren't you still mad? But I blew up back at her. It wasn't right. Candace cocked a brow at him as she put on her bra with her back turned. While appreciating the sight of her pale and topless as always, he didn't even feel like following up on the fated impulse to grab her. Considering how she is, that's totally forgivable, she asserted with a dubious frown. And besides, it's not like she's the type to apologize back. He looked down as she pulled on a sweater, puzzling over vague memories of times she had in the past, buried under the many other apologies that were never given. No, well, he ran a hand through his cow-licked hair, feeling that indignant pang in his chest. Yeah, I am still mad. But I'm sorry too. Maybe I should just, I don't know, meet her out back or something and tell her. Candace whipped her head back at him, her hair framing her freckled face in a flurry of dirty blonde flyaways, with a look that went beyond disbelief. Why would you need to be alone with her? Caught in the challenge of her stare, he couldn't think of a reason himself. When the two couples left their rooms shortly after and encroached unavoidably upon Helga's unspoken territory in the cabin's shared living room kitchenette, she stood up from the couch to face them. She looked like she'd barely slept, and when their eyes met, she wavered on the spot as if on the verge of saying something, but his apology broke the tension first, and she said nothing, as everyone else watched on. He'd never seen her face go quite so tight before. By the time he'd finished, she'd already cut them all out with a stony deadpan that held for the rest of their trip. The suspense hung them all out to dry, until she finally turned her back on him and spoke. Forget it, Arnold. She'd said it with a tone he couldn't place, as she began stuffing her things in her bag, something in his gut sinking with her follow-up. I already know what you really think. Chapter 8. If she can help it, depends on how you approach her, huh? Right. However that was, every approach he'd made had been brushed off. Bargaining or calls to reason while she stalked away amounted to nothing, and neither did his last and most humiliating attempt, when he practically begged her down the length of a hallway. Offshoots of doomed ideas were crumpled up and tossed one by one, occupying the crossed-out margins of his notebooks, and his thoughts all the way to his last morning period that day. Visual arts. He found himself erasing the marks he'd absently made during his warm-ups. Directionless. At the start of their free study that day, he started drawing Helga without meaning to. The eraser couldn't go deep enough, her imprint on the paper light. But just the same, he tore it out, balled it in his fists, and chucked it in the trash. You are not going to draw her. He couldn't quite tell why. It wasn't like there weren't more damning lines he'd already crossed, but there was something about the idea of crossing this one that felt more threatening somehow, an area that he absolutely shouldn't touch. She's just another obsession of yours. A phase. And it doesn't mean anything. It's one thing to jerk off, but taking your time drawing her would be… Arnold shook his head and flipped his drawing mat to a fresh page. It's not like he'd been drawing much lately anyway. Arnold frowned, and in a moment of strained reluctance, admitted to himself he'd been avoiding his sketchbook ever since that day at her place, and then tried not to dwell beyond that. Besides, he thought, as his new drawing took up the page, he'd been busy, hadn't he? I guess you could say my hands have been occupied. He mused sardonically, then rolled his eyes, unimpressed with himself. Sour-stomached and making a conscious effort to keep his breath even and steady, he relented to the fact that he really didn't have any good or appropriate ideas, and sagged in his chair. Arnold dropped his charcoal pencil to the table, giving up on his observational study for now. Of the large, two-story interior that made up their school's art department, another piece for his portfolio, and something else he had to worry about. He couldn't decide which major he wanted, but he didn't want to limit his options, given he liked so many subjects, and felt like he could dabble in a little bit of everything. On the other hand, social sciences, humanitarian affairs, urban planning, and architecture interested him especially. That said, few colleges nearby offered all those subjects. Some schools would open doors, while closing others, and he didn't know what would be open to him, especially if Helga bombed his history score on his upcoming transcript. Either way, he knew architecture schools sometimes requested portfolio submissions, and he wanted to be ready, just in case. Arnold heaved a sigh and let his gaze travel absently to the source of black metal he heard from above. It played from the loft at a volume that was too low for the teacher to care, but just loud enough to clash with the class playlist. Then paused as he recognized two guy friends of Helga's he never interacted with talking by the loft's ledge, their conversation muted by the din of their music. It was the twins. Arnold watched them, sitting on the fence with two choices. Wang. The first one was obvious. He could just ignore them, like usual. Then again, they were likely alone, as the loft was normally cramped with equipment and supplies, and they kept a small crowd, none of whom were present. And, unlike Phoebe, he had a feeling their lips weren't quite as sealed. And, he had to admit, the more distant Helga had grown, while meshing with her new alternative group of friends, the more he recognized how helpful it might be to talk to someone from that part of her life. Not that he trusted them, of course, or liked them, even though he couldn't put his finger on why exactly. It's not like they were the only guys at school who pulled pranks. Still, maybe he could get something useful out of them. And besides, how could he make things even worse? After all, it's not like Helga didn't already hate him. Restless, and before he could talk himself out of it, he was already making his way up the stairs, and crushed down the odd, intrusive observations that quipped from the back of his mind, that they were guys closer to Helga than he was, and at ease around her when he wasn't. Like that mattered. And yeah, of course they'd be, if they were friends of hers, so why are you still thinking about it? He shook the thoughts from his head as he made it to the top of the stairs. Osa lendas. Despite his resolve, when he came up to the landing to seek their help, he was overcome with a wave of embarrassment and stalled. When it became obvious that he hadn't come up there to get something but for them, the twins paused, eyes widening as they stared back. In that moment, their names finally sprung to mind, Ivan and Isaac. But as for who was who, he had no idea. And as the weird standoff tension grew painfully strong amidst the shrieking backdrop from their music, he hoped he wouldn't have to ask. He swallowed when they slowly grinned and leaned back in their chairs, crossing their arms in assessment. They eyed him with an amused interest that felt more focused than it should, like they already knew they had the upper hand, whatever his reason for being there. The twin with a black mop of hair arched a brow at him pointedly to speak. He knew there was a reason he didn't like these guys. Arnold cleared his throat and recovered, though he had mostly doubts that they'd be helpful at this point. Hey, you guys are friends with Helga, right? Their pierced eyebrows shot up. There was a pause. Then the twin with messy red-dyed hair poking out from their hoodie finally spoke. Yeah? Look, I wanna... Arnold stopped and started again, feeling stupid but going for it. We got paired up in history, and I was wondering if you guys have any idea how I can get her to work with me? He resisted glaring at their resultant chuckles and the look they shared with each other. Wow! The dark-haired twin shook his head and grinned. Is Mr. Let's Just Get Along himself really asking us how to get along? Arnold deadpanned. Right? Aren't you the kind of guy who can make friends with practically anyone? Well, the other twin shrugged and paused the music, which made it easier to concentrate. Present company excluded, obviously, and Frida, of course. Frida, he repeated despite himself, and hoped he didn't sound as irked as he felt. They smirked and chuckled again, showing teeth. What are you, mad? Thinking we're making fun of her? Freaking white knight. Arnold bristled. That was one of the things she'd called him, too. Rather than acknowledging it, he put his palms out and reined it back. And you're not, he challenged. Oh, we are, the dark-haired twin admitted cavalierly. But it's okay. We can call her that. Yeah, see, 'cause we're her friends. You'd get that if you were, too. And clearly you are not. Arnold controlled his breath, but was sure he'd lost the battle to keep his irritation off his face, which only seemed to entertain them more. Though he'd have just told her to ignore any comments like that in the past, he had a much lower tolerance for hearing anyone mock Helga's looks lately, even if she never heard them, or cared. He cared. Arnold paused a moment, going inward. That wasn't weird or anything, right? He frowned and averted his gaze. Oh, I was, he replied, quieter, more bitter than he'd have liked. When he looked back, the twins were sharing a disagreeing grimace, their black fingernails blurring when they replied with half-handed gestures. You were always glaring at her. See? And now you're doing it to us. Is it any shock that we're not friends? I'm not. He threw his hands out with an incredulous scoff, his forehead furrowing. I'm not glaring. I'm serious. The twin with the mop of dark hair sucked his cheek dubiously and flashed a barbell tongue piercing, pulling the end thoughtfully between his teeth, then shrugged. If you say so. Ugh, couldn't he keep that thing inside his mouth? The other twin shrugged as well, but kept shaking his head. I don't. I think you look like you're pissed at her, like, all the time. Arnold heaved an exhale. Well, yeah, he granted in exasperation. Lately, she's been… No, I mean like, all the time. He started, taken off guard by the twins' shift. They'd insisted on the point without a trace of airs or amusement. Well, okay, maybe not. Like, literally all the time. He amended under his breath, pushing his messy dyed hair back into his hoodie. But like, honestly, that's always been your default, dude. I mean, as long as we've been here. There was something about the way the other twin paused and nodded that closed his throat in any protest he may have voiced. Arnold's arms dropped, dumbstruck. He didn't even know what to say. It was one thing to be mocked on top of everything else, but to be told something like that, and in a way he had a hard time dismissing as bullshit, even when it came from one of them. Still, though, sure, before all this, and even before the fight at the cabin, Helga could drive him up the wall like no one else, but the very thought that he'd been giving her looks like that for so long, without even realizing it, didn't even make sense. Then again, who'd even call him out on it? Gerald? Since when was he ever surprised that Helga had ticked him off? But it definitely wasn't most of the time, since she'd eased off so much since junior high, so why would he have been looking at her like that? So, yeah. The twin with the hoodie shrugged before the corners of his lips pricked up in a crooked grin. Maybe if you want someone to work with you, you should take that stick out of your ass. Arnold frowned. And maybe don't act like you're always so right all the time, his twin added with nonchalance, leaning back in his chair with his hands laced behind his head. No, I don't, he ejected his retort. It was automatic. I don't do that. The twin foe gasped and turned to the other, who gaped with fake disbelief in return. Oh look, we must be wrong and he's right again. Do you want to tell us how to fix all our problems too? Arnold rolled his eyes and scowled as his reply came off the cuff. Is that what she's still mad about? The twins paused, oddly quiet. What do you think? He hesitated in a moment of self-debate, as he considered just how far he was willing to go down that road with his present company. What do you know? He fished, guard up. Isn't how she feels obvious. The twins looked at each other, something passing between them that was detestably irritating to watch. Like an old joke they shared among themselves that involved knowledge that was clearly relevant, but that he knew they wouldn't care to explain. Not a lot, came the evasive, drained reply. But enough. There was a wall in him that Arnold knew better than to let down, but it was already brimming over, and he let it blow out with exasperation. I said I was sorry, he said, throwing his hands out. I don't know. I've tried apologizing, and it just doesn't seem to work. Well, I don't know. The dark-haired twin replied mildly, with a mocking lift to his features. Have you tried being better at it? Arnold shot a dirty look across the room and pushed a sigh through his nose for patience, though in truth, it wasn't just for their jab. I don't know what she wants. He lingered there for a moment before sliding his gaze back to the twins, and did a double take. Christ, it was unsettling, the way they bored those dark eyes of theirs right into him. How long had they been looking at him like that anyway? He flushed with frustration when the moment hung, and their stares didn't relent. And staring at him like, what? Like he was clueless or something? Clueless about what? What the hell do they know that I don't? Do they even know anything? Christ, what do you want to bet they don't even know anything? And they've just been messing around this whole time. Assholes. Well, she does what she wants, the dark-haired one said with emphasis, letting up at last, then frowned. I guess so. He added under his breath. What does he mean? I guess so. Of course, she always does what she wants. It was one of the most insufferable things about her. Arnold crossed his arms, shaking his head in a moment of scorn for the lot of them. And, when he turned back, he gave them a hard, proper look of his own, and didn't even care that he compared himself to them while he did so. However petty, they were clearly night owls. Underslept eyes shadowed enough to look bruised, but wily and alert. Unlike him, they were the furthest thing from athletic, but were long-limbed, and carried themselves with a sly ease that always rubbed him the wrong way, smiling too easily, and in a manner others might find funny, but he could never trust. Pranksters, saboteurs, and bad influences. No wonder someone like Helga would like them. No doubt about that. Arnold muttered with disdain. And a question he kept pushing away prickled once again at the edge of his mind's periphery as he returned to look at them. Who was she thinking about when he overheard her through her closet door? And another unwanted thought encroached that was beneath him, that he didn't want to think about, and shouldn't have even cared to think about. So, was it one of them? So, no real advice, and just giving me crap. Is that it? How well do you guys even know her anyway? I mean, he scoffed, casting his eye away from them as he ventured to spite himself. Are either of you guys close? It was a question that made him cringe the instant he asked, with that weird flop in his stomach it caused. Why did he ask? But the second his eyes met theirs, he paled, and wished like nothing else that he could take it back. Their demeanor had completely shifted, leaning forward in their seats with a keen interest he knew was at his complete and utter expense. Fuck. Why do you ask? The dark-haired twin probed, eyes alight in a way that made Arnold want to hide. You wondering if we're into her or something? And why would you care? Asked the other twin, coming in just as strong. Arnold stumbled on a sputtered retort, but the twin in the hoodie shrugged indifferently and cut him off before he could correct their presumption. Well, you don't have to worry about me. I like cock and balls. Arnold's eyes widened, nonplussed, and just as he caught himself staring at the other twin on autopilot, like he was waiting for his answer. Because, crap, that was rude. The dark-haired twin tossed his shoulder and dismissed the unintended pressure with a hand wave. I hate everyone. That's cool, Arnold replied, with a slow, processing nod, feeling too wrong-footed to even deny he'd been worried about them liking Helga in the first place. Because of course he didn't. Right. After a moment, the twin with the dark mop of hair sighed, parting his hands like a compromise. Look, if I was going to give you any more advice, he began, measuring his words, then I'd say, she's never going to talk to you if she can help it. Arnold frowned incredulously. How is that advice? His question awarded him a long, pointed look before they unpaused their black metal, swiveled away in their chairs and ignored him. And Arnold, on his awkward return to his art station, began slotting the pieces together and looked at the overcast day out the window in a moment of realization. If she'd never talk to him if she could help it, then he'd have to find a way where she couldn't. Of course. How the hell was he gonna do that? Arnold face-palmed in the bathroom stall. Of course. All the first scenarios he considered on how to set up a situation where she couldn't refuse to talk were contaminated by his fucking dick. He let his mind wander through his ideas again, in the brief post-nut clarity that was afforded to him, most of which were also, quite honestly, bad. But the most rejected thought was one he'd managed to keep down, since his whole issue with her even started. He tried not to think about how the concept of kissing her made him feel, or how the even filthiest thoughts he had were more welcome than that, and shoved that down too. It's okay. You're just obsessed. It was moments like this he wished he could ask for help. He could do what? Lock her in a room with him? Broom closet? And how could he stop her from leaving? Would he hide the key? And what if he wound up being just as trapped as her? The very idea of being trapped with her was heart-racing and mortifying. And for once, he wasn't even worried about what she might do to him. He reeled from the self-questioning and judgment that came with that insight. I mean, come on. Do I really think I wouldn't be able to keep my hands to myself, even if she got right in my face? Or got physical with me? No, of course not. How could he even ask that? There was no chance. He could never. But Arnold dropped his head in his hands with a suppressed groan. But the truth was, he still didn't trust himself to not do something stupid if he were with her in private. He didn't know what, exactly. But damn it, he didn't know what to make of that. And he hadn't done a great job of earning his own trust in himself lately either. No. If he was going to force her hand, it needed to be in a more public setting, and one where either one of them could get away from each other, if need be. But how? He didn't even try to hide his stare toward her in the cafeteria later. Didn't care if others noticed, particularly when Gerald and Phoebe already knew what a nightmare she was being. Though, the look his ex, Candace, shot him as she passed by wasn't quite expected, giving him a moment's pause before shrugging her off and resuming his watch. And, to his complete surprise, an opportunity presented itself. Helga, after pulling belongings out of her bag to look for something, rushed to stuff everything back in, dropped a book without realizing it, and left, and no one noticed. Except him. Pushing against the current of bodies leaving the cafeteria, he went over to the table, bent surreptitiously, and swiped it off the floor. And sitho. It was immediately clear that it wasn't a textbook, or even a notebook. It was, unmistakably, a journal, bound in black leather and wrapped shut with a thick pink thread to match its trim. Its seal was tied off in a loop that hung a small trinket at its end. Like a locket. Arnold swallowed shakily as he watched himself stuff the journal into his bag, heart hammering in his chest. Yeah, she definitely noticed this was gone. Chapter 9. You want this back? The leverage Helga's journal lent him didn't make it any lighter as he held it in his hands. A tomb of secret thoughts that he wasn't allowed to know or touch, much less open. If anything, the burden of its weight sank his body deeper into the mattress, leaning over his crossed legs while feeling its leather covers. Surfaces her hands had touched, now pliable and warmed by his, and wrapped shut. And it'd stay that way, of course. He wasn't that kind of guy. So why is it in bed with you? Came the thought, followed by a brief pause. Shut up! Still, his guilt trailed behind the trembling rush he felt regardless. This advantage he had over a girl who tormented him more than she even knew, a power that was rich and tantalizingly dark, and still would have been, if he'd merely taken the journal on accident. But Arnold hadn't. He'd stolen it. When he closed his eyes, it was like he was back in the darkness of her closet, on the forbidden edge of an intoxicating world of deep, personal privacy that tempted violation. Not that he needed to, in order for this to work, and not that he ever could do something like that anyway, he assured himself. Hypocrite! Arnold scowled and stuck the journal onto his shelf. He'd stuff it back in his school bag later. Leaning back and smoothing his hand down his stomach, in yet another moment of shameful indulgence, He unzipped and freed himself. God! His hard-on when he finally found himself alone in his room with her journal was no surprise. But when he felt himself, he was already wet, just from the rush of it all. Jesus! He closed his eyes and cringed into his pillow from the observation, focusing on the movement from his hand instead. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself staring at the pink spine of her journal anyway. He bit his lip, pumping faster, then let out a breathy gust of derision. Come on! How could he jerk off to a book? Don't answer that. Grabbing her journal and rolling over his bed with an aggravated scoff, Arnold kicked his jeans off and walked toward his desk, tugged the top drawer open, spotted his sketchbook, and paused. Staring absently at its cover, he remembered the look he caught of her from behind during their last swim unit, when she was stepping out of the pool. Thankfully, a stack of towels was right by its edge by the time he finally came out of the water. His cock twitched. That image morphed to the flustered expression on her face when she made their first, full, accidental eye contact in months. His memory then curved down the length of her silhouetted figure as her towel fell open in her hallway. Arnold recoiled when he realized his free hand hadn't returned to his shaft, but had inched toward his neglected sketchbook instead. No, you're not drawing her. Nope. He slapped her journal over it and snapped the drawer shut. But despite the tug he felt to get away and return to his bed, he stalled. Afuna, breath pitched and uneven, he slowly pressed a hand to the surface of his desk, above where her journal would be inside, and jerked off his cock with the other, as he fought the temptation to tear the drawer back open and just read it. And, despite himself, came to his memories of her, and to the fact that if he changed his mind, he just could. I don't think we're a match. His ex's words when she broke up with him months ago repeated in his mind as he waited for his moment in the cafeteria, feeling the leather of Helga's hidden journal as he palmed it inside his bag. He tuned everyone out while he watched her. Except Candace, that was. When she approached, hand to her hip, he sensed her stare at him on his periphery, then at Helga after following his line of sight, and then back to him again. She crossed her arms. You figure it out yet? Arnold frowned at his ex with perplexed annoyance as she eye-rolled and turned on her heel, not even waiting for a reply. The hell did that mean? He scoffed, shaking his head, then started, catching Helga's gaze flickering back between him and Candace as she walked off. Flinching at the realization she'd been caught, she sulked and looked away. So, odd. After avoiding him for months, he didn't know why she'd be looking his way in the first place. Nevertheless, he knew an opening when he saw it. Swallowing his nerves back, Arnold dumped his lunch tray and tread across the cafeteria. He ignored the scattered glances and pointed looks from the twins as he approached her table. Though good at putting on a detached front when she wanted, he couldn't miss the signs that said otherwise. Helga was unmistakably troubled and frayed around the edges. He dismissed the pang in his sternum at the sight and waited. The moment dragged until she finally lifted her thinning, dark-ringed eyes to his. They blew wide as he pulled the edge of her pink-trimmed journal out of his bag. Arnold stuffed it back in, indicating with a light head tilt for Helga to follow him. Knowing her, even with her recent frostiness toward him, she might have caused a scene if he'd taken anything else. Instead, face pallid and frozen, she rose stiffly from her seat and followed him wordlessly as he slowly led them to an empty corner across the cafeteria. He didn't even have to say a thing. Out of the mix of his clashing feelings, he let a kind of ugly self-satisfaction take precedence. How was this for an approach? And he'd covered his bases, so to speak. Loose jeans, long shirt and flannel, his shoulder-strapped bag hovering casually over his front, and he'd even drained himself at the start of lunch before heading to the cafeteria. He'd considered also using an ice pack, but found they were really better when he was sitting down. That said, looking back at her, he didn't think he'd have needed one anyway. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't find her stunning. He even liked the way she wore exhaustion, the extra dark circles lending a kind of smokiness to her smoldering baby blues, a spent look that made him stir below the belt. and the prospect of confronting her with the upper hand, despite his inner conflict, had been hot. But the look on her face, her poorly concealed, anxious dread as she waited, the tremble in her hands as she crossed her arms low, over her stomach, trying to hold it together but nearly hugging herself. Whatever he'd lost by stealing her journal and using it against her like this, witnessing her fear stole it right back. It even stole his anger along with it, his sense of grounding. And shit, that didn't make this easier. He clenched his core, his legs to steady himself as he wavered, and, sweating under his flannel like he'd stepped under a spotlight, he took the journal out again, but kept a firm grip on it as he met her stare head-on. Helga's eyes flickered from his to its cover, back and forth, looking stony and nauseous. Shit. He couldn't believe himself, for the moments when he'd felt good about his position over her. Swallowing warily, Arnold gathered himself and sterned his focus, questioning distantly why she hadn't made a move to try and grab it. "You want this back?" he asked, tapping the air with her journal out of reach. "Then you're gonna need to hear me out first." Her shuddered breath reminded him to steady his own, bracing himself through the sight. Geez, he'd never seen her like this. "I know you don't care if I say it," he started, "but I mean it. I am sorry. I'm sorry, and not just for the stuff I said back at the cabin." And he meant it. He cringed at the memory of him and Gerald dismissing how bad it was, as her expression faltered between utter nervousness and confused incredulity. God, when did he start thinking what he said hadn't been a big deal? He'd felt like an asshole for months, even before he came like a creep in her closet. "I'm sorry you were stuck with us after, and that I apologized to you in front of everyone. That should have been private." He stalled as her face went eerily guarded and still, despite the practical screaming of her body language. Feeling suddenly directionless, he heaved a sigh and let his words conjure on the spot. I've been realizing lately that, honestly, there's a lot of stuff between us that really goes back, that I thought I'd let go of, but I guess I've still been mad about. It wasn't untrue. He did believe the twins, and she had always bugged him. He didn't know when he started glaring at her without even realizing it, or over what exactly, but he could only imagine what it was like to get looked at that way all the time, and from someone who claimed to be apologetic. But damn it, he'd rehearsed this. Why was he saying this stuff? Nevertheless, whatever was going on with her, she was just letting him talk. And, damn, it had been a while, and it wasn't fair for me to say I was sorry then, when I've had this chip on my shoulder while acting like I was taking the high road. The longer he spoke, the more her stare focused with watchful intent. Wary but penetrative, unnerving. It made him feel ever more on the spot, and he didn't know what to make of it. "Oh, anyway, I hope you can accept my apology, and, even if you can't, that you'd reconsider working with me on our history project." Her unibrow rose incrementally, eyes widening as she shifted. "College is right around the corner, and even if your grades can take a hit, mine really can't, if I'm going to be able to get into a good school nearby, so I can stay here for my grandparents." Arnold trailed off. For the first time since he revealed he had her journal, Helga looked away. Biting her lip as she stared through the wall, she nodded her head subtly, eyes thinned to slivers. He pushed through the sensations folding up his gut as he watched her regardless. "So, I was thinking there's a way we could still do the project, but keep apart for most of it. I can even take on more than my share, if that'd make it easier. It's due in a little over a week now, and you didn't read my journal at all, did you?" she said, more like a statement than a question, and cast him a cutting look. "No." He paused. Of course not," he replied truthfully. "I'm not that kind of guy. Barely. I saw you drop it at lunch yesterday. So, you took your opportunity, huh?" His stomach dropped as Helga shook her head and scoffed. "And it took you months to say all that? Good timing to be laying it on so thick, ain't it?" she countered with bitter cynicism, recrossing her arms as she averted her gaze, voice lowering. You'd really say anything for a grade. He felt his face grow hot in a tangled rush. That's not... You don't mean a goddamn word. Helga, that's... Why do you still have my journal? I heard your little spiel. Now give it the fuck back. Arnold exhaled deliberately, jaw set. Not yet. Helga rolled her eyes with disdain, but still wouldn't look at him. Wow. Nothing like a little blackmail to really sell your sorries. You didn't give me a choice. He snapped despite himself, and lowered his volume to a harsh whisper yell to draw less attention. You think this is blackmail? You're the one practically forcing me to beg. He hadn't even meant to raise his voice, but God, she had no idea what she did to him, without even trying. And when she did try, Jesus, the soft feelings that encroached earlier were displaced by an ire that flustered all the way to his ears. And of course she didn't care, ignoring him completely as she took a long, drawn breath with narrowing self-control. Oh, you thought... Give. My journal. Back. Not yet. Arnold met her glare with his own, and didn't give an inch. God! He shook his head. Damn it, what's it gonna take, Helga? You want me to do your homework? Chores? My money? She let out a derisive snort. You couldn't buy me, Shortman. She was right. Hell, he knew that. And, he figured, no one could. It was something that had been true about her for a long time. It didn't matter how many years it had been. Underneath it all, there was always something about a person who would betray their parents and turn down a chance to get rich, just for the sake of others. And, honestly, that backdrop of good character heartened as much as it frustrated and confused him. How could someone who's like that deep down be so fucking... So, you're just pushing me into a corner for no reason, huh? You don't want anything at all? I want my fucking journal back, asshole. Arnold pulled a face. Being called that sounded so vile coming from her, and he couldn't believe how much he missed her old nicknames that used to irritate him instead. Look, what I said, I crossed a line, all right? He gestured his point. I did, but God, Helga, come on. You're hardly a saint, and you said some pretty awful things to me and Candace too. And unprovoked. Unprovoked, huh? That's rich. Arnold slowly shook his head. God, she was just impossible. Typical Helga, never looking at her side in things. He preferred de-escalating conflict and trying to get along with others, even with her. But right now, damn it, he didn't want to. So punishing me is its own reward, huh? That is so... God, that's so fucking selfish of you, Helga. He let loose, throwing his hands out. It's petty and vindictive and unfair. Who else does this? Even you didn't used to pull this shit. She scoffed and averted her gaze with a look that was frustratingly harder to parse. Oh, you'd know if I was trying to punish you. Arnold's shoulders rose with the death of his patience and flushed with mounting scorn, eyes glowering wide. Then what the hell is the point, Helga? He gestured from how maddening she was. Insufferable. What are you getting out of this? I mean, Christ. You can still be mad, but you're acting like I killed your fucking lizard or something. Why can't we just get past this? At least enough to do an assignment together. She kept the hardness in her face, but her eyes went distant, unreadable, and it only fueled his frustration. You see, this is crazy, and it's not like that was the first time we'd ever fought, and this sure isn't the first time you've hated me. But we'd always managed to work something out, right? Why cut off your nose to spite your face? Arnold shook his head with disdain and brandished her journal. So, am I an asshole for taking your journal to make you talk? Yeah, but I'm running out of rope here, Helga. So no, you aren't giving me a choice. And unlike you, I actually need to keep my grades up. Not everyone has a dad that owns a company to fall back on. Excuse me? Helga broke her impassive front, advancing in a combative stance. His brow furrowed as he stood his ground, a sneer on his lip when she jabbed him in the chest. You have no idea what my plans are once I'm out of this prison, bucko. She spat, snapping a gesture at their school surroundings. Or how I'm gonna pull them off. So you can miss me with that silver spoon in your mouth shit. I'm not Rhonda, for Christ's sakes. Arnold returned her snarling heat with an emphatic scowl. Well then, maybe you'd be better off putting your differences aside and… Oh, here comes the advice. Helga threw out her hands, taking a step back. And you just love giving it to me, don't you? And why? 'Cause you think I need it so much. The end of her delivery darkened in such a way that he went quiet. All traces of icy aloofness or anxiety gone. Helga gesticulated her rant with a caustic, animated sarcasm that burned. And Arnold, despite his anger and no shortage of words earlier, stood down and let it. He had no defense. Sure, hit it, Doc. I'd love for you to diagnose what's wrong with me again, and explain to me just how much of a personality adjustment I need in order to stop sabotaging myself and not be such a torture to be around. I'm sorry, he thought, for the truth in that, an area he should never have shone a light on, and particularly in the way he had, a devil in the details that was so much harder to own when she reframed their last argument like this. I said I was sorry, but god damn it, Helga, even I have limits. You drove me up the fucking wall. Or better yet, why don't you throw in some more examples of how intolerable other people find me? We can even drag in our best friends to make a crowd. After all, you knocked it out of the park last time. What's another home run? He stared, breath shallow in his tightened chest. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. But God, why can't you listen to me? Why won't you? But, like I've said before, I already know what you think. After all this time, you actually, seriously think that? You have no goddamn clue what I really think of you? And I know that all you really want from me is a load off your conscience and a fucking grade. Arnold's chest swelled with a furious indignation that scorched an unthinking reply he'd actually shout if he wasn't rendered so speechless. I want so much more than that. His lungs sputtered. What? She grabbed for the journal. Arnold's hand held an unmeant vice grip on its spine when she tried jerking it away. He hadn't even tried to resist. His head spun. Ina… A gasp jumped from his throat as she shoved the journal into his chest, and him into the wall, pinned to the corner. He looked up, but her eyes were downcast, refusing to look at him, even with the added inches to her height. But her voice was direct, and only for him. Quiet, intense, and shaken, he assumed, from anger. I don't have to justify shit, she declared in the shadow she cast over him. I am never working with you, and there is not a single thing you can do or offer or threaten that's going to change that. And don't you ever… She growled and shoved him again so hard it knocked the air from his chest. Touch my stuff again. Helga tore the journal from his weakened grip. Her face ducked away in a foul grimace as she stormed off, leaving Arnold breathless and sagging in the corner. Chapter 10. Screaming tonight. Arnold swallowed and caught his breath. His thoughts, sluggish and dull, barely registered anything past the sight of her stalking out the cafeteria and the soft, lingering scent of her shampoo, something like cola or vanilla coconut. A dim observation followed in the stunned wake of his failed encounter. God, she smells so good. Well, you already know that, came a lowly mental retort that flashed him back to the far more intimate waft he caught after escaping her closet. Holy shit, shut up! He took a few deliberate breaths. It was definitely a good thing his bag was already hovering over his front. He couldn't think clearly. Not just before she'd even gotten so close, but before she'd knocked the wind out of him. When he'd… Shut up! Gathering whatever bearings he could, Arnold re-shouldered his bag. Ignoring the jeering looks he earned, and Gerald's commiserating headshake, he left the cafeteria too, letting his absent working legs lead him to math class early. He barely heard a thing the whole lesson, unfocused, even on his own thoughts. Especially his own thoughts. I want so much more than… No. Nope. The teacher tapped her fingernails on the dry erase board to emphasize a point she'd made, scanning her gaze across the class. It went in one ear and out the other. I want so much. Nope. I don't, actually, he asserted, shaking his head as he looked through the equations on the board. Of course I don't. I'm just horny. But you weren't horny when you... That was just the obsession talking. And it's not like I'd want anything to actually happen. Of course not, he affirmed, keeping his breath measured. Right. Doing a double take when he noticed his hands had clenched into fists, he broke them open, flexing the tension from his fingers. Oh, and why would he anyway? He questioned, as harder feelings rose in his chest. She hates you, and is just awful, impossible. Summed, cruel, vindictive, small-minded, nasty, bad-tempered, petty. God, was she petty? Arnold's lip curled. She doesn't even have a good reason to screw me like this. She's never gone this far. Christ, maybe he'd been wrong, and she hadn't been getting better over the years. Maybe all this time, she was only getting worse. Before, her worst had merely been difficult, combative, and taking all the fun parts of a project for herself and lording over him, or forcing him to bribe her for a shred of compliance. But nothing like this. And speaking of force, Arnold scowled. He should have just gone with his last resort and not given her the journal back until after she'd finished the project with him. Now he was back where he started, and with nothing to show for it. He scoffed lightly as he ruminated over his reasoning, how he'd backtracked, hoping he wouldn't have to threaten her like that, and how could his apologies sound sincere if he had? And God, when he saw her looking like that, in the moment, he'd forgotten everything he'd rehearsed. He frowned and face-palmed. Why didn't he just threaten her anyway, when she hadn't given him any other choice? That was really stupid, Arnold. He played that tape forward in his head, rubbed his temples and sighed, even feeling beyond frustrated, incensed. He couldn't deny a truth he'd intuited before he'd confronted her. If he'd gone down the path of extorting her cooperation, she'd have been forced to work with a guy she detested, while being horrified that he'd actually read her journal. And that would have been a terrible thing to put her through. And not only that, yeah, she hated him now, but if he'd gone the hard way, she'd hate him forever. Angry as he was, he couldn't stand the thought. God, though, his gaze lifted back to the board, eyes narrowing. The fact that she'd be this ridiculous, go this far just to spite him, and for her to frost him out, even after telling her his situation, how he needed a decent class grade to help him get into a good school nearby, so he could be there for his aging grandparents. The only family he ever really had. He thought she'd at least get that. At least be decent enough to change her mind. She knew what that was like, to have family but something huge just missing, and how it felt to just live with that. How all he had was them, and after them, he'd... Arnold barely registered the sting in his palms when his hands balled into fists. God damn it, Helga! Brooding into his neglected textbook for the rest of class, it tore him up. How she could have sounded so sweet when he overheard her from her closet, or how vulnerable and struck she looked when he brandished her journal. The very fact that those traits were a part of her, but all she gave him was her worst, smoldered his guts all the way to the final bell. And when he left school that afternoon, he was fuming. Arnold brushed his grandparents and the boarders off when he got back home, stalking straight up the stairs to his attic bedroom, while his mind raced down multiple tracks. How he could have done things differently, taken that power back, particularly when she pushed him into that wall and got close. Fuck. He unzipped harshly, hand already on himself when the door shut, and turned around to brace his arm against its frame, eyes closed in a stormy grimace, imagination running rampant, pressing her up against that wall instead, the cafeteria fading behind them. Hand fisting in her hair, he wrenched up her skirt as he glared her in the eye and fucked her, trapped her wrist to his chest and pounded her so hard she tossed her head back and begged. But she knew the price. If she's good, he'll even let her come. Make her. Arnold came himself, his groan deep and unrecognizably rough. He panted, catching his breath against the door. Unease raced his heartbeat, eyes widening. He'd never had such a forceful fantasy before. Somewhere in the trove of illicit knowledge he'd amassed over the years came a term he'd heard but never thought to apply in real life or in fantasy. Hate fuck. He swallowed. The concept definitely didn't elude him now, or its appeal. But still, even then, no, that's not like him. He could never do that to anyone. Arnold walked distractedly toward his bed as he cleaned himself up, brows knit. And besides, it's not like he actually hated her. He rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he didn't need to. He figured, like his obsession, the fantasy didn't really mean anything either. It was just his frustration with her. She'd somehow built this skill of being able to bring out the worst in him in ways others couldn't. For so long he'd been able to just turn the other cheek. But not all the time. Not anymore. It makes sense, right? It was just years of exasperation and abused patience, plus this current situation of his. Everything building up, and finally culminating in a resentment that just burned. It had just felt good to imagine getting one over on her, he told himself, and it just came out like that. So, of course he liked it. Arnold bit his lip to the part where she begged in his mind's eye and facepalmed. Come on, though. I mean, really. You shouldn't. And you shouldn't even know what her begging sounds like anyway, you creep, or keep jerking off to what you heard from her closet. No matter how hot or mad she makes you. Trembling with a wash of anxious anger he had no place for, and what felt like another questionable stain on his person, Arnold brought his math homework downstairs, then threw himself into boarding house repairs and a cold shower, keeping himself occupied and white-knuckled until bed. I didn't know Park was throwing an open mic tonight. Tucked under the 3 levels that made up the host's brownstone house was a sparsely used 2-car garage, decked out with grungy furniture, snacks, and booze. Rhonda and Curly, whose singing voice was actually quite good, were hogging the mic. An unmanned drum set in the corner caught his eye as they came down the stairs and idled through a mass of chatty partygoers. Why, were you going to throw down a beat? Bust out your old harmonica? Gerald ribbed, snagging 2 beers and offering him one with a teasing grin. Arnold, who only came because he was restless and in real need of distraction, took it with a light snort and eye-rolled. No, that bit the dust a while ago. I need to buy a new one. Arnold shook his head to himself. He didn't want to think of the last time he'd noticed it. Its rusted metal perched on the same bookshelf he'd placed Helga's journal before stuffing it in his desk. He popped his can open and downed a bit. Shit. It was way too easy to be reminded of her. Gerald's brows shot up in a look of surprised amusement, and Arnold shot him a look right back. What? Don't normally see you chug it back, brother. I didn't. Check your can. Arnold did a mild double take as they grabbed a few spots on a couch. There wasn't even half left. Weird. He was normally a slow drinker. How didn't he even notice? It wasn't long until the odd duo had finished their duet, and his can was empty. Nah, I don't want another. He waved his friend's hand away half-heartedly when offered more. Gerald snorted, unconvinced. Oh, I think you want another, buddy. Arnold shook his head, but took it anyway. I just got here. I don't want to get drunk. Right, 'cause then you might have a good time. Gerald countered with a knowing, crooked half-smile. Arnold pulled a face. The last time he'd really gotten drunk, he'd walked in on more stupidity, blood and hot wax than he could handle at once. Doing what? Watching Stinky tear off his other nipple? Gerald fell back against the couch and cackled. Arnold paused and watched the twins come out to change sets, hooking a guitar to an old amp and earning some hoots and hollers as they showed off, checking the drums. He frowned and looked away. You know that wasn't your fault, his friend eventually replied, pointing over the lid of his can. You ain't gotta be the babysitter at every party you go to, you know? Arnold gave a light scoff. Gerald returned it with a grin, pestering but disarmingly good-natured. Oh, what is it? What are you gonna say, huh? Somebody has to? Arnold scoffed again, louder, and cocked a brow at him. His best friend shrugged back reasonably and put his palms out, easing off. I'm just saying, man, it's not your circus. You could just relax. He stilled, his gaze going distant and inward despite himself, toward the things he hoped to avoid most. Oh, could he? Scanning across the crowd of people chilling and chattering throughout the garage, he hesitated. Then, after heaving a sigh of defeated self-debate, popped open his second beer, and, in one go, knocked back as much as he could. Gerald whistled and toasted their nearly emptied cans with a laugh. Well, all right. It was no time at all before he cracked his third beer open, and the twins broke the air with a stripped-down metal cover of something he recognized but couldn't put the name on, and soaked down a buzz. He'd seen them play before, with Sid and a few others fronting in turns. A kind of live karaoke where they'd let others come up and scream with their cacophonous backdrop. He absently wondered halfway down his can if they were gonna open up the mic this time. Sure enough, after their crowd pleaser, they did. To be fair, though, he didn't think anyone was expecting Eugene Horowitz of all people to step up. Ooze, ramping chants and laughter whooped across the garage, and he couldn't help cracking up with the rest. Eugene's face lit with a timeless, sweet smile, tossed a head nod to the twins, and said, Hi, everyone. Can I have your attention, please?" He cleared his throat and gathered his poise, building anticipation as the crowd grew quiet. The twins slowly rose their hands above their instruments in preparation as Eugene closed his eyes and took a clean, crisp inhale, and started with a mild speaking voice before his vocals exploded and the twins shredded their riffs. "I'm okay!" Excited shouts and belts of laughter erupted from the crowd, and Arnold, along with Gerald, lost his shit with the rest of them. He gasped to catch his breath, wiping his face clear as he sniffed and shook with hysteric tremors. Oh my God. It felt so good to laugh like that. Eugene, blushing but looking pleased with himself, took a flourishing bow and passed the mic back to the mop-haired twin, who'd cracked up with approving snickers and shot him a finger gun as he stepped away, and gave a nod to the crowd. "Who else feels like screaming tonight?" he asked with a staged deadpan. There was a pause before anyone else came up, and Arnold nearly choked on the start of his fourth beer when he spotted Helga come seemingly out of nowhere as she cut ahead to the mic. Chapter 11. A heart for you that makes me sick. Red-faced, and his beverage going down the wrong pipe, he couldn't have been more grateful for the whoops and clamor of the crowd, or she'd have surely heard his coughing fit. It didn't hurt that the ceiling light in their corner of the garage was broken, and they were obscured by a throng of people either. In a moment of sobering panic while Gerald smacked his back to clear his chest, he didn't think Helga could see him. Arnold sank as low as he could into the cushions anyway. God, come on, though. He sulked. Why did she have to come? Couldn't he catch a fucking break? His breath picked up as his feelings flared to anger, breaking him out in a sweat. Or maybe it was just hot in here. All the bodies. Anyway, the sensation irked him further, particularly since he'd been feeling so good before she arrived. Now tonight was just another thing of his that she ruined. He had half a mind to go up to the mic himself. Gerald asked a question that didn't quite reach him, like if he was okay or something, and the air howled with shredded riffs and the low rumble of death growling into the mic. Helga, growling. A gravely sound that steadily grew in volume and intensified into a full-blown metal scream that had him pressing back against the couch and crunching his aluminum can as its force reverberated through him. Whoa! Partially blocking his view of her, the initial reactions from the other partygoers were shocked. I didn't know she could. And, holy shit, hitting his ears, but was quickly overcome with excitement. What he could see of Helga's face contorted in a howl, and the crowd hollered and whooped back as she belted out screaming lyrics no one could decipher, but blew the room apart nonetheless. His heart pounded in his chest from the unexpected display of wild, emotive power she projected, unstoppable and raw, that wouldn't let a single person leave without knowing what always brewed inside her. Arnold took a shaky, irritable sip from his fourth beer. Oh, he didn't need reminding. Damn, Gerald drawled, impressed. Girl can really scream, can't she? I mean, no shocker there, but damn. Yeah, Arnold replied on automatic, but his eyes widened as his mind went on a filthy detour and had to adjust his pants. Fuck, he thought in exasperation, and clenched his leg muscles to redirect blood flow so hard they cramped. Come on! When she'd finished tearing through the mic and the music stopped, the crowd shouted back with howls and applause. She waved, but didn't let it go. I'm bowing out with a poem, came her dry announcement, and the dim off-mic sound of her speaking to the twins as she turned around. Arnold leaned to the side and caught a glimpse of the dark-haired, mop-headed twin nodding back. A few moments later, an atmospherically low ambient swell of electric guitar brought the volume of the room down to a dull, idle chatter, punctuated with hoots and whistles. The other twin joined shortly after with a quiet accompanying percussion. Arnold's head swam a bit, pulled in too many directions. From the blood coming back to his brain, from the music, the booze, his temper, and damn it, his curiosity. Whatever writing of Helga's she'd ever shared publicly, he'd liked, but it wasn't often. He knew through Phoebe, who was too busy to come, that there was much, much more she didn't attach her name to, and he'd always wondered why. And, as much as he couldn't stand her being there, or him staying, he couldn't resist the chance to hear it. Gerald idled on his phone beside him, but he might as well have been in another world. Hidden and obscured, Arnold listened intently, as much as he could on his fourth beer anyway, as she spoke in a lilting, melodic alto, her voice edged at times with a bite and exhaustion. I have a joke I'll share with you, and though I wish it weren't true, it's such a sad and sorry state, I'm sure if you appreciate, to live a lie and take its shape, for fear you'd let the truth escape, to guard a vigil with a fist, for a boy who doesn't notice it, but choices are for minds, not hearts. It's not mine to command, and when I'm in your presence, I just couldn't feel more damned. It suffocates to share your gaze. I won't feed it as it haunts, yet for what starves will never die. Oh no, it only wants the torch I've always held, you see, that you would never light for me. Don't need reminding, I'll pretend. And I will not do that again. And I will not do that again. The more I fight to set it free, the more it sinks its claws in me. A heart for you that makes me sick. A heart for you that makes me sick. Don't tease me with the hope you bring. Wings to delusion I would cling. I can't stand to slight myself again. What self-respect if not a plan? The flickers on the altar. I beg they burn you out of me. A shrine that never shows its face. Knows its purpose couldn't be. Spare me this battered convalescence. The years are long and overdue. Free in spirit and in essence. Grant me a heart that's through with you. Yet I find only the desperate prey. I find only the desperate prey. I'm in the writing on these walls, and I'll never tell you what they say. Some lazy, and applause filled the air as Helga passed the mic back to the twins, who began packing up so the event could move on to whoever was performing next. But he could already hear the incredulous speculation that peppered through the crowd before he caught her exit up the stairs and out of the garage. No way! Was that a love poem? Did she write that? Really? Helga Pataki? You gotta be kidding. Arnold, though relieved to see her gone, reeled as he shifted on the couch, his brow furrowed as he tried to slowly process what he'd heard. He was already forgetting some of it, save a few parts that burned in his mind for some reason. He was sure he'd gotten the gist, though. If the poem was about her, then she'd had feelings for a guy, for a long time, who didn't want her back, and it had eaten her up. And for how long? What did she say? Years? Wow. And she felt more than just heartache. He was sure of it, though his thoughts were mushing together a bit, and he couldn't pinpoint the rest. Honestly, it floored him that Helga, of all people, would share a poem like that. Even if it was negative. Arnold knocked a swig back and shook his head sourly as the thought of the other guy came to mind, and him not liking her back. How she'd suffered over him. Asshole. Wait, what? Really? Asshole. Did he just think that? Why? Still, even though it was like trying to push through molasses to make sense of it, the word repeated in his head with even more indignation and conviction. Yeah. Asshole. Arnold grimaced in confusion, So, why did he care? He didn't care. He didn't even know them. And what? Was the guy just supposed to like her back? Just to make her happy? Was that what he wanted? Arnold blinked and stared through his fourth beer, brows furrowing a crease up his forehead, as something heavy built up inside him so much it hurt his chest. His head. Fuck. He face-palmed and groaned. Gerald hummed back. Shit, I hear you, man. This poetry slam's just not my jam. He then paused and snorted. Huh. That rhymed. Arnold set his can on the chest in front of him, while knocking over the rest without meaning to. His mouth twisted in a hard frown, as he swam in some kind of ugly sensation that overwhelmed to the point where he couldn't just stay put. Yeah, I'm set. He slurred a bit as he got up with a lurch and swayed, really feeling the booze hit when he cast a look at his friend. Gerald tipped his can at him. Wanna bounce? Some stumbled flights of stairs and a haphazard piss break later, they stepped out onto the roof access. The night air was unseasonably warm for spring, but at least it was clear. They idled their way across the tar and gravel surface and sat down, leaning their backs against the ledge. Gerald popped another can, and Arnold noticed he didn't have another one for himself. Shit, he should really drink some water, or just douse himself with it at this point. Wash the sweat off, make him feel better. Who knows? He just didn't feel well. Hey, Arnold! Hey! What? Arnold stuttered, surprised by Gerald's shout. He didn't really hear him the first time. You all right, buddy? What? Oh, I'm fine. He hand-waved, looking away evasively. He did not want to talk about this, but his friend didn't relent. You sure don't look fine, Gerald replied, sipping his can. Well, I am fine. All right? Arnold snapped his hands out, staggered. I'm totally fucking fine. Whoa! Gerald reared back, looking him up and down. Man, normally you're a chill drunk. The hell's got you all riled up? Nothing. Arnold scowled, rubbing his face. It felt hot and words kept falling out of it, and he was starting to care less. Fuck it. Fuck this. He can say that, right? Yeah. Everyone already knows she's horrible. Gerald knows. Fuck. It's just fucking Helga. Helga? Oh, she's still busting your balls on that history thing? God, I wish she didn't come tonight. Arnold spat out and buried his face in his hands. It was just too fucking much. Fuck. He was so upset, and there were too many feelings. Other feelings that he... Ugh. Arnold's chest heaved with all of them, their force blowing his words out. Nobody drives me crazy like she does. There was silence, and he didn't think anything of it. Not until he eventually slid his hands down his face and looked at Gerald, who'd fixed him with an unwavering, odd look he couldn't place. Arnold's eyes thinned in question as he stared back to try and decipher it. But when he did, his jaw slacked with a kind of dawning, open horror. What followed was an escalating, non-verbal exchange as Gerald slowly stood while shaking his head, bug-eyed, and Arnold, without breaking eye contact, shook his head back and pressed against the ledge behind him like he could escape through it if he just willed his body hard enough. He watched, unable to even conjure a retort, as Gerald stopped, started again with wide, speechless gestures, and reeled with open-mouthed incredulity, throwing his hands out. Pataki? Arnold gulped. Twice! It's not like I actually like her or anything. Nobody. Gerald let off, finger pointed to the air in emphasis. Said you did. A beat passed. Good. Arnold slurred back, cemented to the spot, eyes wide. Because I don't. The world around him began to tilt and turn his stomach, but Arnold waited and watched, refusing to move a single muscle as he was awarded with a long pause. The whites of Gerald's eyes caught the ambient city light as he slowly wiped his mouth and nodded, breaking the silence with a low, tipsy chuckle that turned to a broken cackle. It carried as the moment dragged. Whatever you say, Arnold. Tipping his beer can at him and downing it, Gerald shook his head and blew out a long whistle on his way back to the roof access. The door had hardly shut by the time Arnold pulled away from the ledge, wobbled halfway to his feet, and vomited off the roof. "It's just school, Grandpa." Arnold had always more or less considered himself an approachable, easygoing kid who could share what was going on with him when he really needed it. And when his grandparents occasionally joked that when he hit his teen years those days would be over, he had every confidence that wouldn't be the case. But now, as close in heart to them as he ever was, even he could sense that rift. He was hungover, lightweight, grumbled his thoughts, in a foul mood, and distant when his grandpa remarked that he hadn't been himself lately. And he knew he wasn't fooling them, yet the added guilt Arnold felt when his grandpa respected his privacy anyway, and reminded him they were always there for him if he ever needed to talk, dug under his skin. Damn it, he thought, as he repaired the old, stuck door to the basement. And not for the first time. He didn't used to be like this. This was all Helga's fault. Everything was. He hadn't even jerked off to her that morning. Not at all. Just skipped all that for a cold shower, over-the-counter meds for his throbbing headache, breakfast, and now a list of neglected maintenance and repairs throughout the old boarding house. He chugged water to stave off his symptoms, but spent a miserable day pushing the aches away anyway, and the thoughts that threatened to encroach from last night. After oiling and unsticking more doors, deodorizing their smelly washing machine, and spray-covering ceiling stains, which took up the rest of his late-start morning, he gave up patching one of the cracked drywalls in his spare room to take a nap. He'd slept like crap that night. More dreams than usual, occupied by stress for his grandparents, college, and of course her blonde, unibrowed menace. Arnold thought back to the poem she'd shared last night, what he remembered of it. He didn't have any memory gaps, per se, and he didn't have the best auditory memory even when he was sober. But some of the lines just stuck. Even without being in the same position as her, there were parts he couldn't help but relate to. The more I fight to set it free, the more it sinks its claws in me. God, his obsession. I can't stand to slight myself again. What self-respect if not a plan? The scolding, shameful reprimands that made him swear so many times. It would be the last time the memories formed from her invaded privacy made him come. And yet, I'm in the writing on these walls, and I'll never tell you what they say. Christ! How even if Helga didn't hate him, he could never tell her any of it. And there was another line. How did it go? Something like, "Only desperate people pray?" Arnold face-palmed, brow pressing hard into his hand. He had. Despite his exhaustion, he struggled sleeping that night, and, reaching his hand down, finally gave in, even though he tried so hard to push her out of mind, let his orgasm belong to anyone but her for once. The fleeting, intrusive memories he had of her were enough to take him over the edge. God damn it. But at least it helped his sleep. Sant, but not his dreams. Chapter 12. Smash. Of course he woke up to Morningwood. It was common before, but it happened all the time now, ever since the incident. From the uncomfortable damp stain on his boxer briefs, he could tell he'd had a wet dream. But sure enough, there he was. Hard again anyway. God. Every fucking day. He took care of it as quickly as possible, tried focusing solely on the sensation. But in the end, what made him get off was the memory of her cries, when he overheard her getting off too. Arnold face-palmed for a while after, leaning over his knees. No, this obsession was out of hand. Push-ups, burpees, a cold shower, breakfast, homework, lunch, and chores occupied him all the way to mid-afternoon. And Arnold, though no longer hungover but still in a foul mood, ignored notifications from friends and poured himself into repairs again. He only had so many cracks left to patch before he went to tackle the next wall, which had sustained damage beyond repair by a tenant they unfortunately had to evict. And, with Mr. Potts visiting his infirm mother that weekend, and his grandpa holed up in the basement bathroom as usual, Arnold was left with a task he was more in the spirit to do than ever. Demo. The first track shuffled on his bebop playlist built in intensity until the jazz blared through his headphones. He He cut the length of a molding seam, pocketed his utility knife, and grabbed a crowbar. The music was boisterous, punchy, well suited for this kind of work, distractedly rough, and selected for that very reason. He wanted the noise to drown him out, but, despite the cacophony, as he hammered the claw of the crowbar between the wall and the floor molding to tear it off, she wound up snared on the line of his thoughts again anyway. Arnold scowled. It pissed him off so much that after being such a pain to deal with, and leaving him in such an unfair spot, that he had to sit there the other night and listen to Helga spout off some sad, sympathetic poem. And go figure she'd cast herself in that light. He scoffed. So sorry the guy you like doesn't like you back after all this time, Helga. He thought nastily, marking the spots on the wall with a wire tracer, so he wouldn't mess up the electrical, which, unlike his grandpa last time they demoed, had forgotten to turn off and nearly started a fire. He slid the tracer across the floor, put on a pair of safety glasses, and grabbed a hammer. Arnold braced his weight, swung back, and smashed its head through the wall. Now, have you ever maybe wondered why he never liked you back? Smash. Do you think that's a total mystery? Smash. Are you actually surprised? Smash. Maybe most people somehow manage to miss the fact that you're so gorgeous. Smash. But they sure as shit don't miss what a fucking heel you are. Smash. Let alone how your walls are always thrown up. Smash. You're selfish. Smash. Mean-spirited. Smash. Insufferable. Smash. And I'd give anything to not feel like... Smash. 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 Arnold panted against the busted wall, dusted in particles, and stopped, the percussive chaos in his ears fading to dissonance. He looked through the messy floor and sighed. She has to know. She has to know she's difficult. She knows that. Or at least knows other people can absolutely find her. In a fleeting moment that crunched his stomach, he thought back to the smothered, sobbing sounds she made while she came that last time, and entertained a thought that made him sick. He knew through some of the guys that their girlfriends sometimes cried during sex, just overwhelmed, being the most common explanation he'd heard. But in those cases, it was because it was so good. He figured much the same when he heard her make those sounds. But what if that's not why she made them? He closed his eyes, brows furrowing as he repeated the thought he had toward the guy on mic night, whoever he was, and ignored whether or not it was fair to think so. Twah, asshole. Arnold frowned and wondered if what he'd said at the cabin had made her feelings about the guy's disinterest in her even worse. He face-palmed. Asshole, he thought again, this time to himself. And come on, it's not like he was forced to listen to her poem. He shook his head, readied his hammer, and resumed his work along the length of the wall. Smash, smash, smash. Even if it were peanuts in the grand scheme of things, what he said couldn't have helped. Smash. Even so, he'd already taken the worst of it back. How it was wrong. Anger in the heat of the moment. Something he didn't mean. And damn it, smash. Arnold figured with his track record as a peacekeeper, mediator, and a sought-after source of advice by his peers, that he knew how to at least give a decent apology, or at least a decent enough one. And at this point, he'd given her a few. Smash. He steamed over it, just the same, resented her unforgiving, vindictive, unbearable nature, the tight spot she left him in, his obsession toward her. Smash. 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 And he wondered on an odious whim, if she could just learn to be happy for once, would she still act so miserably toward him? Smash. It occurred to him rather bluntly as he let the hammer drop, that her being happy would likely be in his best interest. Putting on a mask and reaching through the holes he'd put in the wall to pull down the rest by hand, he speculated about the unknown guy she had her heart set on, wondered if she could be happy, if she finally got over him. Or hell, what if the guy finally fell for her? Arnold slowed down. It was suddenly so much harder to breathe, and figured it was just the mask, or the pluming clouds of dust. But then, why did his chest hurt? Man, it really hurt. He shook it off, continuing his demo despite it. Maybe he just inhaled some debris before remembering to mask up. And tearing down whole sections of drywall with his hands, he felt the resistance through his gloves and had to grab his crowbar again to wrench down the stubborn areas. As the mess built up around him, his flannel and jeans covered in debris and frayed pieces of old insulation, he churned forward with his thoughts, scattering along the discordant notes of his music. Screwed on the assignment or not, or whether he'll get into a decent nearby school or not. At the very least, soon, he wouldn't have to worry about this crap anymore. Any of it. After graduating, most of his classmates would likely branch out and leave Hillwood behind, and he just wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. In fact, given she could likely get accepted anywhere, meant there was a good chance he wouldn't even see her again. Arnold froze. Nichisa. His arms hung from the edge of the hole he'd torn out like dead weight, boring a long 1,000-yard stare through the exposed framing. After graduation, he might not even see her again. It had been difficult to breathe before, but now it was like everything snapped still inside him, save his racing heart, though there were no words he could readily pin down to describe the feelings that swelled a pressure against the pain in his chest, making it even worse. He did know one thing, and he felt horrible. Held too long, his breath burst back with a lurch, leaving him panting as his hands dropped from the wall. Biting his lip in a frown, he swallowed, thickly, around a throat that felt oddly closed. The thought of it all, really just being over, and in only a few months, just crushed him. Why? Why does that idea hurt so much? He should feel relieved, glad to finally be rid of her and over this stupid obsession. But instead, the air in his lungs fell from him in a rush, eyes widening as he thought of Helga walking away at the end of the ceremony and out of his life, with her back just turned on him like that. His eyelids slid shut, achingly, as he imagined the only thing he could stand to do in that moment. Him, running out to grab her, spinning her around, pulling her to him, and, oh my God, his features roiled in a despairing grimace when the fantasy culminated with him cradling her jaw and crushing his lips to hers in a heart-pounding kiss. Oh my God, I like Helga. He swallowed, shaking his head. I really like her. I can't believe this. I like Helga Pataki. A lot, and in his mind the scene progressed, Helga running her hands up his graduation gown and into his hair, ripping off his hat and tassel as she kissed him back just as hard, twisting up that feeling even more. Fuck. He staggered to the other side of the room. Slowly tearing off his protective gear, he wiped his face, slid against the bit of wall that was left, and slumped to the floor. He put his head in his hands. Arnold sucked in a shaky breath to try and gather himself, but the air just felt sharp in his lungs. God damn it, he thought. A bewildered, flaring sensation swirling him up all at once, particularly when he closed his eyes and imagined that kiss still going. This can't be happening. How is this even possible? Oh, I can't believe I'm actually into Helga Pataki. And I can't believe how much I want her, he thought, gnawing his lip in a rush as that kiss built to a heady makeout, filling him with a yearning that constricted his chest and tightened his pants. I want her so fucking bad. And of course, his hands dropped, arms hanging over his knees in defeat. She wants absolutely nothing to do with me. He stared ahead, thoughts dulling a moment as too much sank in at once. She won't even work with me to save a grade, much less give a good reason. Arnold slowly shook his head. His eyes narrowed through a different kind of heat that burned him up all the way from his gut, of complete and utter frustration. And the kiss, in turn, grew more aggressive, intense in his mind, back in the cafeteria again, fucking her against the wall so hard she could hardly breathe, unable to do more than clench around him and whine. He roasted on the spot as he closed his eyes and indulged, letting himself just feel the way he strained and twitched in his jeans, that pent-up hunger building irresistibly amidst the peals of flailing sacks in his ears. He opened his eyes again in a heated 1,000-yard stare as he lowered his headphones and let them dangle around his neck. The song had just ended. Pulling out his phone to check the time, his eyes darkened at the title as it showed at the top of the screen. Siren Monin by Charles Mingus. Nostalgia in Times Square, 1993. Seems fitting, he thought, sucking his bottom lip as he thought of hers. Arnold balled his hands into fists. He took a steady inhale, the mounting force of it drawing deep in his chest, and held it, before letting it slowly release in a heavy, smoldering exhale, one filled with anger, heartache, resentment, and, more than anything, want. It was no time at all before the door snapped shut, and Arnold had stalked halfway up the stairs to his room, shaking his head. God, he'd tear that girl apart. Chapter 13. Rabbit Hole. Arnold hadn't even made it past the threshold when he'd unzipped himself, his cock already free, as he fell back against the door and slammed it shut. He stood there, head hung from his shoulders as he beat himself off, and, already losing his breath in a flushed haze, took out his phone with his other hand. He didn't even care anymore. Fuck it. He had to see her. So bad. Arnold misplaced his last few yearbooks, and Helga didn't have social media, or at least any accounts he knew of. But Phoebe did, and breaking one of the few rules he had left, Arnold scoured through her photos to hunt for any he could find Helga in. He released a hiss of heated satisfaction when he finally did. His first decent find was a candid, her hair tousled, the harsh light casting a shadow under her brow in a way that made her dark-rimmed eyes look smoky, had him nearly groaning through his bitten lip when he jerked himself off, at how hot she was, and at finally being able to just freely look at her. And though he'd had so many moments he'd craved her rarer, softer side, there was a tough edge to her that called to the part of him that still wanted to fight, that was still mad. And God, he imagined how she'd have looked when she pleasured herself, matching her features to the sounds he'd heard, that long, lithe body of hers on the bed, with her legs pulled back and her hands reaching down, rubbing her clit and thrusting that toy in and out of her as she moaned. Closing his eyes and cursing under his breath, he threw his head back, against all the pangs to decency he felt, to doing the right thing, and said fuck it to guilt, surrendering to a fantasy where he could fully own the ugly wants he also had, indulging the buried part of him that wished he could be back in her room at that moment, how badly he wished he couldn't just hear her again, but watch, the same part of him that burst out of her closet in his mind's eye and threw her back on the bed, smothered her embarrassed, outraged shock with a dominating kiss she at first resisted, yet eventually returned, fighting him back with one of her own, rough and demanding as she twisted under him. But he would not let her win. Every movement between them was sought for power, until he finally pinned her down, grabbing her toy, and, stunning her hot-cheeked and speechless, licked an obscene path across its soiled length with an open smirk at her mortified expense. The blush never left her face, and she still couldn't find any words to say until he'd pushed her down into the mattress and fucked her into a begging, sobbing mess. Good sobs. Fuck Helga. Arnold knew there was no way he could stop himself from coming when he imagined her coming undone, and came himself, grunting harshly through his teeth as he buckled against the door. Fuck. He'd only just caught his breath as he hung back on the frame to recover, but he was already shaking his head at himself. You know it'd never be like that. He wiped his hand down his jeans and stripped out of them, along with the rest of his work clothes. He staggered toward his bed with a kind of exhaustion that went well beyond a killer orgasm. Even if you didn't spring out of a closet after eavesdropping on her like a creep, she'd never take any kind of advance from you that well. And not just because she's such a spitfire. She hates your guts. Shit, though. He mused anyway, looking through his skylight as he laid out on the comforter. If she didn't, would she be the type to like it rough when she got mad? A beat passed, the hunter green of his eyes darkening as he looked through the glass. I can get her mad. He shook his head a moment later, shoving the thought to the back of his mind. You already have. Not helpful. And besides, it's not like you could be so rough to begin with. You're just not that kind of guy. And he had a point. understanding and considerate, and not without some shyness on his part. He'd always been the gentle type with the few girls he'd been involved with, though it came with a mounting frustration that definitely taxed him at this point. He'd fallen into the role of Mr. Let's Take It Slow, and seemed to attract nice girls. He'd always liked nice girls, who were comforted by his patience. Still, for a girl like Helga, Arnold shifted on the bed, closing his eyes as he bit his lip. Damn, he just came a few minutes ago, and she was already stirring him up. He caught himself and rolled his eyes. Oh, Christ, though. Come on. Honestly? Seriously? It's sick of you to want a girl this bad who hates you so much. And doesn't just hate you, but, Jesus, he face-palmed. You're actually falling for your old bully, for Christ's sake, and she's still making your life hell. And for the love of God, I can't understand why the hell I'm so crazy about her in the first place. There's no question that I want her, but I'm not so shallow that I'd only want her. Anyone, for Arnold frowned at the path of his unfinished thought, knowing full well where it would go, and went wide-eyed with realization. Rubbing his temples, he boggled at the fact that she'd not only taken his sanity, but if she wanted it, he'd absolutely let her take his virginity too. Oh, God, he couldn't believe he could just tell that about himself. But when he looked inside, deep down, he so would. And that was insane. What the fuck? What was wrong with him? That would be, he muttered slowly to himself, honestly horrible if that happened. If you gave yourself up for a girl like that, and you'd have to, what? Just watch her walk away after, like you don't matter? And of course she would. You're not the kind of guy who could just do that. Even if she didn't hate you, you're a romantic. And, God, it makes no sense, but he face-palmed. I actually really like her. A moment passed. Arnold turned on his side toward the wall, his face set in a crumpled scowl. This problem of his, all of it, brought to mind the people who'd come to him for advice, who'd found themselves in situations he thought were pretty ridiculous, but would help them all the same. It was with no small amount of bitter irony when he reflected on the fact that he couldn't seem to do the same for himself. Instead, he went down a rabbit hole he knew was a waste of his time, but couldn't resist all the same. What if she didn't hate him? Arnold crossed his arms and considered the bittersweet path of things if she didn't. Saino, what would that even look like? With an aching pit in his chest, he sulked into his pillow, admitting that he already knew. It was easy for people, as they often did, to pin Helga down to simply being, well, in their words, a bitch. And yeah, he'd agree there was some truth to that. Or at least she could be. And definitely was to him, he granted, feeling his indignation rising again. But he sighed. The truth was, as easy as it was to reduce her down to her worst at times, there was so much more to her than that. And he knew, he'd always known, underneath it all, that she really wasn't so bad. In fact, she could be pretty generous at times, though she usually played it up as an afterthought, or an inconvenience you owed her for. He sighed again. The memory of him uncovering her secret identity and working with her to save the neighborhood as kids surfacing as it often did, and what she'd given up, and even risked, no matter how she denied it. Sometimes, when you'd least expect it, she was selfless and just... No, Helga wasn't what you'd typically consider nice, even when she was civil. But there was more than just nice. Candace had been nice, and so many of the other people he'd dated, crushed on, or just gotten to know were too. But of the harder truths he'd learned over the years, one of them stuck out, particularly after his last ex. Just because someone's nice doesn't mean that they're kind, and, even if she didn't always act like it, particularly lately, deep down, Helga was. She was there for him on the docks one afternoon, when everyone else had stopped asking if he was all right after Abner died. He was a gift from his parents, one of the few connections he had to them, and it just hit harder than he'd ever expected. A few months later, he'd heard his parents' best friend, Eduardo, had slipped into a coma and died after a freak accident in San Lorenzo. And it had happened just a week before he got the chance to finally meet him, maybe learn more about his parents. Helga found him on a park bench and just stayed. Just let him be upset and quiet. And when he finally opened up, she listened. And those weren't the only times she'd been there for him. She'd done it since they were kids, and always when he'd least expect it. That summer out in Cape Cod, when he'd lost his old hat. Somewhere, underneath everything about her that made her so unpleasant and infuriating, she was a good person. She always had been. And he missed seeing that. He missed her so much. Arnold clenched his eyes shut, swallowing around the thickness in his throat, all the way down to the hollowness forming in his chest. Even the quips they shared back and forth, how they escalated over the years. He couldn't believe he'd just taken them for granted. Sure, she could be obnoxious, and there were times he got so swept up in their banter that all he wanted to do was shake her until she listened to reason, but he missed that too. And honestly, even though she'd always been rough around the edges, when she'd quit bullying him all the time, sometimes it was actually kind of fun having her as an adversary, a sort of friend, brilliant and creative, but with a chip on her shoulder, who kind of just got him in ways others didn't since they were just kids. And there were never really any other girls he could tease back like that, and holy shit, he actually said aloud to himself, eyes widening, I didn't even do that with my exes. Wow, how long had he liked her? Arnold shifted position, looking once again through his skylight. Thick clouds obscured the sky. His brow furrowed as he tried puzzling back, and hit a few blocks. Oh, when he shared his I love yous in the past, he'd meant them at the time. It was so easy to say you love someone when you're just a kid, and he'd stopped throwing that word around so freely. Or so he thought. It had been oddly easy, getting dumped by Candace in comparison to his other exes. Like something had worn down enough that eventually what they had just dissolved, their relationship meeting an unfortunate yet natural end. Still, it had definitely given him pause. A long one. Wasn't he so sure he loved her before? After that, he made a choice to really slow down and not be so hasty with that word. Looking back, he knew he definitely had feelings for Candace, but he wasn't sure he was ever really in love with her. Either way, as much as he'd like to say he'd only started having feelings for Helga since that incident at her place, he had the suspicion he couldn't place somehow, that he likely had them well before that. But he hadn't let himself see it, because she's Helga. Arnold frowned, thinning his gaze through the glare on his ceiling as the moment stretched, until his thoughts eventually drifted back to the cabin, when so much had just changed. And, he figured, when it became too late for things to be any different. He wondered, on that note, what could have happened if he'd just apologized to her in private, like he originally intended instead. His eyes slid shut as he slipped into another fantasy, this time of him taking her back to the room he had shared with Candace that night, and offering his apology in there, and saying more, what he now wished he had, the expression on Helga's face when he entered the main room, just before he'd made his apology. Instead of watching it harden in front of company, she softened to him in private, making that wide-eyed look she sometimes had when she was taken off guard, almost vulnerable. Just thinking about it caused a warmth to bloom in his chest. In the fantasy, he reached out to cradle her jaw, and not that you'd have ever cheated on Candace, came the mental rebuke, but he pushed it aside. Of course he wouldn't have, but he figured it didn't matter. Not now. And so, he allowed fantasy him to step close, tilt her chin, and brush his lips over hers in a kiss. Arnold closed his eyes, brows knit as he imagined kissing her softly. He never had before, and his breath deepened into that feeling behind his sternum, making it tender and ache. He wanted more than anything to just kiss her like that. The heat of his palm pressed over his stomach as the daydream went on, his kisses growing longer, hands smoothing up her arms, pulling back to murmur how he really felt. Each touch another unspoken apology and reassurance, a comfort. Whether she needed it from him or not, she was soft back and sighed as his kisses moved to her ear, down her throat, her breasts as he nipped at their peaks, over her shirt and lower. He imagined her breathy shudders, the grip of her fingers in his hair, as he pushed her back against the dresser, kneeled to the floor, and planted a warm kiss between her thighs. Oh, God, yes, he thought, sliding his very real hand down to stroke his hardened cock, as Daydream him pulled the fabric of her pajama shorts aside and covered her down there with another kiss, one that was wetter, lingering and deep. Arnold's tongue swelled to the roof of his mouth as he overflowed with thoughts of tasting her, then tossed his head back with a low groan as they pushed him over the edge. God damn! He panted as he came back down, and down. An unexpected wash of melancholy left him feeling blue and burdened in a tainted afterglow. The come down from such an intimate fantasy was somehow so much worse than the aggressive ones he'd had, and he thought he knew why. The ones where he took control and fucked her hard, satisfied baser needs, instead of tugging at heartstrings with what he knew couldn't be. And, even if it were possible at some point, anything even remotely resembling that would be impossible now. He let himself fall back on the mattress like his body was made of lead, then wiped himself off, shut his eyes, and just laid there. It's just not in the cards, he uttered to himself, his tone low in his throat, despondent. You're still just falling for a fantasy. You know you won't get what you actually want. Arnold opened his eyes to the skylight again, his face cast in a passing shade, as he felt that hollowness in his chest come back with a force. It'll never work out with her. Under the shadow of drifting clouds, he didn't move for a long spell. Eventually pushing himself up, he lingered on the bed before slowly crossing the length of his old, eclectic carpet to his desk. He hesitated and opened the drawer, and just stood there, staring down at his sketchbook. He dragged it out at last, paced back to the other side of the room and sat cross-legged on his bed. Pulling a charcoal pencil out of the ring loops and flipping to a blank section, he finally drew her. In the span of an hour, he'd rehydrated, downing the bottle of water he'd left on his bookshelf, and nearly filled a spread of 2 pages, drawing from memory, from Phoebe's social media, to his best attempts to recreate that rare, unguarded look of hers that stole his attention more than he ever admitted. The weight of all the things he'd run from turning out to be true sank him down to a point where he felt unmovable, that it wasn't just some obsession, that he liked her, a lot, that he'd liked her for a while, that he'd somehow fallen for a girl who could be such a torment, and who wanted someone else so bad that she wouldn't even bother to look his way, even if she could stand him. And once they graduated, she probably would leave, and it'd be just him, with all his feelings, and with nothing to show for it. God, no wonder she hurt to draw. And yet he didn't let up. Every mark felt like another word in a long goodbye he couldn't bring himself to stop saying, stalling for more time. Something. I just want her so much. And that's just too bad. You need to drop this. Right. Like I haven't been fighting this every day for like a month now. It's not working. Well, you still need to. I know, and I can't stand it. And damn it, it doesn't feel right. There's never been a girl I liked that I didn't at least try to. Quit while you're ahead. You know you'd be barking up the wrong tree. And what if I don't? Then you'll just suffer. Look, you can't woo her, all right? She doesn't want you. At all. Yeah, but you know, I could. You wouldn't. Not that. Don't even pretend you would. You have never, ever been that kind of guy. Just keep a line in the sand for once. Okay. For a long, dragging moment, he went quiet inside. Absently, out of habit, he picked up his phone. He watched himself scroll thoughtlessly past a series of science project photos until he caught something that made his eyes widen, doubling back. He paused on a selfie Phoebe had taken at the beach. Last summer, he guessed, with Helga beside her in a bikini top and swim trunks, her hair like gold in the sun. It caught his breath. Seriously, how didn't I notice her before? No, He corrected himself. You had noticed. You always just shut it down. And it's obvious why, he thought, his mouth set in a firm frown. Again, because she's Helga. Neat. And just like everyone else, even those gym class assholes, you'd summed her up with all the traits you couldn't stand, even though you knew better, and refused to really look. Why else would you have said that shit at the cabin? Arnold face-palmed, shaking his head at himself. When he opened his eyes again, they trailed the shadowed curve from her tapered waist downward, a feature she rarely showed that drove him nuts, pronounced as she jutted out her hip with disinterest. And, of course, the first time he ever saw it came to mind. And, just like that, despite the dolefulness that drained him, he was already beginning to stir and harden again. Oh, this time he didn't resist giving in to inspiration. Eyes half-lidded and biting his lip, he flipped to a clean page and drew the shape of Helga's long silhouette, burned into his mind since he caught her standing irritable and naked in the hallway. So gorgeous. Filling in the private features he recalled, his other hand was already on himself, before he'd even thought to put it there. The memory of the sounds he'd heard through her closet door were already undoing him, despite the twinge of guilt he still felt. Unable to stop himself from jerking off to the spoils of a privacy he'd never intended to violate, but reaped just the same. Ugh, God, I need you so fucking bad. He closed his eyes, trying but struggling to imagine those words being for him, even just to pretend, when he knew they'd never be. Even if she didn't despise him, or want that other guy, that asshole, she still wouldn't have wanted anything to do with him, if she'd ever found out what he'd done. And everything he still wanted to do. God, he bargained, licking his lip. Maybe he really could just... No, cut it out, come on. You're not like that, and especially not toward a girl you actually like. The aftermath of that would just... It would be terrible. Even if it went well, you know that. Sis. And just because you're crazy about her doesn't mean what she's done is okay. Doesn't mean you're still not mad. And you have every right to be. And doing that would be so humiliating, pathetic. And, despite the ways he'd let himself down lately, he liked to think he had more self-respect than what his thoughts kept tempting. He swallowed and leaned forward, bracing his weight on his hand as he jerked himself off to the indecent chorus of sounds she'd made while he hid and roasted alive in her closet. The words she'd begged that broke him ever since. I need you to fuck me. The harder he beat his cock, the more he was willing to ignore his inner protests, to do whatever it'd take to be with her at all. Whatever would work. Even if she never liked him. He'd had so many moments when he'd wished he could have taken it all back and never gone to her house in the first place. Even fleeting seconds when he half wished he'd jumped out her window, or let her kill him in the hallway instead. And he'd gotten chills so many times, over how close he'd been to getting caught, and couldn't believe his luck that he hadn't. But he'd never fantasized the scenario that came after she opened the door on him in his mind's eye. A deer in headlights caught flushed, and with his cum splattered all over her closet, knowing what he'd done, and over her in an instant, as she loomed over him, naked and tall. Helga smirked, and broke into a series of soft, derisive chuckles at his expense, as she saw right through him, knowing he was a joke, and tugging him by the collar into the room to indulge her at her mercy, when she was amused enough to play. And Arnold, for all his romantic idealism, self-worth, and years of frustration, found himself led willingly to her bed, and let her, hand clawed in the sheets. A groan tore through him as he fell forward, coming powerfully at the thought. Unable to do more than pant for a bit, he sagged, heavy yet lightheaded, when he finally pulled back to sit properly again in a haze, feeling sluggish and dumb from his orgasm. He stopped and stared. Arnold Shortman, who'd been in some scandalous circumstances lately, but wasn't a pervert or anything, thank you, had actually cummed into his own sketchbook. On his drawing of naked Helga, while he fantasized about turning his back on any dignity he had left and completely debasing himself for her, His gears shorted. Out of all the things that could have risen to the top of his thoughts, came a saying his best friend muttered about him more than once, but he'd dismissed every time he'd overheard it. "There goes a sick boy." Holy shit! Gerald was right. Totally right. And he wanted to deny it, could feel every urge to. But each time the impulse bid his attention, it rose to the surface and died from exposure. I'm not that kind of guy. How could he even say that? Shit! Whoever he used to be, who he was now, was a guy who'd broken into a girl's bedroom, splattered his cum all over her closet while listening to her masturbate, jerked himself off so much obsessing over her that he actually injured his dick, stole her journal, jerked off over the fact that if he decided to, he could just read it, and now he just jizzed all over his own drawings of her, while fantasizing about humiliating himself even further, just for a chance to be with a girl who couldn't stand him. How? How could he do all this? It was just... he was completely unrecognizable. And fuck. All he did was be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and somehow it just changed him. His want for her so strong it made him something else. And she didn't even have to lift a finger to do it. Arnold wiped his mouth, his flushed face, buried his head in his hands, taking deep, heavy breaths. Oh my God, I am so fucked. I am so... He sniffed, wiping at his face again, and unable to steady his breath as his thoughts swirled. What would he do about her, about himself, and about his grades? Fuck. He didn't know what to do, but he had to do something. When he finally came up with the first part of his plan, he wondered if he'd just been too distracted to really think straight and figure it out before. But when he pulled it off at the end of school on the next day without a hitch, he realized that the difference between then and now was that he hadn't felt truly desperate yet. And at this point, he didn't even care if he'd regret it. A week before the project was due, and blocked on her phone since that winter, he dropped a handwritten note in Helga's locker the day after. During lunch, "I've figured out a way we can both get a good grade on the project without working together. But it would involve a few other people who also want to switch, and some cheating. If you're interested, we're meeting in Mr. Reed's classroom after he leaves." Chapter 14. Only the half-truth. He could be slow on the uptake, but there were times his best friend had a way of making his thoughts abundantly clear, with nothing more than a look. Arnold dropped back in his seat at their lunch table after leaving the note in her locker, and tried to collect himself, wiping sweaty palms down his pants and failing to curb impulsive glances in her direction. It wasn't until the movement of Gerald crossing his arms caught his periphery that he realized one of those very same looks was being pointed his way. Arnold stalled, thinking of their drunken exchange on Park's roof as that knowing stare dragged, and swallowed. Heart racing, he cast another glance across the lunchroom at Helga's back meaningfully, brought his gaze back to Gerald, closed his eyes, and nodded, surrendering the truth at last. The sound of the one clap that broke across the table, followed by a series of low cackles, made the firm line of his mouth squirm into something between a wry smirk and a scowl. "Took you long enough," his buddy teased, dumping his fries in Arnold's ketchup. Who scoffed? "You didn't even know until a few days ago." Gerald sucked his cheek. "True," he conceded, with a good-humored gesture, then grinned. "But I still figured it out before you did." Arnold rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the odd chuckle bubbling up from the pit of nerves in his gut. "Am I obsessive?" Gerald parroted his question from a while back, shaking his head with new understanding. "Shit. I mean, honestly, I kinda wondered if maybe you liked someone, spaced the fuck out. But anytime you fall for a girl, you become the biggest goddamn sap on the planet, so..." He shrugged. "I just figured it was something else. But shit, the fact that you haven't gone all sappy," he considered with a slow nod. "Makes sense." Arnold nodded back lightly. Of course it did. How could he otherwise? She was Helga. Arnold's lip quirked with a bitter smile, then face-palmed, as the encounter he'd just set in motion if she showed, launch so many butterflies into his stomach that his throat closed up. Gerald hummed sympathetically. Once, twice, thrice. Well, I do not envy you, brother. I mean, I don't know why you like her, but I know when you like a girl you are stubborn. He scoffed a light laugh of reassurance under his breath as he absently tapped his temple fade. But, I mean, you and her, he emphasized. You know that's not going anywhere. There was a pressure to the following pause that intensified the longer Arnold didn't respond. He could practically sense his best friend leaning forward in his chair. Right? Arnold grimaced behind the cover of his facepalm, sighed, and squinted between his fingers as his hand slowly dragged down his face. Gerald's eyes went wide. Arnold, he exclaimed under his breath, leaning back as he processed in disbelief. When he spoke again, he shook his head with something that resembled pity. Man, come on, man, shit! Gerald's eyes closed in a long-suffering look, rubbing his brow. Well, you're not dead, so that must mean you haven't done anything stupid. Every knot in his stomach twisted until they hurt, as the resulting silence stretched between them. It was broken. When at last, Gerald gave a sharp inhale and dragged his exasperated gaze back to his friend, then muttered, "Oh my God, Arnold, are you for fucking real?" under his breath as he face-palmed. "All right, what'd you do, man?" he asked, his tone worn with reluctance. A beat passed, where Arnold's thoughts flooded unhelpfully with all the things he had done that he had no intention of sharing. Gerald didn't need to know the sordid details. Just liking Helga Pataki was crazy enough. His response was guarded when he finally answered, omitting much. But the little he shared had Gerald wide-eyed and quiet, particularly when he asked if he could do him a favor. His best friend hesitated, sniffed, and couldn't seem to decide between nodding and shaking his head, which was clearly spinning. And, if he knew Gerald, was likely putting together a few of the things he left unsaid. You bold, Arnold. Though most of their student functions took place in recently built or renovated areas, the high school itself was quite old, and the use of its most outdated section had been limited to only a few slots a week. And that day, Mr. Reed's classroom was the only one that had been left open in the whole wing. Until he locked up, after the final bell, that is, distracting the teacher enough to stop the door from sliding all the way shut after he'd set the lock, was a lot easier with Gerald going off on a complicated question about his economics class than if he'd gone it alone. He hung back after Mr. Reed finally brushed him off impatiently and left, sticking his hands in his red hoodie as they shared a long look. Arnold nodded, feeling those butterflies fluttering with a force, that closed thickness in his throat. Gerald nodded back with a dubious edge that never quite left. "'Kay, man, 'sall yours," he said, rolling his shoulders in a shrug. "Dial 911 if she tries to kill you. All right?" Arnold let out a breathy scoff, but declined to comment. Truth be told, he might just let her. They signaled a long-distance version of their special handshake before Gerald shook his head, muttering bold-ass motherfucker as he walked off, and at last left him standing by the door alone. The wing got very little traffic, but not none. He ducked behind the door and drew it nearly all the way shut, closing off the commotion from a nearby wing that echoed down the hallway. "Mir Monsen." Arnold peered through a gap between a poster and the embedded window it covered. He watched as a teacher eventually walked by with their things to leave for the day, slipping their notice, and there was a big part of him that still couldn't believe he was doing this. It was the same part that reminded him that even if she did show up, he could still take this back. In fact, it wasn't too late for him to just leave. But, anchored deep in the chaos of doubts and anxious thoughts, was a fortified, unmovable truth that wouldn't budge. This was the one shot he thought had any actual chance of potentially working, and he couldn't not try, even if it backfired, or, quite frankly, hurt. In fact, he was too far gone not to try, and what gain he could get, he couldn't pass up, no matter what he thought about it, or tried not to. Gerald had questioned how he could expect this to work earlier, but he didn't bother correcting his misunderstanding. This wasn't an act of expectation. It was desperation, and he knew better than to expect. Still, an odd sensation stole over him as he watched through the gap and waited. Even if this went badly, what did he really have to lose that actually mattered? That deep down he hadn't already. The knowledge lent a strength to him that dulled the butterflies and made it easier to breathe and focus. His breath caught nonetheless, heart pounding when he spotted the movement of her turning the corner down the hall. A silhouette cut from soft and dark edges. She wore a pink tulle skirt under a punk tee and leather jacket, floating in asymmetric layers all the way down to the ankles of her black combat boots. In stark contrast to the rest of her outfit, its flowing femininity swept him up in a swooning ache, its softness a sore temptation, and a reminder of what he'd seen of her very own, and knew for him was out of reach. But resolved and steeling himself through the constriction he felt in his chest, he'd take what he could get. With that, Arnold turned the handle, opening the door part way and adjusting his bag, slung over his front surreptitiously. He waited with bated breath, listening to the sound of her boots over the beating of his pulse as she approached. Her face was unreadable before she stopped a few feet from the door and paused. He swallowed, keeping his expression as neutral as possible as she sized him up, and looked like she had half a mind to leave without even giving him a chance to speak. Not that he could. Despite his commitment to do this, the words wouldn't come. Her connected brows lifted past her bangs when he just stood there, clammed up. "They in there?" she asked with flat impatience, pointing from her hip. Arnold shook his head, keeping himself steady and tight. "Not yet," he answered, clearing his throat when his voice cracked a bit, and returned it willfully to its normal husky timbre. "You're the first to show." Arnold heard the leather of her jacket crinkle as she crossed her arms and frowned, thinning her eyes at him. It did nothing for his nerves, but he shrugged in response, keeping it together. And, with a deceptively casual head tilt, as he gripped the handle in his sweaty palm, he indicated that she'd join him in the empty classroom while they waited for the others. Unsurprisingly, Helga scoffed, cocking her brow at him like he was an idiot. And already in too deep, Arnold challenged her in a boost of audacity as he cocked a brow back. "You want to get kicked out?" "For what?" she sassed. "Being a student in a hallway?" "For loitering, obviously," he countered. "There's no reason we should even be in this wing. You think any staff walking by wouldn't find that suspicious?" She rolled her eyes, gazing off as she considered the truth in what he said during a pause that made the hairs on the back of his neck rise with uncertainty. Until, at last, she leveled him with an unimpressed, no-nonsense glare. Oh, then sighed. "This better be good, Shortman." With that, she pushed past him and into the room, missing the soft gasp he made from her brief proximity as she did, leaving him in the tantalizing wake of what he still swore was a shampoo smell. She didn't seem the type to wear perfume or anything scented. That soft vanilla coconut, cola something. He closed his eyes for a second to gather himself. Trembling, he shut the door at last, now locked from the inside, and slowly turned to face the interior of the room as he braced for whatever came next. Mr. Reed's classroom showed the hallmarks of its age. Double length, outdated and hung with scroll-down maps and old carpet. Even the wooden chairs were separated from their desks, some freestanding along the outer wall in something like a loose circle. Helga dumped her bag and slumped into one of them, crossing her arms and legs as she absently gazed through a broken slit in the closed blinds. He hesitated, struck by the way the filtered afternoon light cast her in a warm, irresistible haze. Seriously, he wondered, heart twisting as he looked at her. How the hell did I ever manage to deny how much I— Arnold assembled what he could of himself, with a set, determined inhale. Damn it! This was happening. Hands balling as they tightened, he came to the other side of the room, lowered his bag and sat down, leaning forward in a chair facing hers in that loose circle. They sat silently for a bit as she ignored him. "I'm actually surprised you even came," he admitted, voice thick as he looked away. "I wasn't sure if you cared enough about the grade to even show." Helga shrugged. "Eh," she said, still peering through the slit in the blind. "I could take or leave the grade." Arnold did a small double take, genuinely puzzled. Then why are you here?" She scoffed, and shot her first look at him since she'd entered the room. For a laugh, Helga replied with amused derision, "You've sure been falling from grace lately, haven't you, Mr. Integrity?" Arnold felt his cheeks burn as she finger-quoted, chuckling at his expense. "I mean, really? First blackmail, now cheating, and roping other dumb saps into cheating while you're at it? Ha! Honestly, I'm just curious to see you try and connive your way out of this one." "Man," she snorted, shaking her head as she smirked and cast her gaze through the blinds again. "I'm really putting you through the ringer lately, aren't I?" Arnold drilled her with the most dead-to-rights stare he'd ever given in his life. "You have no fucking idea." The quiet that followed was interrupted when he finally cleared his throat. "Connive, huh?" he replied, voice low. "You'd be surprised." "Pff," she dismissed. "Yeah, I bet." Arnold paused, feeling acutely the tremors that had kept running through him since he dropped the note in her locker earlier that day, and the way his breath wavered, but his resolve didn't. Hardening his nerve, he gave his retort, "You would, because I already have." Helga frowned, turning to look at him again. Quizzically, Arnold bit his lip. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees as he laced his fingers. "Like I said in the note, I figured out a way where the both of us can get a good grade in history, without having to work together. But," his stomach clenched, "that's only half the truth." He held strong as Helga shifted in her seat, expression already escalating to something resembling suspicious outrage. I switched history classes yesterday. And no," he added for good measure, "no one's coming." Helga's jaw dropped. Arnold held firm as her mouth closed and opened again a few times, processing his news incredulously. On a number of levels, he figured, likely wondering what his motive was. The fact that he tricked her, and baffled as to how he managed to pull this off, when students were never allowed to switch anywhere near this late in the semester. He didn't think that'd ever be possible either. Then again, desperation could sometimes be the key to insight. He wasn't the type to typically consider how many strings he could pull at any given time in Hillwood, and certainly not in connection to the principal. But if you do enough favors for people, and also happen to run into some dirt along the way, you could cash in. Helga sputtered as she gathered herself with frustration. "Aw, then why?" she emphasized harshly, eyes flaring at him. "Am I here?" Arnold swallowed, at a temporary loss for words. Oh, it's not that he didn't have them, or any clue, but fuck. This was it. "Well," she demanded, throwing her hand out and scoffing. "Spill it, bucko." "What? Are you just fucking with me? Do you want something?" She shook her head, face twisting with annoyance at his silence. "Are you going to come at me with another sucky apology, in another pathetic attempt to soothe your conscience?" "What? I'm not," he ejected at last, then paused. Because he really should. But if he was gonna be a sinner begging forgiveness, it wasn't yet. "That's not why I did this. There's—" His stomach swooped. "Something else?" Helga's eyes fluttered shut, rubbing her temples with indignant disbelief and dwindling patience. "I swear," she ground out, pointing toward the blinds. "If this isn't good, I'm throwing you out that fucking window." God, forget the tremors. At this point, he was just trying not to pant. His heart hammered. He took a deep, summoning inhale, gaze trained to the floor, her combat boot tapping with agitation in his periphery. "Look," he began, voice shaken, hoarse. "I know what I'm about to say is crazy. And trust me, I know you hate me," he added, swallowing around the strain in his throat. "And now that we're not in the same class anymore, and graduation's around the corner, this'll probably be the last time we ever talk, but there's something that I have to say." He nearly had enough wherewithal to be surprised at her silence. He never pegged her for patience, particularly at a moment like this, but everything building up in him, leading to this moment, flustered him from the bottom up. His voice went quiet, scratched. And it's that fuck. This was so much harder than any other confession he'd ever given. Arnold had known Helga as far back as he could remember, and she'd always held a more prominent role in his life than he ever dared admit. Until now. But things were going to change. So, he knew things were going to change. Either way, whether he said this or not. And shit, even if he'd had these feelings for her longer than he could even pin down, things had changed. He'd changed. And damn it, he'd rise up to meet her, and this new self of his, no matter how humiliating. Besides, how many rules for himself had he already broken? Yeah, he thought, flaring hot with words he was about to say in his mind. Maybe I wasn't that kind of guy before, but I am now. And Arnold leaned even further in his chair as his hands clenched, flushed hideously with nerves. He shivered as heat flared through his chest, roasting him up so hot his whole face burned. When he finally dragged his gaze back to hers, he couldn't even filter it, smoldering her on the spot with the force of all the raw want for her that he'd always hidden. Asenist. Helga was already drawing back in her chair, eyes going wide before he even spoke, words coming breathy and rough from the back of his throat, with an intensity he couldn't help. I want to make you come. Chapter 15. Share his torture. He'd never seen Helga's eyes blow so wide in his life, and was sure he caught the very moment his confession caused her brain to fritz. In the thundering heartbeats that followed, swelled an unmistakable sense of threat, which grew the longer she sat with that stunned, uncomprehending stare, urging him to hurry up with the rest. He swallowed. Fuck. He was trembling. And I'm not talking about sex, Arnold clarified, voice cracked and tight as that look of hers went unchanged. Or me getting anything back, because even I'm not stupid or selfish enough to ask for that, he thought. Or dating, because you hate me and love someone else. You wouldn't even have to do anything, he went on, face absolutely aflame as his furrowed gaze averted to the floor, when he caught the way her breath hitched, her stare finally changing, going hard. Fuck. You could just lay back, he added hoarsely, and Are you? Helga interrupted, eyes burning through him with an incredulous wild edge when he looked up, her voice unsteady and dangerously low. Fucking pranking me, football head? Of course he'd anticipated her doubt when he planned this. Her distrust. If she hadn't either laughed or punched him out first, it was a given. Obviously. And yet, exposed and flustered in the moment, he stared, shaking his head back at her in disbelief despite himself. He barely even registered that she'd called him by the old nickname he'd missed for the first time in months. She'd known him their whole lives, and he never gets like this. Never says things like that. And he doesn't prank people. And god damn it, Helga could laugh at how pathetically desperate it was to actually offer himself up to be sexually used, and by her of all people. Humiliate him for it. Even yell at him, smack him, and leave. All of the above. But if there was one thing he absolutely couldn't stand, it was her leaving without even believing that he meant it. Well, no, Arnold asserted, not letting up the heat in his eyes as they flared right back into hers, undaunted. I'm serious. Something shifted across her features in the pause that followed that he couldn't place, before shaking her head with scorn. Unconvinced, her eyes speared him as they narrowed, and she was still on the edge of her seat. From outrage, he presumed, but she still hadn't shouted, hadn't hit him, or stormed out, or laughed. Nonetheless, the silence between them stretched like a tightrope about to snap, held only by a single remaining thread, made, he suspected, from the scorching look of hopeless want he couldn't help but bear. Christ. Just the fact that he couldn't help it, but that it still strained him to show, visibly, red-faced, fingers clenched, breathing roughly, and he still couldn't stop trembling, and, fuck, for all her jadedness, there was no way she could deny that he was a fucking mess. He'd been nervous in front of girls before, but no one saw him like this. No one else brought it out of him. And, as much as Helga could brush him off, He was willing to bet it was that very fact that afforded him the rarity of her hesitance. Arnold closed his eyes and took a deep, quavering breath to gather himself. His lids were heavy-hooded when he met her gaze again. "You have no idea how much I want to do this. And will," he affirmed, voice low in his throat. "If you let me." Another unreadable twitch went through her eyes. She twisted back in her seat, her chest rising on a tight inhale as she kept her guard. Helga shot him a sharp, warning look before scattering it across the features of his face, his shoulders, down the rest of him. Already stirred despite his nerves, he grew hard, warm, and still, breathless beneath her assessment, looking down as he braced for the moment of truth, for the cruelty he knew he was asking for, one way or another. He heard her reposition across from him, the crinkle of leather, but that was it. When he finally lifted his eyes, she didn't meet his, her distant gaze hovering around his throat. He gulped reflexively, but still tried to read her. She'd recrossed her arms and legs. Her lips were pursed in a tight negative line, like she was biting something back, and her cheeks were darkened, pink. He hadn't even realized he was shifting forward in his chair until she bristled back. Clearing his throat, Arnold averted his gaze to the frayed carpet. He leaned his weight to the side, away from her, as he admonished his cock and himself. Idiot. She's probably just beside herself because this is so vulgar and just fucked up. His eyes clenched shut, girding himself to say the rest. Yeah, and of course, he continued, speaking low, quiet. Door's right there if you don't want it. It's only locked from the inside. You can just walk out. And after today, you won't have to, he swallowed thickly, voice thinning, deal with me anymore. So, pulse thumping in his ears and chest tight, Arnold nodded to himself in resignation. He'd been too far gone to not take it, but he'd known there was only an off chance this plan would work. He'd known her practically his whole life. She'd given him thousands of taunts, threats, and spitballs, and his first and second kiss, a fact he hastily denied when Gerald teased him about it. Those don't count. They were scripted. Most times, he was the person who'd sit by someone and say, "I get it." But she'd been one of the few who could just sit by his side and get him, and he'd never appreciated that as properly as he should. And he couldn't help but feel that he'd had so many missed opportunities with her that he hadn't looked at, didn't want to look at, and, there was no way he could pass up a shot to have her in any way he could. And since friendship and romance were clearly off the table, he'd have settled on scraps, serving her sexually while neglecting his own needs and self-respect, even if it were a one-time thing, even if it hurt. He knew either way it would hurt, but he'd take her no, and any fire she'd throw back at him for this in private, or even in public. Still, he was so sure that even if she flat-out rejected his offer, that she'd at least find it hilariously pathetic, coming from him. But even that turned out to be wrong. He didn't anticipate her non-reaction, her silence. But their time was nigh, and any minute, he fully expected her to finally just stand up, smack him, and leave. And that'd be it. When the silence dragged with no response, he was sure of it. A swift inhale and the shift of fabric, followed by the pronounced thud of a boot hitting the floor, twisted his stomach in knots. But when another moment passed and nothing happened, he opened his eyes in a hesitant grimace. They widened as they traveled up her body, gaze shadowed and downcast beneath her furrowed brow. Helga's bottom lip was bitten in a frown, but her face, pinked before, had completely flushed. Shoulders raised as she arched back in the chair and gripped its sides, he watched, jaw dropping, as the layered mass of her tulle skirt pulled wide between her parting knees. There was no helping the sound of his rushing breath if he tried. Panting on the spot, Arnold stared with astonished longing as Helga spread her legs, grasped the fabric at her thighs, hitched her breath, and slowly lifted the layers of her skirt. He didn't even notice he'd slid off his chair until he dropped to his knees. And, oh sweet fucking Jesus, for a moment Arnold could do no more than harden and reel on the spot, as his head spun in a feverish haze. The movements were automatic, mindless as he tore off his flannel. His chest, neck, face, even his arms felt hot, breaking out in a sweat all over. His heart leapt as he watched her flushed face like a mirage, breathlessly, like he couldn't believe this was real. But it was, and, oh my God, Helga. Goddamn. Arnold tied the flannel around his waist without even looking down, sleeves obscuring the bulge that strained tight in his jeans. He adjusted, but had no plans to jerk himself off in front of her, despite its gnawing want. She hadn't agreed to it, and he wouldn't impose. Just getting to do this, her letting him do it, was just... There were no words. But speaking of... She hadn't said anything herself. He paused after sliding his knee forward, close enough to touch her if he bent over and kneeled on all fours. Even when he approached, she refused to meet his eyes. Out, scanning her face for tells beyond her heated blush. That frown of hers still creased her brow, her gaze still cast away, but there was no mockery to her features, or what he could spot as disgust. And she was trembling like him. Was that from anticipation, too? The thought fueled a rush in him, tingling with excited pinpricks at the slight squirm of her hips creaking the chair, the way her calves tensed as she flexed her boots to her toes, legs opening even further. Arnold licked his lips, then bit them shut, stalling to try and think, which was, at that moment, rather hard. But something told him he had to. No, why won't she talk? Why does she look like that? A few thoughts cycled through. His last 2 girlfriends had been nervous. What if you don't like it? But no. Why would Helga care whether he liked it or not, as long as he didn't just stop? Was it embarrassment? Did it wound her pride to accept head from him? He could see that. No, wait. Of course. He scowled, a swarm of jealousy filling him when he remembered the obvious. It was because of that guy. It sobered him a bit, being acutely reminded that they'd, of course, be bringing their own respective heartbreaks into this. Under the surface, their own form of settling. Nonetheless, when she did finally meet his eyes, flustered yet guarded, he still couldn't hide how badly he wanted her when he looked back. But he doubted she'd see it as anything more than lust. It's okay if you don't want to talk, he reassured in a scratched voice, eyes softening. Maybe it was just easier on her if she didn't. But I'm still gonna check in with you, okay? And remember, he added, swallowing, there's no pressure to do this. Her eyes narrowed for a moment, brow pinched with something he still couldn't read, as she slowly clenched the tulle fabric inside her closing fist. With a deepened blush and an irritable flash of teeth, she looked away again and tore her skirt up even higher. Arnold let out an involuntary gasp and gnawed his lip. Fuck. Yes, ma'am. Time slowed as he dragged a knee across the carpet. Then the other. That heat inside him reignited, so much that the skin on his face, his throat and collar grew tight. Even so, he felt somehow out of his own body. He couldn't believe this was actually happening, that he'd really stopped before her, looking up as he kneeled between her open legs. Helga turned her cheek, but she was watching him, eyes heavy-lidded to slits, trying to keep her composure, but clearly hot and bothered, a sheen on her skin in the filtered afternoon light, and he was making her feel like that, and, God, she really was, just so gorgeous. His shoulders moved as he panted, lungs laboring around the feeling that ached in his chest, and the nervous, desperate anticipation that shook through him. On the very edge of what he'd sensed building up since the incident, hell, even before that, he felt not unlike a male praying mantis taking the plunge at a female's mercy, his fate unknown and disposable, and not even caring. He wanted her enough to ruin himself, and had every intent to make it worth her while. In a surreal, breathless moment, Arnold traced trembling fingers across the leather ankle of her boot, then up. He swore he felt them share a spark when he brushed her skin. Sliding his palm around the curve of her calf, he caught her shivering gooseflesh, the breathy sound she made when he gripped her. Oh! Emboldened, his hand smoothed up to knead the underside of her thigh, gliding his fingertips back to trace the sensitive area behind her knee, drawing the tilt of her hips as he teased. Oh, wow! Marveling at just how responsive she was, wound up despite her restraint. There was nothing more he wanted in that moment than to make her unravel completely. And, God, Helga was such a harsh girl. You'd never think if you got your hands on her that she'd be soft all over. He exhaled shakily, turning his hand to graze his knuckles down her calf. So soft, flushed, tight-throated and starting low, Arnold swept his hands up her shins, over her knees, then slowed as they circled around her thighs, eyes lifting up at her light, shaken gasp as they slipped under her skirt. Rubbing his thumbs where he felt her muscles tense, he watched her face hesitantly, reddened as she looked away, but she jutted her chin at him to keep going. God, roasting in a haze, the airy texture of her feminine tulle floated over his wrists, his forearms as he pushed the fabric up, inch by inch, until he'd revealed her slender legs, leaving the bottom layers to pool modestly over her lap as she squirmed in her seat, drawing his eyes there. He quaked, cock hard and twitching. Not yet. If at any point you want me to stop, tell me or push me off and I will. Otherwise, Arnold trailed off, figuring the way he squeezed her thighs said it well enough. Also, his voice dropped. Like I already said, the door's locked from the inside, so don't worry, he reassured with a look that fanned her breath when she peered down at him through her lashes. We've got plenty of time. They shared an unbroken, shuddering look in the wake of his words. The temptation he felt as he hovered over the last remaining bit of skirt concealing her, the heart-racing knowledge that the simple pull of some fabric was all that separated him from having his mouth on her, steamed him up, panting between her thighs. Instead, straining for self-control, Arnold repositioned, holding her leg to him as he slid his burning cheek down the length of her inner thigh, and, brow furrowed, closed his eyes as he pressed his lips to her knee with all the deliberate tenderness of a first kiss. He hoped achingly, despite himself, it'd be the first of many. Yet, as eager as he felt at the noise she made, he couldn't bring himself to rush. What if this was the only time he ever got to touch her? The thought swelled him up with emotions he couldn't speak, so he poured them into the way he yoked his arm around her calf as he seized her flesh in handfuls, into the way he lost himself dragging kisses across her leg, the gusts of his own breath fanning the heat blooming up his neck, and into the way he licked up the salt of her skin as he mouthed a fevered path up her inner thigh. This sort, as much as Helga tried to stifle her heavy breathing, clenching the sides of the chair, her leg jumped in his tightening grip, a cry breaking out her throat that had him smothering a moan as he sucked her there. He did it again, driven by the reward of that sound, the way she stirred, her short, whimpering gasps, edged with overwhelm, had his eyes meeting hers in a searing look that promised so much more, as he sucked even higher. His very skin felt buzzed, heart racing him hot and shivering all over, and fuck, he was so goddamn hard. He nearly surrendered to eagerness, but pulled back, resting his sweaty forehead against her thigh to pant and gather himself. Go slow. Make it last. And besides, truth be told, there was a part of him that wanted to work her up so badly she'd beg, wanted her to want it as much as him, share his torture with her. Fuck. He shifted. Helga stepped onto his kneeling thigh for leverage as she arched in her chair, shivering when he gave a long, wet, lingering suck at the very top of her inner thigh that left her panting ragged, right on the edge of the fabric, only to tear himself away to her other leg, to give it the same treatment starting at her calf. Helga practically growled, tossing her head back in frustration. His hand came around to grip her hip in place, as his chaste kisses grew feverish, despite his attempt to pace. Indecent, sucking and biting up her thigh in a breathless, disheveled mess. God! Her high, insistent whine sang right down to his cock, as the texture of her tulle skirt grazed across his lips on his way up, and he couldn't take it any more. They shared a noise of eager relief when the remaining fabric was pushed away at last, followed by a groan caught in his throat, lips parting as he stared between her legs. Her panties were fucking soaked, and there was no denying her burning want or shyness as she tilted her hips and looked away, his hands clenched around her thighs as he consciously denied his need to rub and relieve his cock, weeping its own damp spot in his boxer briefs. "Ooh, fuck, Helga." Arnold gave another grateful suck at her innermost thigh, and a heated, heart-aching look that said everything while she'd turned away, and, shutting his eyes, pressed his lips to the center of that drenched spot in a yearning, tender kiss. He nearly moaned when he breathed her in through the fabric, the warm, heady smell of her filling him on a primordial level seldom reached, fogging up his mind. Fuck. Her whimpering jumped to a squirming gasp as he gripped her hips and inhaled her so deeply, his shoulders rose, drawing her soaked scent into himself with a hungry, lingering reverence. Exhaling in earnest. Fuck. He wanted to beat himself off over her so bad it hurt. God! He exclaimed, burning up as he nearly wound himself in knots at his refusal to self-touch. "How do you smell so fucking good?" Arnold dragged his heavy-lidded eyes up to hers, Helga's expression a mix of hot, mortified skepticism as she twisted in his grasp. He shook his head at her disbelief. He'd never known Helga to really date, or even show real interest in someone until recently. But he'd somehow missed she'd had feelings for whoever that guy was. Asshole, echoed the thought. So he figured there was a lot more to her history he'd probably missed, despite any gossip or mockery he'd heard. He figured that if she agreed to this, she'd have had some experience before, with someone else. He couldn't grasp the idea that Helga Pataki would ever give her first time doing this to him. Either way, he was extra glad he'd started slow and poured so much into his attentions. If she'd come away from a past encounter with any doubt in just how desirable she was, there was no way he'd let her leave without knowing how badly he couldn't get enough of her. Arnold rolled his shoulder under her thigh and pressed his lips to the top of that spot, making her gasp and twitch, then moved lower, licking her through the wet fabric. His chest rumbled in appreciation at the way she cried out, the harsh upward jerk of her pelvis burying his face in the heat of her, breaking apart as he panted. He smoothed a hand under her thigh and upper front to rub his thumb over the light swell of her panties, until he passed over Helga's clit, earning an electrified jolt he heard and felt go through her. Her hips rocked back and forth on the chair to match the up and down of his thumb, his trapped, aching hardness drooling precum at the needy little sounds in her throat as she shivered and clenched, trying to hold back. He couldn't wait to wring out the other noises he knew she could make. Sweat from his damp hairline trickled down his temple as he roasted in the humid air between her thighs, the husky timbre of his voice rolling out in a low, breathy tone as Arnold kept stroking her with his thumb. "I bet if I kept going, I could make you come like this." He bit his lip in a light smirk at the helpless whimper that escaped despite herself. "Do you want that?" Or, he already knew the answer, but he couldn't resist the rush he felt at making her admit what she wanted. "Do you want these out of the way?" He rasped, fingers already drawn by the seam of her panties as his thumb kept circling her. "So I can go down on you." For all his boldness, when his eyes flickered back to her face, it was the unrestrained, raw look he saw there that stole his breath. Shoulders rounding as she braced an iron grip on the chair, she leveled him with the dirtiest fucking smolder he'd ever seen, teeth showing while she nodded her unspoken demand, loud and clear. "You better?" Oh, he thought back, eyes darkening on her. "Don't you worry. I'm gonna eat you alive." The details he caught between her legs as she stood in that hallway had cooked him up every day since. He licked his lips and rubbed faster, adrenaline pumped. He didn't even have the wherewithal to describe the feeling that overcame him as he hooked his fingers inside the seam of her panties, finally being in this position with her. Helga Pataki, the one girl he'd ever known that had driven him to near madness. Leaning his temple against her thigh, he swallowed and pulled the fabric away from her slowly, trembling. His jaw dropped, An awestruck groan at the back of his throat as the reveal flushed him hot from the inside out. Oh fuck. Glistening in the light caught above, strands of her wetness clung between the sodden fabric, and the whole length of her slicked clit and inner lips, parted open and full. Fuck. There was just so much. He'd never even seen a girl so ridiculously wet. And the fact that it was because of him, what he'd done to her. Fuck. He lifted his eyes to her face, drowning in want, and knew, despite the shyness he saw resurface, that she was drowning too. Arnold slid her panties all the way to the side as he held her vulnerable, steaming gaze, her mouth falling open with his words. God, you're so fucking gorgeous. Hoisting up her legs to shoulder them both, he curled his grip around her thighs, leaned in, and pressed a long, heartfelt kiss on the hood of her clit as she gasped, then drifted away to suck at her glazed outer lips before pulling back as she panted, shuddering. Every fantasy he'd ever had drove the rush of his heated moan as he licked the full length of her parted lips, gathering a flood of her on his tongue. His eyes rolled back as they closed, drawing that slippery wetness to the roof of his mouth to savor her there with a sigh, transported, salacious and slick, in a way only pussy could be. She gave a high whimper, hand slapping back on the chair when he pushed a knee to her chest, and surged down to cover her in an open, molten kiss, sucking as much as he could of her into his mouth at once, in a moment of pure indulgence. God, her flavor, tangy sweet, and the way it mixed with her sweat, and that scent of hers that drove him nuts, that soft, feminine musk so unlike his own as she rubbed herself on his face. Needily, where she wanted him most, he obliged, lips sliding up in a suctioning kiss around her clit. The urgent noise she made as she reached down and fisted his hair, the first time she touched him back, filled him with such relish he was groaning against her as she grinded, suffering his torched, throbbing cock as he ignored its crying need for relief. He lifted his eyes, looking up as she lost herself in his mouth. The girl who couldn't stand him. He said her name in a withering plea, no louder than a hot breath between his efforts. Arnold didn't care how hard it'd break his heart later. He'd pretend, when she closed her eyes, she wasn't thinking of that other guy, that every moan was for him. He huffed into her short curls, determined to be so good she wouldn't even miss that asshole anyway. He made a passing suck at her inner lips before running the flat of his tongue over her clit, listening, feeling and watching her with hawk eyes as he experimented, searching for the stimulation she liked best, until she yanked his hair so hard it hurt, forcing his face in her pussy to the point of near suffocation. God, yes, he thought, moaning in muffled approval. Use me. Gripping harder on the leg he pushed up, he unlooped his arm from the other, resting its weight over his shoulder. It freed a hand to travel down and knead hungrily at her innermost thigh as he broke away to pant for air. Cock aching at the needy noise she made in protest, he looked up, dragging his lower lip across her clit as he spoke, voice low and brutish. Do you want my fingers in you? Helga's head rolled to her shoulder like she might fall apart, and replied with only a speechless nod as she panted, sweaty and flushed, her gaze reduced to lashes. Dear God, he thought, at just how captivating she was, the look of her hot and flustered and wanting to be filled. Fuck, he gusted, kissing her clit in gratitude. He slipped his fingers up her soft, wet folds, rubbing teasing circles around the top of her as she squirmed. Then, breath shivery and trembling to the brim with emotion, he slid his middle finger down, pressed in, and watched breathlessly as it sank tenderly inside her. Oh God, I'm fucking inside her. His heartbeat pulsed mercilessly in his cock, the craving to gratify himself so cruel it nearly drove him mad as she mewled with desperation and squeezed. He couldn't help his groan when he drew back from that dripping heat, when her hips drove down to meet him, as he pushed two up inside her next. Jesus, he breathed, burning up in a sweat as he watched his own fingers sliding in and out of her, feeling her cling to him, that hot, enveloping, slippery glide back and forth, her raw, unfiltered expression. her emphatic moan when he curled up his fingers. Arnold hooked them back as she gasped excitedly, swooned, and kept that pressure there building up. Inspired tremors ran through his hand as he slowly lifted, dragging her up from that spot, watching with a dark, hungry joy as she nearly came apart. Helga yanked at his hair and let out a high-pitched cry as he built that intensity, her heels digging into him, arching so much her ass nearly came off the chair until she finally collapsed on the seat with a near-begging sob when his fingers moved, his mouth returning to her clit. "Do you have any idea how crazy you make me?" Arnold huffed against her, sliding his curling fingers back and forth in tandem with his sucking motions at her clit, and fuck, he felt like he could come any moment from just the friction of his cock twitching against his strained jeans. And from those noises, those wet, obscene, disgustingly hot sounds, as she dripped down past his knuckles, that he'd first overheard from her closet as she fucked herself, driving him wild since. He pulled out his fingers with a growl of want at the memory, his fantasies of that soiled toy, because, God, he just had to. Pressing a messy kiss to her swollen clit as Helga whined, his other hand abandoned her pushed-up leg to rub over her hood, to keep her touched as he gazed down. Arnold groaned in his throat, cock burning at the sight of his fingers, utterly sluiced in a thick layer of her creamy, semi-white slick. He shoved them in his mouth, sucking and swallowing at the deeper, tangy tart flavor inside of her in a libidinous rush, and looked up at her glazed, rapturous expression, smoldering with promise. "I'm gonna make you come so hard, you're gonna forget all about that fucking asshole." Arnold shifted, turning his torso to angle himself better, as his fingers slid back in to really fuck her, making her head throw back with a hot, exhilarating cry. "And where's he, huh?" He leaned into her side to put more power into it, moving his hand behind her waist. She bucked and tore at his shirt, his hair, whimpering brokenly when he bent to suck and swirl his tongue at her clit. Was he trying to make her come? No. Her breathing was rapid, coming undone, her noises so fucking desperate, and he knew if he reached down and grabbed himself he'd burst in seconds, but didn't, pouring everything into pleasuring her instead. She spasmed, clutched blindly at his hair, as she keened a tremulous, helpless cry that boiled his blood, and told himself he didn't even care, if all she could think about in that moment was that other guy doing this to her instead, eagerly meeting his own downfall. "I'm here, Arnold." Did she? To his shock, and with no turning back, he felt the top of the dive right before it hit, and exploded, muffling his eruptive cries as he buried his face in her, and came untouched in his pants. Fuck! He barely had control over himself for a swimming, euphoric spell, but he'd somehow stayed latched to her clit, his fingers still jammed at her G-spot. Arnold looked up to her face as he kept going, reeling in an altered state. God, Helga. He watched, heart in his throat at the spellbinding image of her right on the edge, burning to memory as time slowed. "Come for me." Helga had seized up, her whole body clenched tight and still, until her legs started to shake, her mouth dropping open in a silent roar, and burst in a series of rhythmic, agonized cries. He gripped her hip in breathless, gratified awe as she thrashed, feeling the strength of her orgasm clenching his fingers over and over again as it tore through her. "Oh," Arnold panted, slowing his movements with a clash of feelings he couldn't describe as she writhed with aftershocks. He eased off her sensitized, twitching clit with a kiss, then another on the hood above it, and more into her trim curls. So many of those nameless motions flooded through him that he bit his lip in a grimace to try and hide them when her head rolled forward again, panting, flushed red, her hair sweaty and mussed, just wanting so much to properly hold her as she came down, express himself honestly, kiss her. He resumed sliding his fingers in and out of her again instead, ringing a high sound in her throat, eyes squeezed shut and nursing her bruised, bitten lip as he worked for another round. She was already warmed up, and as long as the door was locked and they were undisturbed, He could give her as many orgasms as she wanted, and the way she groaned and thrust onto his hand, her muscles fluttering, gripping him again already, consoled him. The very idea of ending it now, maybe forever, if she didn't want this again, was just unbearable. Okay, so to fuck though, he thought, replaying what had just happened in his head as his heart sped up, flushing him hot all over again. He got her so good she called out his name. Instead of that asshole. Yes. God, that wind made him feel so fucking high. His cock stirred, already hardening again. And as for the cum in his pants, screw it, he could tune that sensation out. It was mostly absorbed by the fabric anyway. Arnold built her up with his hand, leaning in to lap at that wet slick he adored, sucking at her soft, swollen lips on a slow path back to her clit. When she pushed herself into his mouth again, his pace quickened, losing himself in her sighs, her urgent gasps and short, strangled whimpers. It wasn't long until he was groaning at the chorus of her broken cries as she came again. Before she'd even come down, his hand kept going, still pumping in and out of her as he adjusted, ignoring the soreness in his knees as he rose off the floor. Arnold braced his other hand on the chair back, feeling the hard weight of his trapped, weeping cock as he hovered above her overcome visage, feeling like something else as he shook with desperation to keep going. The rush of his whispered words came rough and shivery through his teeth as he shared the only kind of truths with her he could. "You're so fucking hot, Helga." He curled even deeper, reveling in the sloppy sounds she made as his fingers fucked her, in her high, shallow breath as her face turned away in overwhelm. "And you taste so fucking good." Her chest, stomach seized up in spasms as she gripped the chair, whimpers tangling in her throat. God, I could eat you out all fucking day. Helga's panting stirred him up even more as she covered her face, feeling a bittersweet power over her, that he could bring her to such a state despite her pride, her reluctance to be vulnerable, or her pleasure plainly seen. His thoughts and fingers slowed in the moment that followed, when the only parts of her that shook were from the waist up, as she went eerily quiet. Arnold blinked in a second of confusion before a wash of cold horror iced through him at the sound of her wet, choked sob. Trembling and hiding behind her hand, Helga Pataki was crying, Chapter 16, See You Differently. Only a few scant seconds had passed, but in that horrible, time-slowing stretch, every single pounding beat of his pulse collapsed the space in his chest until it crushed its pressure around his heart. He hadn't even noticed when his fingers fell out of her, but when her legs closed and Arnold flashed a look of betrayal down at his slicked hand, he recoiled. A thrilling, intoxicating sight he'd longed for, turning traitorous in an instant. Arnold wiped his hand off his jeans in a horrified, guilt-ridden reflex. Oh my God, I made her cry. Helga, cry. God, Helga, are you okay? Arnold rushed forward, unable to stop himself from cradling the sides of her face as she turned away. His guts sucked into the gnawing, painful pit growing in his stomach as she sniffled and shook. He blinked away the burning sting in his eyes, voice cracked. Did I hurt you? Trembling along with her, he waited in wrenching anguish until she let out an airy shudder and gave the shortest shake of her head. No. So Arnold took a big, swooping gulp of air in relief, but churned with unease when she didn't relent, caressing her hair through her series of chopped, shivering whimpers. He fought the urge to enfold her in his arms and pepper her forehead in kisses, and felt such burning contempt for himself, for ever finding the girl hiding her tears in front of him to be such a threat. Helga, what do you need? He asked quietly, nearly nuzzling her in his earnestness. What's wrong? He watched with bated breath as she shook her head again, slowly at first, then gasped when her hands flew out and smacked him back. He staggered, finding his footing and nearly losing it again at the sound she made, a harsh, broken cackle. Helga swiped ruthlessly at her wet cheeks and threw her hands out, at the end of whatever wits he'd apparently left her with. What's wrong? She repeated incredulously. The laugh in her reply hiccuped and mirthless as she grinned, and kept her glistening eyes averted, before covering her face again, red and puffy from crying. "I'm half naked and completely losing my ass in for one of you, that's what." Arnold's mouth fell open, then shook his head at himself for even expecting a straight answer in the first place. He stalled, suffering in the powerlessness he felt, in not knowing and therefore unable to give her whatever it was she needed most in that moment. And could he even push for that knowledge? Hadn't he forfeited that right? He felt like he had. And she hated being vulnerable. He figured just being seen like this for Helga had to be torture enough. Hell, it was torture for him to see it. Helga crying because he'd made her. He fought back everything inside of him that wanted to cradle her again and pry anyway, so he could just fix things. So badly. But even if he knew what she needed, how could she accept it from him anyway? Why would she? He'd fucked up. A lot. And was sure, as his heart wrenched from the sounds of her choked, whimpering breath that shook her shoulders as she pushed her skirt back down, that he'd fucked up more than he even knew. You idiot! How the hell could you have trusted yourself to do this? Arnold sank to a kneel on the carpet, head hung as he ground his fist to his brow, and heaved a sigh. You are such an asshole. God, Helga, I am so sorry, he croaked, swallowing. I should have checked in with you more, instead of getting so... His teeth grit at the sounds he'd caused, of her sniffling, of the sounds she tried to smother. The last thing I ever wanted was for this to be too much, or be anything that would hurt you. In any way. Arnold face-palmed, feeling like his words amounted to nothing as they scratched their way out his closing throat. I just wanted to make you feel good. All he heard for a moment was the stutter of her breathing starting to slow, and then that broken chuckle of hers came back darkly as she cast off her retort with a harsh sniff. Yeah, I bet you say that to all the girls. Arnold paused, gears stalling. He looked up at her in a double take, his hand dropping absently. What? The implications of her saying that clogged up his thoughts all at once, baffling him, particularly the notion that she could have possibly been upset at the idea of not being the only girl he'd done this with. He just couldn't reconcile that with everything else he knew about her. Oh, cut the shit, Helga snapped, her red sore eyes blazing his train of thought to cinders. He watched, dumbstruck as she shifted in her chair, shoulders twisting like she was rearing to strike. This all just a I'm such a good guy kind of thing for you, she snarked, gestures condescending and sharp. Does it stroke your ego, getting off on providing such a selfless act? His eyes blew wide as her words cut him apart before he could even shake his head back to deny them. I bet it does wonders for your conscience when you can't fix shit. His jaw dropped, speechless. So, Helga spat after a pause, wiping her flushed, wet face. Feel better now? Arnold shook his head. He felt the furthest thing from better. Feelings of bewilderment and outrage scrambled for words to correct and defend himself as he reeled in the stunned wake of her accusations, but their demand for rebuttal was extinguished by the thick wash of mortification that doused him. Just because she had this twisted view of him didn't mean she hadn't touched on a concealed truth, that he hadn't been honest with her about his motives. And, as for the rest, God, while it made him sick to think there was even more truth in the damning things she'd said, and with a queasy conviction told himself there wasn't, as he caught the fresh tears still trailing down her flushed cheeks as she recoiled again and shivered, he circled back to his unanswered question. Why was she crying? Everything she'd thrown at him to try and take him down did nothing to explain herself. So, with difficulty, Arnold dragged his spinning thoughts and harder feelings to that singular point, and focused. Was she just angry? No, not just, he surmised, because that's nothing different. Of course she'd still be angry at him, so maybe she was angry at herself, feeling like she'd given in to a guy she hated, instead of... He swallowed his own bitterness back, pushing to finish the thought. Instead of the guy she loved, humiliated. For it, he tried parsing through the rationale, through the fact that she could even consider that he'd operate that way, and wondered if she'd even framed the offer he gave as a chance for her to use him instead, as he'd intended. Did she feel used? Like she let herself be? His stomach sank. I bet it does wonders for your conscience when you can't fix shit. Idiot. He chided himself. Of course she wouldn't take his offer in good faith, no matter how good it seemed, or how good he'd made on it. She wouldn't feel any differently about who she thought he was. Though far from a novel concept, its weight dropped his stomach even further, below guilt, shame, or heartache, and down to bitter, roiling depths. His thoughts raced in the tense silence stretched between them, her attack ringing fresh in his mind. Their words exchanged in the cafeteria, at the lockers, and at the cabin. He slowly shook his head as he arrived at an understanding he hadn't realized he'd even pushed away. Actions spoke louder than words, but Helga would always find all the ways and means to not listen to him. Wouldn't she? She'll never see you differently. Just worse. Circling around that unwanted, unfair reality in his mind, he felt something inside of him shift, and he just knew that whether she never stopped hating him or not, that no matter what he said or did, that her stubbornness and cynicism would never let her truly believe that he actually loved her. Arnold paled. He'd never even articulated the thought before that he did. He breathed, those clashing insights churning up something fierce inside him, expanding his chest. Arnold cut out a wry scoff and thinned his stare on her, seeing beyond the miserable state of things, and into an even bigger picture that fouled him up. The irony that he'd been ready for her to humiliate him over the truth, but took such offense to her trying to humiliate him for things that weren't, wasn't lost on him. And of course, what denial she'd surely pit against his true feelings did nothing to make their concealment a matter of self-preservation any less. So hell no, he wouldn't tell her. But there were things she'd said that still demanded an answer, demanded correcting, and he'd poured too much of himself into her to back down. So he raised up from the floor and stood his ground, projecting a rough, honest force he didn't hold back. I think you can't stand to hear me say I'm sorry again, so I won't. Arnold let his words hang, while she just breathed shakily and kept him out of sight. That expansive ache in his chest pained, nearly clamming him up. But he didn't relent. I know I'm not some goody little two-shoes, he added, jabbing himself in the chest. But I don't just do this with other girls. Arnold scowled in exasperation when she didn't acknowledge his reply in the slightest. That feeling inside of him hardening, no matter what tenderness floundered around it. Whether she believed him or not, he'd set the record straight. And I haven't been making you come in order to apologize. He fumed with disgust at the very concept. I've been making you come because I want to. And, yeah, he threw out his hands, bracing himself before the plunge of even more self-disclosure. It is a thing for me, all right? Because lately, you've been... His stomach clenched, warning against his tone, against him being too honest, and even more of an asshole. Fuck. On my mind, constantly with this goddamn assignment. The weight of every other unspoken truth flagged red in his mind. While not untrue, the statement omitted so much that he might as well have lied. And, feeling nearly short-winded as the truth of his next words seemed to summon themselves, he closed his eyes, cheeks burning, and I loved doing it. And, God, it broke his heart that she felt like this now, instead of how badly he wanted her to feel, how he'd sworn he'd made her feel. Helga gave a sniffled, dismissive scoff, expression utterly contemptuous as she shook her head and refused to even look him in the eye. The words to form his retort dried up, however, when her jaw unexpectedly dropped, her sore baby blues blowing wide. Arnold followed the direction of her stare in confusion and looked down. Fucking Christ! His flannel, wrapped around his waist, had shifted, completely exposing the glaringly large, wet trail down his jeans from when he'd unloaded in them earlier. His insides somersaulted. And he, oh my God, realized in a rush that she not only saw, but that he couldn't believe he was about to, needed to, correct the presumption she no doubt had, that he'd just been talking to her this whole time, after apparently whizzing all over himself. Yeah! His voice cracked, fisting his cow-licked hair in flustered disbelief as he owned it. Yeah, in fact, oh my God, love eating you out so much I actually came kill me in my own goddamn pants without even... A weird, wild laugh danced out his throat, touching myself. All right? Because that's... He threw his hands out, still unable to look anywhere but the bullseye of his soiled crotch. Just how much I loved it. Great, came the thought. On top of everything else, now she knows I came in my own fucking pants. And it's because I actually told her. Fuck. His head rolled back to the ceiling in humiliation and clenched his eyes shut as he just breathed and tried his damnedest to outlive the moment as it burned him up. At least I can't hear her crying anymore, he figured, though it didn't bring much comfort. He couldn't hear her laugh for that matter either, but knew that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Either way, he couldn't bring himself to look at her. Untying his flannel and retying it roughly, he let himself just suffer in the silent exposure, until, at last, he heaved a resigned sigh. I meant what I said before we stopped, that I could just do that with you. He shook his head, voice going soft despite his nerves. All day, he didn't know what to expect. But it wasn't the shaky bristle in her tone when she finally replied, after an unsettling pause. Yeah, Arnold, you're a pervert, a player and a pussy hound, got it. Christ. Even if she'd never accept his feelings, why couldn't she just believe that he liked doing this so much? Because he wanted to do it with her? Just her. Don't you think if I did this with other girls all the time, that I'd have a rep for it? Came his drained reply. No comeback for once, he thought mildly, after a few moments. Nevertheless, Eidanit. Arnold let himself hang in the disquiet that lingered after. He had no idea how this would end, or what, if anything, could be salvaged, or if anything should be. It was hard to think, when he felt his heart's weight dangling in a noose he'd hung himself, before her judgment. The pressure closed up his throat. Too much to even talk. And what else he could even say anyway? More words she'd never believe? So he kept still as he awaited her verdict, a captive held in the grueling present moment. I just wish you could know how much So, she replied at last, in a measured tone he couldn't quite read. I've been on your mind this whole time, constantly. And all because of this goddamn assignment, huh? Not just, he wanted to say, but you'd never believe me. And damn it, you wouldn't want me anyway. Was a heart really only the size of a fist? 2 fists? He felt like his whole chest was wrenching, opening his eyes without any expectation of mercy. They widened regardless, as they took in the sight. The state of her. It was frightening in a way he couldn't place. Red-faced, and breathing ragged with, he couldn't even tell what exactly. Clearly a volatile mix of something. Overwhelm, at the very least, but he'd become so accustomed to her many emotional states. Yet that frayed look in her eyes, the way she seized in place, trembling, radiating a kind of intensity he'd never seen from her before. It washed up his back with chills. He swallowed, heart pounding. I get it, she resumed, voice shaken and low, as her eyes widened to the floor. You couldn't beat me that way, but you still managed to get one over on me anyway, didn't you? Arnold's head spun in a double take. What? If you're not trying to say, or force me to accept your goddamn sorries, she snapped, scathing him with a wet, red, flaring look that could flay, then you did all this to make me look like a fucking fool, and humiliate me. His whole body flashed hot and cold, at the terror that she could possibly think that she could leave thinking that it would be over like that. His head shook, but he couldn't even speak, couldn't stop her when her voice warped with her command. Get out. No, I can't. His chest heaved, eyes panicked wide. Wait, Helga. But his interjection not only came too late to give her pause, it ignited her. Erupting out from her chair like a force, Helga hurled her hand toward the door, and when she broke with a roar, it left him no choice. Get! I want you! The room turned hot and airless. He fought for breath. They both did, after the shock of his shout rattled them down to tremors. Helga's stare, never leaving his, went rapt with incomprehension. The truth channeled through Arnold like a live wire, hands wrung into fists as his whole being shook from it, shuddering his voice. I want you so fucking much. And it wasn't the whole truth, no. But a raw one? Helga's hand knocked back, blindly, into her chair, then gripped it, trembling, as she sank back in her seat with palpable caution, her eyes never leaving his. He didn't know what his own read back into hers, but it wasn't long until he couldn't bear to look anymore, to risk seeing what her expression could morph into next, while he felt so naked. So he stepped back into one of the chairs circled across from hers, and just dropped right into it, head in his hands. In that miasma of broken nerves and unyielding, silent tension that followed, a reminder filtered to the top of his thoughts. I want you could just be taken physically, and despite how ridiculous he knew it could seem, despite making her come, a question still spun in his mind. If she were convinced that he didn't do all this in the bad faith that she'd accused him of, would she think it was just the act of fooling around itself that he wanted? Or some kind of conceited gratification due to their history? Would she still push away the notion that it was because of her? Just her? He didn't know, and he thought better than to hope. I know you probably don't believe me, he murmured, tone rough with resignation, that you think this is just some kind of game or an ego thing, but no, I love you, but you'd never feel that way, and I can't. You turn me on. He rasped instead, like fucking crazy. Arnold sighed, that admission lifting some weight from him despite it all, and paused, reaching back to touch some vying tenderness inside of him. And it must be hard, getting sexual favors from some guy you hate who's hurt you, especially when the guy you are in love with some fucking idiot who has no idea what he's... He caught himself. Sorry, he apologized, words chopped. I don't even know the guy. From your poem, Midnight at Parks. He rubbed his eyes. They were stinging again. God, I'm such an asshole. I shouldn't have said any of... Arnold sniffed, shaking his head in his hands. No wonder I made you. I really didn't think that making you an offer like this would ever... Christ, Helga, you're... right. I should just... go. He shivered. Arnold's head knocked back with a stricken gasp, jolted by the force of her fists seized in his t-shirt. And soon he looked up, and in that brief moment flashed the thought of death. But he didn't have time to react before Helga surged down and crushed her lips over his. His senses whirled, and it was no shock, really, when he failed to hold a grasp on his chair, tumbling out of it and onto the floor. But maybe he would have been able to make more sense of things if Helga hadn't stolen his air on the way down. So he must have been mistaken. There was no way that what he thought was happening was. He felt the clutched flesh of his cheeks between her fingers, the clack of their teeth when his mouth fell open, the bite drawing his bottom lip. But he had to be mistaken because... Why would she... There was just no way he was being kissed by Helga Pataki. Arnold couldn't seem to find his own hands, let alone his bearings. But did her hands find him? And when they scratched across his scalp and tugged, exposing his throat to a path of wet, rough kisses, it stormed up a fury of want that flushed his body so damn hot he shivered all over in its wake. He half expected her to stop him when his hands trembled up her skirt, but when she sucked a bite at his earlobe, breathing hard, he knew there was no way he could even stop himself. He dragged the whole weight of her all over him, heaving their chests together as he panted, and burned like a furnace when Helga's hips found his and grinded. God! He gasped, lightheaded. Fuck. Arnold kept his hands gripped to reality, to her thighs and up, under her shirt, and around her, God, squeezable fucking waist. Desperate for reassurance that it was real when he felt the burning heat of her. That she really was, actually rubbing herself on him. All over his hard, trapped, weeping cock. Oh God, His head spun, a whimper escaping him as she moaned in his mouth and slid her tongue against his, and used him at her mercy. Shit, though. There wasn't much of it. Helga broke their kiss with a drag of teeth, fiercely, panting as she hovered above. Her hair cast a golden, pink-hued curtain around him, reducing his whole world to only her, and just, how could such a savage girl be so beautiful? The need that overcame him, to burn the sight of her like that to memory, filled him up with a long, soaring ache. She tore off her leather jacket and reeled above him, hips rolling and utterly flushed, but her eyes grew hazy and distant when she finally spoke, a voice breathy, shaken and rough. "You want me?" And all he could do was pant and choke, because he was so fucking hard and hungry, and because of that look in her eyes, hanging around his edges like worry, because the question teased like hope, and he didn't know why, and didn't know what to trust. So instead of thinking, he firmed his grip on her waist and thrust up instead, ground his cock against her so hard his hips rolled off the floor, making her gasp and seize his shoulders for balance as he took her with him. Arnold groaned at her unexpected, breathless excitement when he dropped them back down, in the way she moved over him, anchoring his hands to her thighs, like she might disappear if he didn't. So much! He finally huffed, rocking against her. Helga fell forward and panted, her nails clawing through his hair, tugging on his locks like reins as she set the pace, and rode him. He met her kiss just as hard and moaned, knowing he wouldn't last, not with her moaning back and dry humping him into whatever was left of the carpet. And he told himself it didn't matter that he was just being used, shoving those feelings down as he ground back. Knew better when he let her dominance fool him as honest passion, and just for him. When she broke away for air, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and kept her to him, pressing their chests so close he wondered if she could feel how torn his heart was. Arnold smothered fervent kisses in the crook of her neck as she went faster, and didn't let up, no matter how much he burned from her pace, or how much he wanted to watch. He knew himself too well, and couldn't stand to let her see his face. But damn it all, right now he had her, and she was gonna come all over his cock. And Christ, that was just too fucking good. Fuck, Helga, he grunted, barely holding on. Fuck, and he felt it, grasping her hard, so close as he scaled that euphoric high as far as he could, before he'd approach the crest of that heady drop and explode. And he was gonna do it in his pants again, no less, and he didn't even care. Oh, where's that damn... They shared a shocked-eyed look as they pulled apart, swiveling their heads in flushed alarm toward the foreign sounds of fussing and grumbling. With the worst timing ever, the janitor was not only right outside their classroom door, but jangling a key through the lock. Arnold shook for a second in furious disbelief, then leapt off the floor, grabbing their bags and whatever else in a flurry of mindless panic. Fuck! Helga burst out the door as soon as the lock turned. Arnold bolted after her, holding his adjusted flannel in place as he threw out a "sorry" to the dazed, cursing janitor that they'd knocked back in their wake. With no plan and no set point to stop, Arnold chased Helga down the whole length of the school, out the front doors, and down the city sidewalk. His lungs burned by the time they finally slowed, heaving as she turned them into the neck of an alley. He braced his hand against the brick wall to recover, his pulse pounding all the way through him. In all honesty, he didn't feel great. Not only was he nearly dizzy from too much blood flow being reversed at once, but he felt like his whole body was on tilt, no longer aroused but tossed up, and denied, and watching as she leaned back against the opposite wall and gasped for air. He grew ever more apprehensive of what she might say when she finally caught her breath, but still panting. Their eyes met, and before he knew it they were drawing close, as if magnetized. He shivered as her gaze trained on his lips, and licked them, watching hers back. Arnold started and stopped again, searching for words as their noses brushed. Then their lips. He couldn't tell who kissed who first, but it was no time at all before he'd grabbed her, and she pushed him back against the wall, that heat she always stoked racking through him and fogging him up. Fuck. More? Helga broke the kiss, nearly growling. But he knew it wasn't a question. Not with the way she nipped his lip, the way she felt up his arms and pulled his hips against hers. Demanding. Like she could get away with treating him however she pleased. Fuck, though. She wasn't wrong. Yeah. He panted back, eager, already pushing away the panged feelings and looming thoughts that threatened trespass, then winced with recollection regardless. But our roof's getting patched. Wouldn't be private. He couldn't help his quavering sigh when she rubbed her thigh between his legs. Damn. And pushed up against him in another heated kiss, and didn't care how much finesse it lacked. She pressed her forehead to his when they broke apart. My rents are out of town again. His eyes widened, heart fluttering in alarm at a host of implications that his cock, of course, leapt to entertain. They took a bus back to their neighborhood, and even though they'd long recovered from their run, he swore he never caught his breath. Arnold had never been too keen on public displays of affection, beyond your customary hugs and hand-holding, of course. Maybe a few chaste kisses at most. But for God's sake, discreet or not, they couldn't keep their hands off each other. Concealed inside her jacket, he slid his hand around to feel up the swell of her hip to her waist, biting his lip at the way she tried not to squirm when he squeezed. His flannel was arranged, ever so strategically, as her hand slipped just underneath the fabric to palm the top of his thigh, and when she leaned in, just a bit, she smoothed a hand over his t-shirt, low, washing a relentless warmth across his belly, and below, fuck. But that's all, he sensed with a pang, that they could stand to do, and not just in facing the public, but also each other. They never made eye contact on the bus. They'd hardly even made it before they'd left the alley. And as excited as he felt, teasing one another on their way to her place, the breath they shared shaken and hot as they barely kept it together during the ride. Those thoughts he struggled to push back pride anyway. He wished he understood her more, knew more. His fantasy from the other day resurfaced, of her leading him to her bed after getting caught in her closet, to use him at her whim and amusement. It didn't sound that far off truthfully. Helga didn't seem bent on humiliating him, but to use him? Mercilessly? Oh yes. Now that she believed he actually wanted her, he guessed that his physical attraction at least was honest. God, though, was it ever? A gambit in truthfulness he didn't think he could pull again, considering the cards he had left. Arnold's breath hitched as her hand on his thigh kneaded even higher, and his intruding thoughts paced ahead despite his efforts to quell them. Even if she didn't hate you, or even if she's starting to hate you less, you're not the guy she really wants. And yeah, she clearly likes getting off what you've offered her, but Arnold's brow clenched, pulling her closer when his stomach dropped, and denied that he'd done so to seek comfort. You sure you can handle just being her toy? And, all that aside, he thought, as they approached the stop by her place, and watched as she got up and walked down the aisle ahead of him, seemingly unaffected. What if you make her cry again? He let her take the lead. Despite their flirtatious contact on the bus, they didn't touch, look at, or even speak to each other as they walked the rest of the way to her place. Whatever she was going through, she obviously didn't want to engage. And when he spotted the alley where he broke down after the last time he left her place, he was thankful for it, and told himself that he wasn't going pale when he saw the hidden key crack in her stoop up ahead. He was just nervous. And that's fine, he asserted as she unlocked the front door. But when he stepped inside her unlit place for the first time since that fateful day, a wash of shame and secrecy nearly drowned him. Before he could bring himself to look at her, the front door pushed shut behind him, and he was shoved up against it as she stole a kiss. He couldn't help but feel like he was counting up the steps to his demise when she led him to her bedroom. After telling him to wait, she went inside first, closing the door. Arnold looked out the window at the end of the hallway, the very one that had silhouetted her naked figure when he'd first tried to escape, and said nothing. After a few moments, Helga opened the door again and beckoned him in. And Arnold entering felt not unlike an intruder, even at her invitation. To Chapter 17, Bursting to Freedom. Literary figures, playbills, underground bands, WrestleMania, art, and more smothered Helga's bedroom walls in unframed prints and posters, just like the last time he'd been there. Last time, the seconds it took to step across the threshold and into her private space, as an undeserving private guest, stretched unreasonably. He failed to curb his gaze from darting across her room, each familiar detail jarring him like prickled barbs as he passed over them. Busted ballet slippers, ancient rollerblades, an old baseball mitt, sun-faded needlepoint. The flinch brought from the sound of her bedroom door shutting behind him sprung his eyes, irresistibly, toward the other door standing on his left. Her closet. Arnold swallowed. Helga, She pushed him up against her door and cut him off with a rough kiss. He couldn't help his gasp when her fingers seized a grip in his hair, his own movements meeting the wet smack of her lips against his weakly. Stunned, reeling. Not okay. Not enough. No, he thought, on the brink of recoiling as she devoured him in that small, airless space between her and the door. Everything was too much. Her passion, his entrapment, his feelings for her against himself, over everything, and he was suffocating. He had to breathe. He had Arnold. What? Nearly startled by the blue of her eyes as he caught his breath, Arnold stalled, hands on her shoulders. He hadn't even meant to push her back. Sorry, he started, and stopped awkwardly, spacing on how to reply. And shit, that stare of hers, demanding an explanation, wasn't helping. I just want to... Oh no, he thought, stomach dropping as that impatient confusion of hers morphed into something so much worse, into something like doubt. Or distrust. No! Get it together, he schooled himself. You can't let her think you're rejecting her. Just forget it. Forget all that other stuff. Just focus on her instead. Arnold gave a self-deprecating scoff that he hoped sounded disarmingly good-humored, and let his softening gaze sink into hers. A smile slowly spread across his face as he reduced his world down just to her, his feelings swelling warmly in his chest the longer he looked into her eyes. Sorry, he murmured again, sweeping his fingers up from Helga's shoulders and into her hair. God, the way her features started to lax, eyes widening in that mollified look of hers that was almost vulnerable. His other hand slid around her, guiding her back to him again. Close. Let me kiss you. Helga blinked, and when her lips parted with the rise of an unmistakable blush, he enveloped her fully in his arms and went in, and for the first time ever kissed her slow. But like any lip lock that's spellbound, its languid pace wasn't the only thing that set it apart. Achingly soft movements growing firm and heartfelt when he secured his hand around her waist. Helga's knees buckled her shorter than him in a dead-to-rights swoon, and there was no question that she felt it too. That flow. His hold grew more effusive, deeper, like he could cocoon them in their own little world. Tilting up her chin when she started to pant, he let his mouth melt tenderly over hers in a sigh, and for a drifting spell everything that plagued him dissolved, along with the rest of the world that lay outside. I am so in love with you. But just how all blissful escapes could seem to go on forever, their true short-lived nature made no exceptions. Shoved back against the door, Arnold's snap back to reality was shivery and harsh, torn from her warmth as her eyes thinned at him, damp and stormy with betrayal. Don't kiss me like I'm one of your fucking girlfriends, she warned with a shaky vehemence. Don't even pretend. Arnold was no stranger to Helga's pushbacks. He had a history of handling them pretty well, in fact. Or well enough, if she didn't spike his temper. But this wasn't one of those times. And, faltering on the spot, he had to turn away from her to compose himself. He struggled to straighten his breathing as he leaned against the door, and couldn't believe how much the sharp edges of her words kept twisting in his gut as the moment dragged. Arnold, she eventually ventured, in a tone he couldn't begin to read. Did it ever? He bit his lip, sterning himself. Don't. Sorry, he said instead, turning toward her again with a half-handed gesture, gaze averted. Forget it. I just thought you'd like it. A stiff pause followed. Well, Helga groused under her breath, crossing her arms. If I'm gonna just piss you off. Arnold winced. You aren't pissing me off. He dropped his hands pleadingly. I just don't want to do anything you don't like. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to… What? Not make her fall for you? Not make her forget about that other guy? Have her find out how you really feel, where it all just somehow works out in the end? Don't lie any more than you already have to. Make you uncomfortable, he said instead, and hoped he didn't look self-conscious. I'll try to dial it down, but I'm just a romantic, and in love with you. I'm like that, and I want you, and I do things how I know, though a part of him itched to correct and relent to the fact that he'd never been so reckless, hungry, or self-debasing for a girl. He cut the chase and the point to himself. He'd always done everything with heart. I hope that that's okay, he added quietly. Arnold met her eyes as he waited. Though difficult to read, particularly when she wanted to be, he felt some relief as she slowly seemed to come around, reconsidering. Helga stepped forward, enclosing him against the door once more. Then we'll do it my way, she murmured, then sucked such a soft bite around his bottom lip that his stomach fluttered hot with butterflies. Get on the bed. Arnold grew so weak-kneed that he leaned against the door for support, light-headed. Yes, ma'am? He drifted for only half a moment, eyes shut, when he felt her tug the collar of his shirt. Even if his legs were working properly, he doubted she'd have any trouble pushing him across the floor and onto her mattress. I'm on her bed. Fuck, rushed the thought, heating his skin so fast he might have steamed. And when the image of the last time he'd seen her bed came to mind, when he saw that soiled toy that tempted him against all decency to bend over and taste it, that steaming heat burned him up in a panting sweat. Fuck. He gusted under his breath. He braced his weight back on his hands as her knee lifted over the mattress and slid, with slow deliberation, against the length of his outer thigh, half mounting him, a warm shadow cast across Helga's features as she loomed above, her gaze smoky and hungry as it fixed on his. Arnold was pinned, and Helga hadn't even straddled him. He shuddered at the controlled, unhurried way she tilted his head back and descended, meeting his lips. But he was more shaken from the feeling of it, not just from her dominance, but there was something about her hold on him, softening in a considered way, that he could almost mistake as tenderness, if he didn't know any better. But, God, he had to pant just to breathe. He twisted his fingers in the comforter, reeling beneath her. Arnold didn't know how, but being kissed like this felt dangerous, somehow, in a way that didn't, in the times that she'd been rougher. How could he feel so taken over when she was being so gentle? He felt powerless in a way that made it all the more exciting but frightening and confusing when he felt almost cared for. But she can't because she doesn't care about you. His heart raced despite its wrenching ache, unable to help his own swoon as she pressed their chests flush and slid her tongue against his. And God, he wanted to melt into the kiss, but also jump out of his own skin, or touch himself, or her, or do something. Don't, he caught himself. Let her lead, do this her way. But when one of her hands released his hair and smoothed over his throat, then between their chests and down, he broke the kiss with an involuntary lurch. Sorry, Arnold gasped. What the hell? What is wrong with you? He gulped and was thankful he didn't have to reach far for an excuse. "I need to use the bathroom if you're... he stammered, and hoped despite his overwhelm that he sounded apologetic as he winced away from the look of her startled, disgruntled scrutiny. "I should freshen up from earlier. My pants." As excruciatingly lame as that sounded, there was a logic to it that neither of them could dispute, and he capitalized on that, inching out of her hold as she relented with reluctant annoyance. Arnold felt his gaze tug to her frown, the dubious, troubled crinkle of her brow, despite the reason of his words, and tripped over his bag on his back step toward the door. He cleared his throat and grabbed the half-empty water bottle that had fallen out onto the floor, waving it at her as he felt for the doorknob. Might as well, hydrate, too, while I'm at it." "Okay," she finally replied, crossing her arms. "Right," he answered, trying to ignore the Raggedy Ann doll hanging on her door as he opened it, or the hallway window facing him when he crossed the threshold that had silhouetted her nude figure the last time he visited. Correction. Trespassed. Fuck. Arnold locked the bathroom door behind him, turned on the faucet, and just let it run, its noise filling the space as he stood in front of the sink, face buried in his hands. What the hell was that? You go down on her, you guys dry hump, and she wants more, brings you back to her place, and now you're suddenly not ready for her to grab your dick. Well, you really should freshen up if you're gonna... Oh, come on, he hissed under his breath and the sound of the running faucet. That's not fucking why... He sighed. He couldn't figure all that out just then. Still, though, he'd had a point, and he really should freshen up. Arnold unlooped his flannel, unzipped and cringed, acutely aware of the unpleasantly stiff, starchy sensations that he could no longer ignore when he peeled down his spent jeans and boxer briefs. Okay, yeah, definitely should. Arnold stalled, hesitating in self-debate as he considered, then fretted, over the embarrassing logistics required in freshening up. Shower? A time sink, and he hadn't asked ... IT felt weird. Was her sink low enough? No, damn it. Washcloth? That would work. He adjusted the temp, grabbed one off the rack, and held it under the water, cringing at the mocking tone of his inner voice as he soaped the fabric. "Hey, Helga, is it cool if I wipe my dirty dick down with one of your face towels?" Arnold grumbled with self-disgust and did his best to clean up anyway, as a counterthought crept in unhelpfully. Well, it wouldn't be the worst thing of hers you've gotten come on. Arnold swore at his own reflection. The rest of his thoughts were difficult to sort as he dried himself off with another washcloth, because he hadn't thought ahead and now needed two, damn it. Like, why was he so freaked out? It's not like he didn't want this. Because you're in her house again, obviously, and... But no, that's not what set him off this time. He'd liked it, true, but he'd been anxious, uncomfortable. No, not uncomfortable. He corrected himself and felt a light tremble wash up his back. Vulnerable. He'd never been kissed like that before, or led like that. Different from the coy, flirtatious tugs from his exes, or Helga's pushy aggression. Sexual or otherwise. He cursed softly over the toilet when he realized he should have waited to wash up until after he'd relieved himself, and lobbed his thoughts back and forth. It's not like he hadn't felt powerless around her before, or submissive for that matter. He'd made peace with that, doing what she wanted, being used how she wanted, in a big chunk of his fantasies. Hell, in his own proposal to her, it's what he wanted. It was all he could hope for, when the threat of humiliation no longer deterred him. But to not only feel like he'd been made small by her, but also cared for like that. At the same time, he flushed and washed his hands. Then himself again. Drying off, he heaved a sigh of relief when he spotted a messy hamper. He wouldn't have to ask Helga where he could leave her cum-stained towels. Christ. He redressed, rewashed his hands for good measure, and paused. Arnold looked at himself in the mirror, slightly disheveled, cheeks ruddy. His heart raced. He rinsed his face and ran damp fingers through his hair to calm his cowlicks, then chugged the rest of his water. then refilled the bottle and chugged it again. He couldn't afford to feel that way and make this work, because feeling like that, when she obviously didn't care, it didn't just make him feel vulnerable, it fucking hurt. Too much. Arnold smoothed out his clothes and denied the suspicion that he wasn't grooming to impress, but to try and put himself back together. He was fine. He'd be fine. And he could be a toy for cruelty, but not false kindness. But if all his years knowing her taught him anything, it was that Helga could act nice one moment and then turn mean again on a dime. And for once, it comforted him to know that, however good her good side, at the end of the day, he could trust the mean one. His eyes darkened on their reflection as he shut off the faucet, and knew that whatever the sweet, caring Helga had in store for that other guy, that asshole, that the mean, pushy, demanding version back in her bedroom was waiting for an encore. And Arnold, licking his lips as he turned out of the bathroom and down the hall, was more than eager to push everything else away and oblige. One days, it wasn't long before she sidestepped his attempted pleasantries and pushed him back on the bed. She straddled him fully, and this time her kiss was dominating and rough, punishing. He stewed under her, relieved and hungry. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Shit, he panted and kissed her back, pushing up the floating tulle of her skirt as his hands climbed the smooth warmth of her thighs. Just as his fingers squeezed around their softness with the craving that she'd slide up a few feet and straddle his face instead, she seized his wrists. He gasped as she trapped them to the bed like shackles around his head and pressed him into the mattress. Stay, Arnold swallowed, unable to stop the roll of his hips under hers as he nodded, and when she let his wrists go and sat up straight on his lap, he knew better than to move. Not that there was anywhere else he'd rather be, of course. But just as she bit her lip and rolled her hips back, dragging that delicious, weighted friction over the strained bulge in his jeans, the corner of his eye betrayed him, and strayed to her closet. For a moment he couldn't tear his gaze away, until the sound of her heavy breath brought him back. And of course, she was absolutely stunning, eyes shut and teeth bared in a kind of pleasured sneer, as she rubbed herself on him. But he was only half there. His heart palpitated. He wished she'd lean down again, so they could kiss and block everything else out. Or better yet, wished she really would just sit on his face, so he couldn't focus on anything else. Please, he croaked. Desire caught in his throat as his hips rocked back on their own. I want to make you come again. His heart leapt at the promising way she shivered, eyes flashing at his words, and stilled with bated breath, as Helga slowed down to a deep, subtle grind, and breathed out her reply like a promise. You will! He threw his head back and swore, swooning in a flood of arousal at her words. Yes, he thought, eyes clenching shut as memories between her thighs fogged him up in a much-desired anticipatory haze. He wanted to eat her up until he couldn't even think. Use me again, please. He felt her hands smooth up his chest, heaving under her palms, ready for her to brace her weight and push forward and into his mouth. But instead she kept grinding slowly and breathed out his name in a foreign tone he couldn't place, but it fluttered his pulse. Do you have any idea how you look? She hissed softly, again in that same tone, as her hands swept over the form of his shoulders, his arms, then down again, like she was taking her time. His thoughts scrambled for rationale. What? Pathetic? He answered mentally, taking stock of himself, and what he could only suspect was an incoming bout of teasing, or torture, before she'd give him what he'd begged for. Yeah, definitely pathetic. But there was no follow-up, other than the sensation of her hands slowly moving back down his chest and over his stomach, and then she went completely still and began pushing up his shirt. His eyes flashed open, watching the fabric bundle all the way up to his collarbones in bewilderment. What was... He gasped at her face. Arnold had openly marveled over every girl he'd ever been with, didn't hide his awe over every new feature, Every new inch of skin revealed that he'd never seen before, let alone touched. And, while he'd felt appreciated before, approved of physically, no one had ever done that back to him. He stared, breathlessly, as Helga became the first and only girl who had. His heart pounded at that look of hers, at the way her breathing changed, growing shaken, heavier, at the feeling of her questing hands touching fire into him, making him sweat and pant. "Damn, Arnold," she huffed, eyes running him up and down. "You start moonlighting as a gym rat?" He blinked in a kind of floating confusion, like his body couldn't decide whether to send blood to his cock or his brain, and struggled to grasp what she'd said. "You... what?" Helga gave a light scoff in response, but kept her gaze locked on her hands as she traced the slopes of his pecs, modest abs clenching with definition, as he trembled under the wanting downward drag of her fingertips. "You weren't packing like this in those swim trunks?" Arnold blushed. It wasn't like he was scrawny or anything before, but he had been working out a lot lately to help deal with this obsession of his. He looked away with a light, sheepish smirk. He didn't even know what to say. She'd even noticed? He wasn't, like, big or chiseled or anything. The thrill from the revelation that she didn't just find him merely adequate, but actually found him worth hungering over, had him shying his face away in elation, in overwhelm, and he stopped, staring. In his carelessness, he gazed beyond the boundary of her bed and toward an art print she still had on display. A reproduction, one he'd stared at the last time he was there, when he'd snuck into her room. A Baroque bloody painting of two women decapitating a man in his bed, framed against a wallpaper of faded hearts. He swallowed. A short gasp, then another, pitched higher, leapt from his throat as she explored the peaks of his nipples and tweaked them. Helga watched him squirm, and did it again, licking her lips. "Like that?" She smirked. His blush deepened, words failing, and when her smirk grew as she twisted, he faltered from that sharp, sensitized pleasure, feeling exposed and oddly weak beneath her. "Why would you care what I like? You shouldn't." Maybe she just got off on having this kind of effect on him, that she could unravel him with just a tease, just a toy. His hands clenched in their obedient captivity, and wished she'd just give it up and sit on his face already. He wanted to taste her again, make her squirm, and not have to see or feel or think beyond anything other than her, so he wouldn't have to look at or notice anything else he tried not to. Literary figures, playbills, underground bands, WrestleMania, art, and more. A crack in a closet door. Helga balanced her weight on his chest and smoothed her other hand down to return to his belly, then kept going, lower, and hesitated, making his breathing hard and heavy. And when she moved again, hand warm and palming over his bulge, he bucked involuntarily and moaned, then grimaced, both wanting to soak up and deny her attentions, her torture. Because what else would it be? You don't have to." His protest broke in a strangled gasp as she felt the form of him, experimentally, and squeezed. When Helga's reply came, her words were nothing more than a breath bursting to freedom as it stole his. "I want to." His jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it. But the desire was plain on her face, heady and undeniable. "I want to make you come," she whispered heatedly, her admission scorching a whimper from the back of his throat, then left him gasping, desperate, as she squeezed him again, harder, and tugged the knot of flannel around his waist out of the way. Holy shit! Her fingers worked impatiently at the top button. "Oh my God!" She unzipped over his bulge, the fly of his jeans popping apart. Helga, all that separated his twitching cock from her bare hand, was the tented, starched fabric of his boxer briefs. In all the fantasies he'd had of her, no matter how angry or shamefully vindictive, the very prospect of what she was about to do had always remained untouched, unthinkable, that she'd ever pleasure him for his own sake. And as much as he wanted her, loved her, he bit his lip as her fingernails dragged through his curls, pulling down the elastic band, and the sight of her closet door was waiting for him when he tossed his head in self-debate. He didn't deserve it. Wait! Her hand went still. He'd grabbed her wrist. Arnold steeled himself against the fear of self-preservation as it seized in his chest, and the mounting peak of her impatience on the verge of exploding. "Listen, please," he started, not backing down from the flash in Helga's eyes. "I don't know what we are, okay? And I don't have to know right now. I mean," his stomach flopped, heart pounding. "I hope we're something." He blushed despite himself, from saying the words, and from the way her angry brow softened perceptibly, eyes widening. He cleared his throat and set his nerve. "If we're gonna keep fooling around, there's something that I can't not tell you." His insides trembled. "That I need to. And you do," the voice in his head said firmly, cutting through the fears and oaths he swore to himself that he wouldn't, and all the panging thoughts that said, "You're selfish if you tell her, and she'll kill you," grew fainter as they circled in his mind, as if swirling down a sieve of resolve and higher perspective. "No, you do need to. You have to." He flushed with sweat and released her wrist, hands clammy and trembling as he repositioned out from under her. Tense as a tightrope, Helga sat on the edge of her mattress, eyes fixed rapt on his. Arnold laced his fingers hard and tight, averting his gaze to the floor. He had no idea why, but she'd really graced him that day with some rare silences, and though he knew better than to let this one drag much longer, his throat went dry. He scratched the words up anyway. "I had something happen, and if you kick me out after I tell you this, never speak to me again, or kick my ass, I'll get it. But please," he wrung his hands, "I need you to understand that what I'm about to tell you was a stupid accident, not just," the back of his mind interjected. "Shut up," he shot back. "It started with one." He swallowed and braced himself on the ledge of a proverbial cliff that felt all too dauntingly real, and, as the prickled sensations of fear washed over him, wondered just how long he'd really been dangling, and in denial. He felt far away from his own voice when he started. "Remember when Phoebe had that scholarship competition at the Hillwood Expo a few months ago? Made some kinda robot something? He licked his lips, nerves racing. She apparently left some kinda control module here and was blowing up my phone, begging me to look for it and rush over to the expo so she could fix her project in time before the demonstration started. Of course, I asked why you couldn't do it." He gestured, elaborating. "And she said you and your family were out of town, and He face-palmed into his sweaty hairline. "They were running out of time, and Gerald and Phoebe wanted me to do it, so Phoebe told me where the key was, and I came here." His voice cracked. He cleared it. "I was looking for it in your bedroom, and Arnold grimaced as he girded himself. He locked his eyes back on her closet door. Dead ahead. "I saw and heard some stuff that I shouldn't have." Sweat trickled down his temple as his whole body flushed with pinpricks in the gnawing silence that followed. "You don't have to tell her the sordid details," he told himself. "She'll already think you're a freak enough. Oh, it turns out you were home and coming down the hall. And of course, you had no idea I was there or why. And I was the last person you'd wanted to see. And I'd broken into your house for Christ's sake, and I panicked." His heart pounded in his ears. And fuck, it was so hard to breathe. And the silence only got louder when he realized he couldn't hear the sound of her breathing anymore either. Not that he could bear to look at her. He still couldn't believe she was allowing him to live so far, let alone speak. "So he croaked out, swallowing again. "I ran into your closet, and He barely had time to gasp in shock before she smashed him face first into the mattress and pinned his arm behind his back. Painfully. It was the second time that day he thought of death, and with the wild edge in her voice as her knee pressed into his spine with force, he had no doubt it'd be the last. "What did you see, Arnold?" Chapter 18. "Such a freak?" What are you even doing here anyway, Helga? You don't even come to stuff like this. Right, like I'm spending the weekend with my family in some lodge in Appalachia. So that's it? That's why you're here ruining our vacation? Christ, Helga, maybe if you weren't such a pain in the ass, your family would have wanted you there. Arnold had always considered himself a good person. Though far from perfect, no matter what mistakes he'd made, he'd brought enough good in his life to keep that belief steadfast. And, even though his track record wasn't exactly the best lately, he was still, ultimately, good. Because at the end of the day, he never intended to do the wrong thing on purpose. And the only times he'd lost control were when he'd been pushed to the brink. And whether they were relevant or not, these distinctions flagged in his mind as she muscled him into a hold that forced his line of sight toward her closet, and adrenaline stole the words he would have said otherwise. Either way, even if he wasn't choked by her question, Arnold wouldn't have gotten far trying to answer Helga with her suffocating him into the mattress. He didn't fight back, but flinched hard enough from the sharp drag of her knee across his spine to gasp in the gap of air the reflex granted him. Helga, I'm sorry, His teeth grit, her body weight pressing through her hand as it smothered his profile with a punishing force. A chill frosted his gut at the realization that, despite his overwhelm, that the shakes going through him weren't even his own. Her frame radiated the vibrations of her fury into his. What? Did you see? His eyes scattered across her room like darts but returned, inescapably, to the closet door, beckoning him between the gaps of her fingers. Arnold hesitated, blanking on the cusp of actually saying it, and of being more than just hopefully vague, like he'd planned. Somehow, only as clear as he had to be. She tore a gasp from him as she twisted the arm behind his back. What? I saw you naked. It was an accident. He cringed into the mattress at the escaped confession, and in self-admonishment, like that matters. And I panicked. He scratched out, breathing rough. So I hid in your closet. And really, awful as it was, what else could he have done? Arnold swallowed uncomfortably at the sensation following that thought, some inner stirring, like damning tendrils slithering to the front of his mind. Her turbulent shivering intensified in the cryptic moments that passed, but it wasn't the menacing weight of her silence that began to crush him. So that's it? You had to see her naked? His gut turned at the concept. No. I mean, sweat beaded his hairline. I guess I could have warned her, maybe, that I was here before she got out of the bathroom, in case she came out before me, and wasn't decent. He swallowed again, harder. But I hadn't thought of that. And what did you see then, Arnold? Helga seethed. Huh? Nothing, he blurted, a sharp spasm stabbing through his shoulder. It was dark. Arnold broke out in a shallow pant as he endured her cruel hold in the torturous quiet that followed. I mean, his train of thought returned. She would have killed me. Hell, she might kill me now. And how could I think that fast, anyway? She wasn't supposed to even be here in the first place. His stomach tightened, an inner retort already coiling around his conscience. No, you weren't supposed to be here in the first place. For a moment he had no rebuttal, that truth panging dull in his chest. Yeah, he finally returned, but I didn't want to be. Gerald and Phoebe needed my help. And, though Helga's question clearly pressed a different matter, it tugged another question in turn. Did they? Arnold's stomach sank. So, well, no. In the end, they didn't. Phoebe jerry-rigged what she needed out of Gerald's phone. And what? He asked Helga back, and he only had half a mind when he did, because even though he didn't predict it, he realized, rather acutely, that he hadn't been surprised at all, that Phoebe had managed to pull it off. Not in the slightest. Don't get smart, Helga snapped, earning a fevered gasp as she strained his arm. It was getting harder to breathe. Why are you even thinking this stuff? Was that... Helga pressed on, her tone wavering hesitantly. All you saw? Arnold shuddered. It wasn't. and the sights he had seen mixed with a tossed jumble of his thoughts. She sounds so scared. How can I even tell her? I never meant to. It's so hard to breathe. I'm so sorry. That mess of hers on the bed. This bed, I hadn't even realized my feelings for her yet. How could I have even known I'd... The foreboding shakiness in her breath snapped him to the present. He had to answer her. And within Arnold, where his internal compass lied, flashed a warning at the prospect of not just omitting truth, but lying outright when she'd asked a direct question. But it weakened against his absolute refusal to mention her soiled toy after she'd left. That violation of privacy loomed over the horizon of his thoughts, like a truly existential threat. And a detail that would, by all rights, unsettle anyone. Yeah. He pushed the lie out his throat. I left after you did. So? Came her low, dangerous whisper after a pause. You didn't see anything else? He winced, his conscience stabbing in his gut. Yet, wretched as he felt, that compass warped and bent. No. Arnold bit his lip. Unsettle her, huh? And it just happens to be convenient for you too, he thought. Arnold scowled, his self-disgust eclipsing every bit of pain she dealt. All right then, came her reply at last, oddly measured. For the briefest moment he wondered if she'd lower her guard. He cried out as she wrenched his twisted arm instead. What did you hear? What? You said you saw and heard things you shouldn't have. So, she emphasized, voice dark and quavering. What did you hear? Fuck, he thought, his earlier words spinning him up in their recollection. She was right. He did say that. And God, the things he had heard, he shouldn't have been surprised, even with the sharpness throbbing through his back and her practically maiming his arm out of the socket at that point. Despite the harrowing reality of being faced with her painful interrogation, how awful she must have felt, and the shame within him that gnawed. He felt his cock harden at those illicit memories, like goddamn fucking clockwork. And damn it, hadn't that been the linchpin in all this? That so many ridiculous circumstances had set him up in an impossible position, that so much had conspired all at once, to thwart his best efforts to do the right thing, to not jerk off in her closet, to not jerk off to her at all, then and after, to not need to? How the hell could he have resisted? It felt like everything he'd done wrong since that day had always been against his own will. And damn it, he was better than that. And sure it was wrong, but come on, it was like he had no fucking choice. The view of the closet peeking between her fingers split into a pair of blurred doors as something seized in his chest, his gaze growing distant, unfocused. The door in his doubled vision remained closed, but another opened within him, revealing an unbidden doubt. Me, one that questioned whether or not he'd really been forced by unfair circumstance down a path that was inescapable, or if he'd actually stood at the fork of two paths that day, every day. Come on! A voice in him implored, undistorted from the heart of his inner compass, however blemished, the very one that had disarmed and guided so many others to do the right thing and face the truth. Since when did you start believing you never had a choice? Arnold went cold as a weightless drop fell through him. I always had one. And it's not like I haven't beaten myself up over that fact. But damn it, he thought, as his lungs stressed from the pressure building in his chest. Sure makes it easier to keep on going. When you use that guilt like an excuse, like you hadn't done what you'd actually wanted all along. But it was. Helga's patience snapped, tearing a bark of pain from him, as she fiercened her hold on his contorted body. The heat of his crushed face flared under her outstretched hand as she belted out her demands. What did you hear, Arnold? What have you known about all this fucking time that you're only just telling me now? Like I'm a fucking joke. I heard what I wanted to hear that day, he thought, before his mind spun a pivot on her words. Joke? Helga, you're not a, what already? Fuck. Helga, I am so sorry. You started? His words choked, because the lie he'd believed had never been true. He hadn't been tempted away from some actual, true desire to do the right thing. Arnold hadn't given in to temptation despite himself. He did everything because deep down, he wanted to. And the guilt and shame and regret were all just easy justifications because he'd never stopped. And she deserved to know more than just what had happened, but about this disgusting fact about the kind of person it turned out he really was, who'd had no place for all the high-roading he'd ever done. Maybe if you weren't such a pain in the ass, your family would have wanted you there. And was apparently even worse than what she'd ever thought of him. The confession he'd once swore to his grave was nothing more than a murmur when it finally came out. Touching yourself. Helga froze completely still, ominously, but he was mentally removed from his panicked dread. Fear and impending loss didn't matter. His anyway. And, like I said, I couldn't see anything, he persisted, voice croaking and far away. But what, Arnold? Helga scorched back, shaking as she death-gripped his trembling arm. For fuck's sake, what? God, for the life of him, he couldn't believe that he'd ever been deluded enough to even hope that he could keep a physical relationship with her without disclosing the truth. Or that it'd maybe work out somehow if she did know. How the hell had he been able to keep holding on to a belief like that, when he'd known, beneath it all, that there hadn't been a chance? Fuck. He'd always been like that. His eyes wrenched shut, shuddering as that desperate delusion finally lifted. Own up, face up. There's no more holding on anymore. And make no mistake, after this, it's over. All of it. The herald of that horrible truth swelled up every damn feeling inside of him until that pressure burst, hurling the words out his throat. I jerked off, came his cracked, warped confession. Okay? In your closet, listening to you like a fucking creep. The sheer reality of him saying it hit in waves, twisting his guts to sick gristle from such self-exposure. If she hadn't spun his arm behind his back, he might have rolled into an early grave for it. You know how you think my being such a good guy is just bullshit? Well, he reeled off, wetly. You're fucking right. I knew it was wrong, and I gave in anyway, like I couldn't help myself. But I could have forced myself not to. He grit out, brows furrowing. It was all on me. Honestly, you have every right to treat me like trash for doing something so fucked up. He hissed in disgust. For wanting to... God, though. Her silence this time. Unreadable and intolerable, truly. Like trying to stay alive in a goddamn vacuum. Left alone with just himself, and the stomach-turning fact that he'd actually had the audacity to ever consider himself a victim in all this, when he'd only found himself in this whole situation because he'd put himself in it, and used his own guilt and wrist-slapping as an allowance. Hell, began a conspiratorial, festering thought that grit his teeth. I bet the real reason you even agreed to trespass in the first place was because you wanted to be here, and Gerald's begging finally gave you an excuse you could actually accept. You missed her, after your fuck-up at the cabin, after she'd gone distant and cold. And that bothered you, didn't it? It bothered you so fucking much. You could have stopped yourself. All along. But you just didn't want to. Just yell at me already, he pleaded, dreading what came next, but writhing unbearably in the present, in his own skin. Kick my ass. Kick me out, or whatever you want. I won't. His voice went scratched small. Bother you again, ever? She must have known this was torture because she didn't respond, leaving him in a weight that just pulverized. Until, at last, she spoke. And that's it? She'd pulled that sharp fury of hers back, but kept that danger in her voice. That guard. Anything else deeply private that you shouldn't have seen or heard? Arnold knew better than to trust the odd shift in her tone. He was dead and he knew it. And the answer was still, of course, that he had. But his decision not to mention the used toy she'd left out on that soiled towel of hers didn't budge. She seriously didn't need to know that. No, he lied, and scorned his arm for its searing cry for relief. She could pop it out of the socket for all he deserved. Still, for a spell, all she did was just breathe above him. He could feel it in the way the air moved through her, in the flex of her grip, in the way her weight shifted. And you just couldn't, she continued in a hush, help yourself. He knew every word, every utterance she made was a threat, and was acutely aware of the neck-breaking distance between them, but puzzled. He couldn't place her inflection, but she didn't sound pissed. The blurred closet between her fingers split into twins once more. Why didn't she sound pissed? I tried, he began, then scowled. At first, but it's no excuse. Arnold deflated beneath her, sinking into the mattress with a weary sigh. Helga, I know it doesn't make a difference, but His stomach clenched in anguish, roiling and heavy with everything. I'm sorry, and I know I can't ever make it right. Maybe if you weren't such a pain in the ass, your family would have wanted you there. I can't make anything right. Fuck. Just me hitting you up today. And after everything, God, I can only imagine how knowing all this must make you feel. I should never have... A wash of despair took the words from him, overflowing and emptying him out like a tide. He was finally resigned to it. Miserable, yet ready for the end. Helga kept the commanding press of her hand across his face, but the weight boring into his cheekbone lessened as she shifted again, adjusting above. Oh, she breathed, voice lowering in a tone he still couldn't read, as her knee slid off his smarting back. Arnold. His lungs drew deep and stopped. This was it. He knew it, and knew better than to guess why she dropped his throbbing arm. The release sent a searing race of pins and needles through him that leapt a groan of surprised discomfort from his throat. He felt a cool break of air against his cheek when she drew back, unexpectedly, and that breathy tone lingered when she spoke again. Turn over. Arnold's heart pounded, nerves scattering as he questioned why she'd even want him to face her. Maybe she wants to look me in the eye as she kills me, make it personal. And really, could he blame her? Either way, he wouldn't dare deny her the right. Trembling, body aching in protest, Arnold dragged himself up enough to shift his hips and turn onto his elbows. Gaze lowered, avoidant. He saw her kneeling, knees apart and gripped with tight flexing fingers. Sweat trickling cold, he sucked in a breath and dared to lift his eyes. Feeling so deplorable he could offer no more than a squint when he finally met hers. A gasp tore through his whole body, like he'd been completely doused with ice water when she rushed him, but not from just, far from just. She might as well have choked him as she sought his cock through his open fly and seized it. His jaw dropped, caught in her stare as he broke out in a pant, hardening and shaking with feverish shock. Oh, you couldn't help jerking off trapped in my closet? She'd huffed the question, teeth showing, hungry and fierce in a way he'd never seen on a girl. She wrung out a moan he couldn't help as her fingers squeezed around him and stroked. Listening to me. Helga kissed and bit his bottom lip, wet and rough, and he distantly swore he could feel his neurons fry when she reached under the elastic band and pulled him out. Arnold forgot how to breathe as he watched her slide her hot grip up and down, jerking him off, and the smirk in her lowered voice was undeniable. Didn't know you were such a freak, football head. Chapter 19. You hurt mine all the time. Holy shit! Arnold's higher brain functions couldn't push out more than that. Not when Helga was so obviously completely lost to the act, when he looked up at her face. Utterly flushed, her eyes set with a feverish focus, and only for his cock. A helpless plaything in the grip of her pumping hand. The way she wet her bruised lip and bit it. Fuck, Arnold, she hissed. And when it was under her breath like that, he couldn't shake away the notion that it was just for her. And he cursed as her next words puffed hotly over the slicked, swollen tip of his cock. God, I can only imagine how much you tortured yourself. His head rolled from whiplash, from the disbelieving, crazy, frightening thrill shivering up his shoulders that she'd heard his awful confession, and actually liked it. Oh, fuck, though. Panged some inner protest as he gripped the comforter and swooned from her eager pace, nearly losing himself. Some part of him rallying against the notion that what he'd done could be rightfully met with anything besides rage and disgust. She shouldn't. As much as he couldn't bear to think of the loss he'd feel, he had to stop her. But when his head rolled forward again, and he met Helga's bristling gaze, his mouth went slack, as heat flared all the way up from his hard-stroked cock to his heart, as she panted above him, jerking him off while rubbing herself under her skirt like she burned there. Oh, sweet fuck. Whatever thoughts remained fizzled to dumb nothings, as her shoulders dipped, lips licked and parting as they hovered over her handiwork. He was so at her mercy that if he had half a mind left, he'd use it to beg. In the past, Arnold had been able to put up some level of reserve when he was pleasured by any of his exes. But when Helga closed the distance and touched him with her tongue, he was fucking toast. He could hardly make out her name, let alone whatever else he groaned as his hips rose, drawn up by the pull of her soft, wet lips. It was too intense to watch, but he couldn't look away. The unreal reality of it. The sight of Helga's head bobbing in his lap as she rubbed herself, pinked cheeks hollowing around his length. That wanting, impassioned glaze in her eyes that he couldn't escape as she sucked hot euphoria into his cock. He trembled, unable to curb the needy pump of his hips as she sucked him off. Even when he hissed at the accidental graze of teeth, he'd rather die in her mouth as long as he never got to leave it. But true to a gentleman's creed, he warned her. He couldn't even tell exactly what he'd said, but he did, just before he'd break that dizzying crest and erupt. Arnold gasped when she popped him out of her mouth and jerked him off again, faster, and there was nothing gentle about the way she handled him as she hovered above and moaned his name. His mouth fell open, eyes rolling back at the final glimpse of hunger he caught on Helga's face, before tensing up, everything going numb save the desperate build-up in her hand. In that altered state, where the world reduced to nothing more than the hot, fluid pulses that gushed from his cock, Arnold dimly registered the throaty cries in the air as his, and the fact that no other girl had ever made him thrash before. He panted for breath as he came down in an afterglow that left him flushed, warm, and spinning, detached from coherent thoughts. He reached half-heartedly for them, as if in a cloud. He knew he needed them. The few he'd managed to form evaporated when he caught sight of Helga, eyes shut, rubbing herself fervently as she tasted his cum off her wrist. That knocked his systems out for a bit. But as his brain slowly booted back online, he was already shaking his head at himself. He didn't know why she'd approve so much, but fuck. He chastised with a frown and looked away. You don't deserve this. Damn it, Arnold. You shouldn't have let her. You shouldn't have done that. What? Arnold started as Helga's words came through the fog of his post-orgasmic haze. Why the hell not? She pressed, voice wavering. And when he looked back, her hands had fallen away, brow creasing up her flushed, troubled face, edging back as he blanked. He didn't even realize he'd said the words out loud. His heart panged as something vulnerable faltered across her face, before she sterned it back with an open, angry scowl. Why the fuck not, Arnold? Alarm bells rang between his ears, but he stalled regardless. A deer in headlights. Fuck. There was already enough guilt he couldn't seem to shake off, and this definitely didn't make it any easier. He stumbled on a reply, as he worked with whatever blood supply his head had at that point. It didn't feel like a lot. No, it's... He gestured for patience. It's not that you shouldn't have, you know. Christ, he sounded so stupid. I didn't realize I was thinking out loud, and what I'd meant was that He pointed at his chest. Shouldn't have... He trailed off with the realization that his explanation didn't sound much better than the misunderstanding he was trying to correct. What? She barked. That you shouldn't have done this with me? Christ. It's not like that. Helga. His voice tightened. I don't deserve... Oh, what? She cut back. To be yelled at? Criminy? You are so fucking... No, I mean a blowjob. He let the words hang in the air, then sighed, kicking himself as he pushed his spent cock back in his boxer briefs. From you, he added. Helga threw her hands out, then rubbed her face like she was about to lose her mind. Arnold spoke up before she could apparently summon a retort. "Look, what I did? I'm sure in some way you might." He hesitated and considered their situations. Had they been reversed? If she'd been the one unable to help herself, if she'd overheard him jerking off at the boarding house and had to push back the odd mix of tantalizing appeal and staunch disapproval the concept conjured, find it flattering. Flattering! Helga! Arnold sat up, the lingering remains of his afterglow dispelled as he shook his head. That doesn't make what I did okay. It's still fucked up and... Well, duh it is. Arnold's eyes widened, stunned quiet as she elaborated. But it's also so freaking hot. And how dare you, by the way? She finger-jabbed beside herself. Getting me all worked up like that, and then pulling this shit before I even get to finish, and... That snapped his attention. Well, that's what I'd originally wanted. He interrupted, fingers itching to touch her as his guilt stirred desire. To make things right. I could. Still. Yeah. Well, it's too late for that now, isn't it? And it didn't have to be. If you weren't such a fucking buzzkill. She stomped off her bed and paced to the center of her room, turned away from him. Arnold's chest tightened. A crushing pause passed before he probed back. Do you mean that? Duh. Is that even a question? Of course you are. No, I mean... His knees pressed together. Despite the fact that he'd been so resigned during his confession earlier, nothing seemed to hold back the fresh wave of dread soaking him down as he braced to say the rest. Do you not want me to make you come anymore? She gave something like a half-bitten laugh as she kept her back to him. The shoulders of her leather jacket rose, as it with a trying breath. Why, for the love of God, couldn't you just enjoy it? She flashed a gesture of irritation, but, as for her tone, there was something else in it that he couldn't describe. Why can't you just let me do something that I... She cut herself off, and scoffed, hands dropping. That you'd like? That we'd both like? Arnold's guts did a conflicted dance at the added confirmation that she very much did enjoy what she'd just done. Until he'd ruined it, of course. Because he just couldn't. We both seem to like it when I eat you out? He counter-offered, palm up. Well, turns out I like jerking and sucking you off. She'd snapped her reply harshly, but the declaration blushed his face. And you didn't seem to hate it either, she scowled, turning around to face him again. Or at least your dick didn't. He bit his cheek. Couldn't deny that. Sure, you slamming your hog in my closet like some depraved peeping Tom wasn't exactly your finest hour. She hand-waved, completely ignoring his jaw-dropping mortification. But as I've already made abundantly clear... She paused, finger-pointing the air meaningfully. I can look past that. Because one, you've obviously already beaten yourself up enough over beating yourself off. Not that I don't like rubbing it in, of course. Her eyes drifted up to the ceiling in a smirk as she appreciated her puns. And no doubt the fact they were all at his expense. Arnold dropped his burning face in his hands. If he could evaporate on the spot, he would. Oh, and two, because again, and I can't believe I need to explain this, a goody two-shoes like you doing that is just so fucking hot. The heat in his face rolled in waves down his chest, pin-pricking his arms. And damn, did that make him harden, despite his misgivings. Arnold's gaze trained to the floor as he mulled over this take she had on his admissions. Didn't know you were such a freak, football head. Well, she's not wrong. And shit, turns out she's kind of a freak too, I guess, he added, and not too mildly. His objection to her approval did little to dampen the warmth that knowledge spread through his belly. Still, my confession only scratched the surface, he thought, chewing his lip as that warm feeling dulled. She has no idea how much of a freak I really am. So why? She began again, and this time she sounded oddly tired. Isn't that good enough for you? A quiet descended between them, heavier than the others, and one, Arnold felt, was filled with more than just the weight of his sexual transgressions. Given their past, he felt the best answer he could provide was the one that left the most unsaid. You know why. Arnold waited, letting her fill in the blanks herself. But the sound of her breath as it changed, of her starting and starting again, and her voice sounding brittle and breaking in places he couldn't make sense of, had his eyes lifting up to seek hers. She'd turned her back to him again, shoulders tight. Arnold, if you tell me it's because you regret, she wavered. Doing this, I am going to be so. Absolutely not. Shit. He hadn't meant to be so firm when he cut her off, but he hadn't expected she'd feel played. He thought they were past that. Helga, he came back again, softer. Earlier today, I thought that if you took me up on my offer that you were just gonna use me, just let me give you head. He wrung his hands. You know I wouldn't deserve any more than that from you, even if I never snuck in here to begin with, and a tension settled between them. It caused him to straighten up without realizing, stinging the lingering discomfort in his back. So, she said finally, hands coming together in an unappreciative clap. Still on about that, huh? Arnold felt the chill of the wall she kept up, that their history kept up. But as much as he'd apologized for what he'd said at the cabin, it was still something they'd never properly talked about. And it wasn't even the full picture either. Not just that, he sighed, as a list of what he hadn't confessed ticked off in his mind. Splattering her closet with his cum, how obsessive and creepy he'd been about her since, jerking off over her journal after stealing it, coming into his own drawings of her, his darker fantasies, and just because I want to go down on you doesn't mean you should be returning the favor for some guy you hate, he declared over his fist, held to his mouth, his brow furrowed. Especially when there's already another guy you. God, did it fucking hurt bringing him up. Still, asshole. Helga heaved a sigh and looked over her shoulder at him, as if in relentment. Why do you keep saying that? Arnold blinked. What? That I hate you. He went still. Don't you? Helga gave him a blank look before she scowled and turned away. Arnold shook his head. Just the fact that any doubt had cast over that belief, what had hung over him for so long like a haunt, stirred something up in him he couldn't hope to trust. So he questioned it. He had to. Oh, didn't she? The way you acted after the cabin. I mean, you'd never been so cold before, he said in disbelief, a muted hurt in his voice, a longing. And I mean, he ran a hand through his cowlicks. The stuff you said to me and Candace, that I said, out of all the things he had said during that fight, the words he yelled back that broke what they always seemed to have chimed in his mind, like bells of damnation. Maybe if you weren't such a pain in the ass, your family would have wanted you there. Arnold couldn't understand why she wouldn't hate him. But if she didn't, well, either way, he returned. It's no secret you at least dislike me. The pause stung when she said nothing, and I'm sure I can say the same for Candace. Helga gave a dismissive snort. What's not to hate? Arnold, despite everything, scoffed. I mean, I don't really know what your whole feud with her was about, but I mean, she's really not that bad. Helga's back went rigid. Do you know what she did? Came her frosty reply. Arnold frowned. I remember some of the things you said, he answered, disapproval plain in his voice. But I never saw any reason why you talked so much shit about her. I mean, Helga, He paused, wondering if he should think better than to let one of his old frustrations with her come back up. But, hell, well, if they were gonna talk about it, then he'd talk about it. I don't know why you have to jump down people's throats when they're just trying to be supportive. Oh, came her reply, eerily distant. You thought she was being supportive, huh? Yes? I mean, she knows what an amazing writer you are. He blushed a bit for letting the earnest compliment slip, however true. She just asked how your poetry was going. I don't see how... You, she interrupted, the word blowing out like a cut-off laugh. You never really found out, did you? He stared, nonplussed. Helga shook her head slowly. like she had arrived at some impartial realization. "You are clueless," she said, without mockery or malice. Arnold, having been left in the dark about more things that he'd care to admit, much less about his own feelings for her, couldn't quite dispute that. That said, it didn't make her observation any easier to appreciate. Still, though, he wanted to know. And, unlike that day in the cabin, he wanted to hear it. "Well, tell me then," he offered, defenses lowered. Helga turned a quarter stance toward him, and Arnold felt an eerie chill go through him at the rueful non-smile at her lips as her head tilted back, and met his eyes without a trace of snark. "Why do you think my family didn't want me with them that weekend?" Arnold's eyes blew wide. His gut dropped at the admission, her confirmation of what he'd cruelly hurled at her so many months ago. He found his mouth parting, but couldn't find any words to say. "You know I don't put my name on all my poetry, right? I think Phoebe may have mentioned that to you and Gerald at some point." Arnold paused, then nodded. She nodded back. "This is figured, but most people don't know that. And, well, my family didn't." Her gaze averted to the floor as she worked her lip. "Right up until that week, anyway," she added, then sighed. "Remember that job shadow thing we had?" He nodded again, slower this time. "Well, Olga, you know, she's still doing the half-baked off-Broadway actresses shtick, but of course she signed up to be one of the mentors for the program. And, wouldn't you know it, Candace wound up being her shadow." An unpleasant smirk spread across Helga's face. "Guess who was also scoping me out in the poetry scene at the time?" Arnold's face pinched in a hesitant frown, and she cut him off just as he opened his mouth. "If you don't say Candace, I will chuck your crusty jeans out that goddamn window." He deadpanned at her dry threat and indicated she resume with his silence, only absently hoping she wouldn't find some actual excuse to throw him out on the street pantsless. "Anyway," she sighed, "some of my poetry buds knew, of course, that a good portion of my published work is under a pseudonym where I get to use pretty words to vent and talk some real shit about how fucked up my family is." She shrugged. "Some of them are even more jaded and bitter than I am, if you can believe it, and eat that shit up. So, she pried, they gushed a bit, and, well," her voice softened somewhat, but didn't lose her bite. "It wasn't obvious that poetry was about my family, unless you shove it under their noses and say I wrote it." "So," Arnold deflated, mouth falling open with dread as she paused, "you know, it's kind of funny, right? Olga fell from our parents' grace after college, and I gained favor for turning out to be some kind of poetic genius." She spat the word like it came from her parents' mouths. "That got published early and nabbed some awards. Now Miriam's off the wagon, but she and Bob are still working on their marriage somehow. Finally, but I'm hardly in the picture anymore." Her jaw clenched, eyes thinning with more than just disdain toward the bloody Baroque print of hers on the wall. "Now they won't even cover college unless I change my major and take over my dad's business." Arnold looked away. His heart had wrenched itself into such an outraged knot that he had to. A grieving mix of guilt, realization, and anger contorting his face. "That's awful," he said, voice tight and dark. "Maybe if you weren't such a pain in the ass, your family would have wanted you there." The words filled him with shame and regret before. But now, in light of what he'd just learned, he felt them crush him into something small. I had no idea that happened, that she'd done that." Fingernails dug into his skin harshly as he rubbed his elbow, and his ire gave way to something that was just sad, crumpling his face as he turned away. "Why didn't you tell me?" He sensed her shrug on his periphery. "She was your girlfriend, Arnold." Her tone was tired, nearly wistful. "Why do you think?" Arnold reeled. As much as he believed her, he couldn't put it together. Not after he'd gotten to know Candace. Had he known her? She'd just never seemed like the type who could ever be so. But why would Candace do that to you? "Because I'm so friendly?" Helga offered with a dull shrug. "I don't know. I never really got along with your exes. They're as insufferable as you are, but she just hated me in particular, that one." He shook his head. "Yeah, She didn't like you, but why? Arnold fell quiet, his mind racking up and putting seemingly unrelated pieces of information together, and, without meaning to, said his realization out loud. She was jealous. He was surprised to hear the statement even come out his mouth, but Helga actually laughed. Really? Miss Popular? Miss Well-Adjusted? Whose parents love her? Helga sat in her desk chair, crossing her legs under her skirt. Why would she have been jealous of me? Because we've always been oddly close, he thought, even when we didn't hang out much. Even when, he mulled, going back, when you were still bullying me. We have history, he said instead, then stilled at the dawn of another realization, slotting more pieces in place, like the words Candace had said when she dumped him. I don't think we're a match. And Candace's weird question in the cafeteria recently, when she'd caught the direction of his stares toward Helga. No, not stares. Glares. You figure it out yet? Like the twins had said. Like he had for so long, without even noticing. Arnold gazed absently at her closet door. As far as he knew, he'd never glared his affections toward any other girl he ever liked. Except, apparently, Helga. He couldn't believe it. Candace had figured it out. Arnold turned to meet Helga's eyes and didn't look away, the piercing power of her blue eyes holding him in her wordless gaze. She broke off the connection with a scoff. I guess, yeah, she said. Us PS 118 kids go back, don't we? Huh. She cocked a brow with some dark, gratified amusement. Insecure fucking bitch. Arnold's brow furrowed, unwilling to comment on Candace's character. He felt such a sour, burning contempt for how she'd wronged Helga, but still, he imagined how Candace must have felt. Knowing that he had feelings for her, he was reminded of the fact that someone else held Helga's true affections, and how that made him feel. Asshole. I think she noticed that I was really upset after the cabin, that things between us had just gotten so much worse than they ever were. He scratched at his nape sheepishly. I didn't think I was entitled to your company or anything, and I knew I'd fucked up. So I tried to take you cutting me off in stride, but He looked at his shoes, swallowing around a lump in his throat. I missed you. He bit his lip. And, he added, I don't think Candace liked that. Helga stared at him again, a little too long, before turning away with an amused snort. What, did you tell her that? No, he said, right off the cuff. She knew I didn't feel right about how things went down, but no, I didn't tell her stuff like that. Helga seemed to consider that for a moment, with a look on her face that was difficult to read. Then crossed her arms, assessingly, a hand placed with feigned consideration to her chest. Now I know I'm pretty great and all. She said it with that dry humor of hers that tugged the corner of his mouth, despite knowing she used it like a shield, and how that hurt him a bit, to know that about her somehow. But I have been a pretty big pain in the ass to you since... She squinted in recollection. Forever? So... She opened her hand with a measured skepticism. Why exactly would you have ever missed me? Of all people? Arnold paused with a thought that made him sink, though he supposed it shouldn't have been a surprise. You really thought I wouldn't miss you? Because we'd talk. His tone was even soft. Ha, she shot back. Bickered, more like. His mouth pressed in a tight line, nearly a smile but missing the mark. He looked away. Not all the time, he muttered. She scoffed. Arnold adjusted on the bed as he debated telling her something, wanting more connection with her, even if it was just being understood, in the limited way he could let her anyway. Remember when we talked about Eduardo after his accident? He asked, sounding far away. And my parents. You saw me alone at the park. You sat down, and you were just there for me. Helga shifted self-consciously. Well, you didn't seem right. Maybe you can fool everyone else with your I'm fine shtick, but your bullshit is not hard to spot. He both warmed and ached at that. God, he loved her. I hadn't talked to anyone else about that yet, he admitted. When I finally did tell Candace, she said it was good that I was opening up about it. And when I said I'd already talked about it with someone else, she asked who? And when I told her, He winced. She got quiet. He let his point sink in. So, yeah. He nodded in self-agreement. I think she got jealous. Helga turned to stare at him, wide-eyed. Arnold's gaze slipped back to the floor as he kept chewing over what he'd learned about Candace. What she'd done. Damn. Why didn't you just say what happened anyway? He asked, hands parting. Even if you didn't think I'd believe you, it wouldn't have been the first time you'd called someone out, even if you'd only suspected. She went quiet for a spell. Come on, she finally replied, without bluster or pretense. You know why. A weight of recognition slowly built as he felt out her answer. Nice, because she'd been rejected by her family. And, tough and disillusioned as Helga was, that hurt. Helga didn't show her wounds to her own friends, let alone an enemy who somehow managed to sabotage her like that. And, at the end of the day, Arnold had chosen a girl who'd harmed her. Another thought circled in his mind, troubling him. Did you used to think I knew about this? Helga offered a half-hearted gesture, looking difficult to read. Well, I figured you didn't know during our trip, but I mean after that. He shook his head. She'd already seen him in such bad faith, but the fact she found this to be a possibility about him at all still hurt. You really think if I'd known, I wouldn't have been upset for you? Said anything after? She shrugged impersonally, palms out. It'd just be my luck, I figured. Arnold frowned and wanted so much to lean over and take her hand, to offer some salve for all the salt he'd rubbed in her wounds, deeper than he'd known. His brow furrowed. I really did think you were just punishing me after, but I must have been pretty hard for you to be around. She arched a brow. You think? Arnold did, but all things considered, something still didn't add up. What I said to you wasn't okay, he began. And what you are going through is just. It's terrible. But the thing I can't help but notice is that, he sighed. How should he put this? If anyone else gave you shit like I did, you'd retaliate, and you have every right to ice them out, like you did with me. But, as far as I know, I'm the only one you ever have. He let the point sink in, and hoped he'd finally get some clarity. Why? His question merited a pause. Helga gestured a few hems and haws, before tossing out her hands in a beats me. Couldn't tell you, football head. And damn it, there it was again. That nothing. He couldn't stand that she simply wouldn't answer him, and knew he'd just have to stew in that unknown instead. Arnold forced himself to pivot instead. You know about Candace. He wavered on the edge of another confession. One that felt minor, but resisted its reveal, because of how much it showed his favor. I wish she hadn't come. He relented. And that it was just Gerald and Phoebe and you and me, like how it was gonna be. But of course, because she had such a knack for it, instead of taking an olive branch when he handed one, she smacked it back. Why? So you could have hooked up with me behind her back instead. Arnold's jaw dropped incredulously and glared at her, hard. Seemingly realizing her comment went beyond the pale, without even needing to be chastised, she waved her hand and retracted. Fuck. Arnold, forget I said that. I'm just... She muttered, and he could see the proverbial kick she gave herself. I know you're not that kind of guy. A quiet fell between them, but it didn't settle as much as he'd like. There are so many good things about you, Helga, he declared, frustration in his tone. And you don't show them to me anymore. I thought you made it pretty clear you couldn't see any good in me. She clipped. Right, because you just have to see the fucking good in everybody. Don't you, Arnold? I have a hard time seeing the good in you, Helga. Arnold frowned. I was just mad, he muttered, because I'd missed seeing that side of you, even before the cabin. Helga scoffed. I was barely even hassling you back then. No, but you'd become... He stalled, struggling to parse out an explanation for being bothered by behavior that he used to deny had even bothered him in the first place. Distant, at some point, and... Helga leaned away in her chair, lip curling. Is that why you were so extra shitty to me? Because I pulled back, he stammered, watching the gears in her head churning her upset. So it wasn't just about being Candace's goddamn white knight then, while beating me down because you'd gotten sick of me? Sick of you? Criminy. You always need to fix people, Arnold. You're always butting into other people's business, and it drives you nuts when they won't let you in. She scowled. Distant with you, puffed. No wonder you read me the riot act. Helga got up and paced around the room, glowering. You know what? She said, teeth showing. I bet it felt good, letting it all out. Were you waiting for an excuse to finally be able to? His jaw tightened. There was a lot she'd just implied, and he couldn't get to it all at once. But her last point took precedence. Oh, no, he insisted. I was just up the wall. He shook his head back at her. She wasn't listening. I didn't mean... Then why did you say all that shit to me, huh? You've never had to take me down like that to stand up for somebody else. Arnold sulked, at a loss with himself, yet running thin on patience. You can really demonize the people you hate, Helga. I didn't, she gritted out. Say I hate you. Arnold stared, forcing his breath even as his heart pounded. But I think you believed the shit that came out of your mouth. Her accusation ushered a tense pause. Oh, just so, and precarious as this thing they had was, he knew denials and apologies at this point were never going to work. She'd never believe him unless he got honest. You're right. Setting the truth free left a gnawing pit in its place. If she truly didn't hate him yet, she might now. A lump lodged in his throat at the way her expression changed, faltering. Fuck. Some of it. I did. He nodded, committing to his amendment, however damning. I do. He exhaled shakily, refusing to shy away from her struck, speechless stare. And I knew a lot of what I said was just stuff that you already know. He swallowed thickly, and some of it wasn't true, but were things I knew you believed about yourself, and aren't fair for you to think. He frowned, looking away. Or for me to have said. Helga hadn't moved. A non-reaction that made him nervous when he dropped a ball like that on her, for which she somehow provided no defense or offense in the face of such ugly honesty. And I'm a whole bunch of the things you said about me, too, he admitted. She crossed her arms, and he wasn't sure what would happen next. What? He watched the taste of something bitter sit in her expression, until, at last, something like a sardonic, weary grimace surrendered across her face, and she let out a soft snort. I guess we've got each other's numbers, don't we? She looked away, nodding with a wry smile that widened, then shook her head, voice dropping quiet and flat. I just didn't think you'd actually call mine. Despite himself, Arnold returned her smile with a rueful one, bordering on relief, feeling, in some odd way, like they were finally making up. Somehow, an apology exchanged without any sorries. He pushed down the rising urge to reach out and kiss her. I wasn't sick of you, he shared softly instead. I mean, yeah, you drive me crazy. He chuckled at her skeptical look. But I wouldn't have been your friend if I didn't think you were also so much more than that. Helga didn't say anything, then shifted her weight from one foot to the other in self-debate. I guess you're also not just all the shitty things I said about you either, she returned, the light tug of a reluctant smirk quirking her lips, but tinged with warmth. Hair boy! Arnold glowed with affection, eyes crinkling as he smiled back. Else? He had to actually bite the inside of his cheek to hide how hard he truly wanted to smile. Just so, caught in the moment of this thaw he knew they were in, the frostiness between them melting away. Even if her walls remained, the tender relief blooming in his chest kept any other heartbreaking thoughts he had about their future at bay. You know, Helga, he cocked his head, voice husky and soft. Whatever you may think of me, you know that I don't hate you either, right? Or even dislike you. She was on the cusp of dismissing him, he felt, until she tossed her shoulder, gaze cast to the ceiling in dry amusement. I suppose if you completely hated my guts, you wouldn't be starving so hard to eat my pussy. Christ. Arnold knew she was just being vulgar to taunt him, but he couldn't help the heat in his eyes as they darkened on her, sucking his lip as he twitched and stiffened. He gazed down at the floating fabric concealing her legs, imagining her pinning him against the bed as she pulled up her skirt and pressed herself into his mouth. He breathed out his plea like a promise. "If you let me." A sharp inhale rose her shoulders, and when her eyes met his, they were smoldering. She strode to his side of the bed, and there was no preamble. Arnold slid to a kneel on the floor between her long legs, revealed as she tore off the ties on her wrap-tulle skirt. Helga pushed him back against the edge of the mattress as he hooked her drenched panties to the side and melted his whole mouth over her in a smothered moan. Fuck. The hot, slick, swollen feel of her, edged from earlier, her heady smell, her taste on his tongue again, the mean clench of her fingers in his hair when he tore that damp, twisted fabric down her thighs and ate her up. She taunted him, words coming out with difficulty between erratic, gasping breaths. "You want to take out your cock? Or are you gonna, come in your pants again?" Joy lit bright in his heart. It burned a fever all the way through him, into his hand, as he urgently freed and beat himself off, in the needy noise he made, muffled as he sank his tongue inside her. His steaming gaze rose to watch her flush and pant above him, but could only manage a short moment because, God, it was just too fucking good to keep his eyes from rolling back. He slipped out his tongue and raced it back to her clit, gripping her stable when she gasped and nearly staggered. She braced her hands on his shoulders and trembled as he jerked faster, dripping. God, he was already so fucking close. Helga could only speak in broken whimpers, pitched high as he suctioned his tongue around her clit. You gonna come when I come?" Not a question, a challenge. And when she fisted his hair and forced his face into her pussy as her legs shook, and cried out his name, "Fuck, fuck," she collapsed onto the bed after, and he sank to the floor, his load caught in his hand, and nowhere else. He laid there, elbow propped, and dimly registered the cheeky victory in that as he caught his breath. His thoughts ebbed in the warm, pleasant waves of his afterglow. "One sec," came her oozing, satisfied voice as she rolled off the bed and padded toward her door on jelly legs. "I'm gonna hit the can." Arnold reached for a knocked-over box of tissues and wiped the mess clean from his face and hands. But another mess remained, forming in his mind as clarity crept in, and unlike earlier, it was a struggle to dismiss. "Yeesh, I'm peckish," Helga mumbled upon her return. She bounced onto her mattress, leaning over her nightstand as she gave a sly grin over her shoulder. "You've been doing most of the eating." He couldn't help the smirk he gave back, but it faded against the backdrop of his grimmer thoughts. Helga retrieved a bag of beef jerky and tore into it. He took the few pieces she offered absently and chewed them with just as much presence of mind. He gulped the flat soda she shared with him much the same. Hodes. She sat beside him in her punk t-shirt, just long enough to grant her modesty. Her knees were pressed together, her legs so slender and long. He clamped down the tempting tactile urge to tangle himself in her limbs and caress his hands all over the length of her soft, smooth skin. He couldn't shake his problem anyway. He heaved himself up and fell back on her comforter, slowly shaking his head, cursing himself for not just resisting, like he did earlier, and letting it lie. "Helga." His voice was pensive, hesitant as he gazed at the unlit line of light strips on her ceiling. "About your poem at Parks." He could feel her chill as she froze beside him, but it was too late to take back his opener. "Why haven't you just—" He bit his lip, questioning how the hell he could even ask this after the miles he'd walked in his own shoes. "Told that guy how you feel?" A few seconds passed, and he was already kicking himself. But the more he reconsidered her secrecy, the more it confused him. Sure, her looks and attitude weren't what the guys at their school typically vied for, but she was still just so stunning, so and forward and gutsy and just took what she wanted. Of course she had feelings like anyone else, but he just couldn't see her with the same kind of hang-ups he had in keeping a tight lip, instead of the harsh bite he'd come to expect When she answered, her tone was thick and plaintive. Haven't you ever spent feelings on someone you knew would never requite them? He paused, from the way her words struck a chord, and from the way she'd phrased them, and wondered, not for the first time, just how much that beautiful poet in her was spinning lines behind a mask of snark and cruder language. Arnold imagined, looking around the artful literary clutter collaging her bedroom walls, that it was quite a lot. He sank further into the mattress on a deflating exhale. Yeah, I have. In fact. Nerves bloomed red on his cheeks, throat thickening with what he couldn't believe he was going to say. There's also someone I'm in love with, who I know wouldn't love me back. God, that was painful to say, and to her no less. Why was he doing this to himself, he wondered. But once he'd uncorked that stopper, the rest just poured right out. She thinks she knows me, but she'd probably run for the hills if she knew just how much of a freak I really am. A moment passed, until Helga finally scoffed with what he took as amusement. You're telling me? A silence filled the pause between them. So I love someone. You love someone. We're both settling. Her tone was a dry flatline. Peachy. Arnold kept his deadpan mask to the ceiling. His whole chest ached as he mulled that over. And instead of thinking of that asshole as competition, he agonized over what he knew deep down was a more selfless perspective and choice. Helga, he croaked out, messing around with you is just so incredible, fulfilling, heartbreaking. So fucking hot, he breathed instead. But seriously, if you've really loved this guy for years, that's serious, idiot. You love her so damn much. Even if all you want with me is something casual, he pressed out, and it hurt. I can't help but feel like I'm just standing in the way of you, going out and getting that guy. There was no response at first. Then came the strained sound of a long, sharp inhale building to burst. Fuck, she blew out. Don't act like you're suddenly here to try and safeguard my precious fucking heart. Arnold's breath hitched, filling to the brim with disquiet. Look, this is fine, okay? Her wrist smacked the comforter beside him with emphasis. This little arrangement of ours works just swell. And we can keep doing booty calls until one of us she caught her stutter, isn't available anymore. He frowned. But isn't doing this with me just a distraction? Doesn't that make you kind of unavailable? Christ, he was old-fashioned. He realized, with a self-conscious cringe. Maybe he couldn't get involved with anyone else if he was still fooling around with her, but she tore herself off the bed. Oh, quit with the chivalrous bullshit. I'm just... Please don't pretend that you're just this fucking gentleman, she snapped back, her gestures stern and trembling, fiery as she stared him down. This is just lust, okay, Arnold? You don't have to compensate after the fact. You just want my body. That's fine. If she caught his dismay, she gave no indication. Helga cut a caustic laugh at the ceiling and threw her hands out. That's all I want either. So come on. Don't act like you're not so shallow that you wouldn't fool around with a girl for anything more than a dick suck. God. His heart wrenched at the mere concept in her words. Fuck. I'm not saying, he stammered. Her eyes flashed to his, thinning to shards. You think offering to call this all off for some ignoble bullshit reason absolves you from treating me like a slut? An icy sliver of horror cut through him. I never... You have, she snarked back. So maybe stop acting like you actually give a shit and mind your own goddamn business, all right? A sneer contorted her face as she shook her head. Acting like you fucking know what's best for me. The gal! Christ, her vitriol. He knew her nastiness, but every heartbeat felt like a labor under such corrosive contempt. Arnold's knees were unsteady when he stood off the bed, hands parting open like pleading shields. Look, he said hoarsely, I don't want to get in the way of your feelings for... That's the point. Feelings have nothing to do with this. His eyes snapped wide. How would you know? He shot back. You hurt mine all the time. He thought he saw a twitch in her face, but she rebounded so fast. Well, it hasn't stopped you so far, has it, huh? Hasn't stopped you from chasing my cunt? She spat out the curse so scathingly that his teeth bared with disgust. Telling me feelings fucking matter when you've got your own fucking. She threw her hand toward her door. Unrequited little crush out there. Why don't you go running after her yourself, you fucking hypocrite? Arnold's frown deepened into an unsightly grimace. Because she already loves somebody else. He uttered tightly. Oh, like the way that I do? She advanced and jabbed a thumb to her chest, face contorting as her volume rose. But it's okay in my case, as long as you get your fucking dick sucked? Of course not, he shouted back, turning red. Oh yeah? Yeah! She raged in his face, and his temper built ever higher, to the point where he couldn't even construct replies in his head anymore. Then why'd you do it anyway? Because you'd never love me back. A spark fizzed in his brain. It slowed him down, leaving him disoriented, not just from the lost trail of logic he dimly sensed in his reply, but from Helga's slight sway and bulging stare, showing she'd been cast adrift as much as him, and it was because His eyes blew wide. Fuck! She didn't even react, just stood there like he couldn't even tell what was going on with her. Looking like that, he was combusting, and fuck. I'm sorry, fuck. He bent to grab his bag. His flannel. Helga, I'm fucking nuts. Arnold wasn't even aware of his own feet when he walked to her door, and braced against it, breathless. He'd confessed, and he couldn't believe it. That was the last fucking thing he'd fuck. You fucking idiot. He felt the doorknob. His gaze struck to the floor. She still hadn't moved, hadn't said anything. And God, he couldn't look at her. He breathed in and out. I'm way more fucked up than I've let on. He sounded like a husk of himself. This would be the last time they'd ever talk. Even if you didn't already love someone else, even if you've forgiven me. He struggled to swallow. You wouldn't want anything to do with me, if you had any idea just how... He shuddered. I mean it. You make me... crazy. He couldn't believe he was saying it, but in the absence of her own words, his just kept on coming and coming. Crazy and obsessive and... He almost laughed. You have no idea. Trapped in your closet and jerking off to you isn't even the half of it. I was selfish to even try and do anything with you today, and I'm sorry. I should have stayed away. His eyes burned. Arnold turned the knob, heart flailing its protest as the door opened. His throat scratched. I will, from now on. Just for a moment he stalled. Then, shifting his dead weight, he took a step across the landing and into the hallway. Her voice was rushed and small behind him. Wait! Arnold hung on the spot. Fuck. He couldn't do this. But he waited for whatever verdict she saw fit to add. Instead, he only heard silence. Until, at last, the air behind him stirred with the sound of her shaken breath. And so there's something I need to show you. Chapter 20. Not just for years. Arnold could only stare to the end of the hallway at first, as the wake of her words washed up his back like a wave of hot, cold pinpricks. Slowly, his thoughts pushed through a wall of dull incomprehension. Why would she need to show me anything? His chest grew tight, unsettled. Slowly, he turned to face her again. He schooled his expression to a stoic mask, but was sure there were tells that gave away more than he could ever hope to hold back. If he could, he'd go invisible. He didn't want to feel any more seen than he unwittingly had. Helga stood eerily still, pale and eyes as wide as his when they finally met. And, in a pause that felt longer than it surely had to have been, Arnold wondered wildly if she was just as choked up as he was. Of course not, he corrected. Why would she be? Yet the moment did drag, as they stared each other down in an inexplicable stalemate he couldn't fathom the purpose or reason for. If he'd stalled like this after making such a bid, she'd have struck him down with a swift impatience. It unnerved him. He felt nearly dizzy from the weight, vision tunneling on her baby blues. So at last, if only to break the silence, because fuck, he finally croaked back a reply. Okay. Seconds ticked before her chest heaved, a near sway in the way she stood, unsteady, like she'd broken into a run before catching herself with cold feet atop a towering ledge. He noticed the sheen of her throat as she swallowed. Was she sweating? That made two of them. He tripped on the observation. He knew why he was freaked out. Why was she freaked out? So you... Helga stopped just as she began, eyes shutting like she was trying to keep it together before she grit out the rest. And you're serious? He was working to keep it together himself, his breathing shallow and slow, like lungs cramped in a cage with borrowed time before the oxygen ran out, like awaiting some kind of verdict or possible execution. Maybe she wasn't going to let him off that easily, let him escape whatever fate he had coming to him. Yeah, his shoulders hung in defeat. I'm not just fucking crazy about you. His throat went thick. I'm just crazy. Static roared in his brain at her silence, at the way her thinned gaze slid to the floor, clearly thinking something. A big part of him couldn't believe that he was still there, clinging to whatever she had in store for him, when he knew it couldn't be hope. Shit. How was it that it felt like time was at stake, like the walls were closing in on him, when all she did was just suspend him in this nothing? A jingle from childhood flitted through his mind intrusively when he thought despairingly, God, just hit me already. Don't hit me. I'll hit me. I'm crazy. Arnold bit his lip behind the grim, firm, pressed line of his mouth. Fuck. She moved at last, her face unreadable as she struck across the room toward her closet. Helga put her hand on the knob and held it there, shoulders stiff. The look she gave him when her eyes flashed to his again sent a wave of dread churning up his stomach, and she maintained that contact, not with him, but through him. Abrasive, distrustful, her chest heaved again, and he couldn't tell if she was nervous or mad or just guarded or what. Stone-faced in the stretch of that unwelcoming silence, Helga opened the door, then commanded his approach with a stiff jerk of her chin. Arnold's heart plummeted, the skin on his face going tight and hot with shame. Had she found something from earlier? Like a stain she'd previously written off? Was she doing all this just to rub his face in it? And would he heed any dignity he had left and stop her? No, he wouldn't. Stiff-legged and empty from dejected humiliation, Arnold watched his shoes as he obeyed her order, awaiting whatever vindictive play lay at its end. His heart raced up to his throat when Helga opened the door the whole way, to reveal his deepest source of shame, that repugnant violation, her closet. Arnold expected her to scruff him by the collar and point, make him answer for it. Instead, standing there, pallid, all she'd presented thus far were her clothes. Then, visibly trembling, she reached her arm inside the rack. He swallowed sharply. Was she not going to scold him? What the hell was this leading to? He couldn't stand it. Helga, his voice was hoarse. The sound of coat hangers sliding down the metal pole as she pushed two bulks apart scratched his ears. He cast an uneasy look between them. Beyond the gap between her clothes, it appeared the closet went far deeper than he'd presumed, and whatever hints of figures and shapes inside were indistinguishable in the dark. Her mouth looked like it struggled to work when she spoke. Go in. Arnold stalled in a flummox. He hadn't even gone back there before. So she wasn't addressing a stain. The utter dismay and mortification he felt didn't abate, regardless. He'd have struggled to keep afloat even if he didn't have this ominous mystery to inspect. Honestly, why would she want to show him anything? Helga had always been so defensive of her privacy. Still, even if it was a trap, he couldn't resist. At a loss with himself for being brought down so low, and with no small amount of trepidation, Arnold ducked beneath the closet rod and stepped into the blackness of her closet. Poets. He heard the door creak, and her breath beside him as it shut, closing them in the dark. If you tell anyone about this, came her strained whisper, about what I'm gonna show you. Even if they find your body after, you'll be so fucked up they won't even be able to ID your teeth. Got it? His brows furrowed from frazzled nerves. What the hell could she possibly show him that would warrant all this? A switch flipped, and the dark interior of the closet flashed alight with purple, pink, and golden hues. Oh, amid the clatter of hangers behind him as her clothing rack caught his fall, Arnold's powers of cognition burned to a blank. In a way, the reveal was no different from her bedroom. That eclectic, creative sprawl of hers had found its way inside these walls, too. There were photos, mounted objects, prints, and news clippings lit by the eerie warmth of fairy lights, mostly surrounding a small vanity. But not a vanity. An altar, a shrine, adorned with candles, and flanked with a mess of curated chaos. Its mirror smashed and refitted with dried flowers in its cracks. Pieces of writing accompanied the collective, written in stanzas. Poetry. A portrait bust with glimmering surfaces stood, illuminated in the center of the vanity, composed of arranged ceramic fruits, a watermelon slice for a head, bananas for hair. Books and papers spilled from partially opened drawers and took residence in corner stacks, propping pens and more candles. A low, well-worn chair sat to the side, beset with an area rug on the hardwood, and some scattered pillows. Above all else, letters splayed across the wall that spelled a name with an embellishment that made him spiral. His name, his photos, his likeness in effigy, in ornament, cradled in a mural arc of abstract, weeping eyes. Arnold staggered, finding his knees, clutched them for life as a truth swirled in the ensuing vertigo, his pulse thundering as its proclamation rang in defiance to its own absurd impossibility. I'm the asshole. And the realizations that came next, barreling at him with pummeling force as they tilted his whole world wrong. He couldn't handle them all at once, nor the astonishment that came with them, the elation, the horror. He forgot how to breathe, but when he turned to look at her face, at the pale, sick expression waiting there for him, it shocked him back like a defibrillator, and he suddenly couldn't breathe enough. Most would simply gasp and cough in a fit to catch up, but not him. Between desperate gulps of air, Arnold laughed. The way her eyes widened, as her face twitched to near crumbling, he felt so awful for it, and honestly meant to comfort her somehow. But for a mad moment he could only heave his lungs. But he nearly cried for the bleak vulnerability that broke so plainly across Helga's visage. A deplorably painful, transparent weakness he couldn't stand for her, and without regard for his own safety, or his demented inability to stop panting or chuckling brokenly, Arnold closed the distance between them and hugged her. You're horrified, came her wet, cracked whisper, pitiful and far away in his arms. No, he denied. He held her tighter as her silent sobs shuddered them both. It's not that. Not just that, came the thought. He winced through it. Honestly, Helga, mostly I'm just... He burst with another laugh, throwing his head back with a surge of emotion that shot above the rest. Oh, I'm relieved, Arnold cried over her shoulder, deepening his hug. Helga shook her head in non-belief. No, he insisted. I mean it. He pulled back enough to cradle her face in his hands, damp-cheeked and flushed, and sought her wet eyes with an earnest smile that cracked, then said, Thank God I'm not the only one who's been going fucking crazy, and kissed her. She went so limp she nearly lost her footing. Hoisted haphazardly in his grasp, Arnold pressed her against the nearest wall and kissed her harder. He lost himself as she clung to him, rough with her in his shock, his joy, his urgency. She loves you. She actually... It was still too much to rightly process that she did, that this was reality. It made him lightheaded to the point he could scarcely think. Helga's eyes rolled back in a knee-buckling stupor. She came to a moment later, at least enough to meet him in another kiss, and grabbed his collar, making their teeth clack. He didn't even care. She actually has a shrine. His heart galloped. That's insane. I'm dreaming, she muttered when they broke apart, her breath falling from her as she leaned back against the wall, barely holding up. This isn't real. Arnold tore off his shirt and tossed it with his discarded backpack, and kissed her again. Stepping in close, he slipped his fingers under the long hem of her punk tee and inside the band of her dampened panties without weight. He groaned into her mouth at her high whimper and showed her how real it really was. Kolgatus, she spasmed at the press of his fingers, sliding down the wall and onto the floor with weak knees. He followed her, in no better control of himself as they roved their hands all over each other. I can't believe it. I can't either. He breathed hot in her neck, needing more. He dragged her thigh over his, swallowing her gasp when he ground their hips together. They shared the same breath as she ground back, and he felt such an overwhelming desire to be even closer, inside of her, that he rubbed himself into her heat with such force that she nearly recoiled from him. And it was so much more than that, more than just desire. All this time he wanted to be chosen by her, a wish he could barely dare to dream for. And the passionate way she clung to him, met him, matched him, sent his heart roaring in a whirlwind. He pulled back enough to draw her panties away, breathing that he loved her while his fingers sank deep inside. She gasped out his name, like she'd been doused with ice water, and shivered around him, lip bitten and gripping his shoulders. He groaned back, securing her waist as he readjusted and pumped his fingers. His whole body flared at the wild temptation to free himself from the strained friction of his jeans so he could sink his cock in those hot, soaking folds of her next, to give her his virginity, to fuck her without preamble. Christ! He knew how mental and reckless throwing caution to the wind like that would be, but the moment they were in felt so unbelievable that anything seemed possible. God, Helga! He huffed instead, his open mouth dragging a hot line down her jaw, angling his thumb over her clit while his fingers curled up and fucked her. He groaned into her collarbone when his pace hitched, her smothered moans of overwhelm into his shoulder. The sound was glaring, sopping, and obscene. It only made him hold her tighter, made his heart hammer, and the noise that keened from her throat was so high and pitifully helpless, he nearly collapsed, his head dropping to her chest with a soft curse as he panted. Out, Arnold, she cried softly, reaching her arm down between them to palm the aching bulge in his jeans. He gasped, hips twitching at her touch. Helga shifted her weight on the floor and reached both of her hands down, their distraction slowing his own handiwork as she unbuttoned his fly and unzipped him. His shaken whimpers peppered the air as she rubbed the wet-tipped, hardened length of him through his starched boxer briefs, then gave a sharp, eager gasp when she dipped under the fabric and felt the fullness of him, hot and throbbing in her hand. He only had half a mind left to keep his own hand going and beg please, but he used it. With it, she freed him with a firm grip, catching sight of his throaty, open-mouthed moan as her damp eyes smoldered at him beneath her heavy brow, then raked her nails up his back, gripped him by the hair, and pressed his forehead to hers as she pumped his cock and clenched wet around his fingers. Sweet fuck. Forehead to forehead, they worked furiously at each other, and being so close, panting the same heated breath, almost challengingly, flashed memories of the many times she'd gotten in his face despite himself, and within his passion there struck a match, a flame of anger that had him fucking her even harder with his hand. Why were you so mean to me? Yet when her eyes welled with tears as she gasped his name again, so desperate and sweet, it wrenched his heart right open, and he smothered her lips in a bruising kiss. It wasn't long before he had to break apart, panting as his hand slowed. God, I'm gonna... He saw her eyes widen. She went faster as she watched his face, rapt with want. He clenched for control. Let me, or I'll make a mess. Helga's teeth showed with her breathy excitement as she quickened her pace. Make one. His eyes rolled back at her command, and he didn't have time to process any of the irony he dimly sensed before every muscle in his body tensed and trembled. Arnold's mouth fell open with a long, thuddering moan, and came again in her closet. in her shrine of him, bucking into the eager grip of her hand. When he opened his eyes again, he saw it, his splatter dripping, and went slack-jawed as she brought her hand to her tongue and dragged long, relishing licks across the wet paths he left on her skin. Christ, if he hadn't just come, he'd have come again from the sight. He watched with dumbstruck euphoria until she ground herself against his hand and sucked around her soiled thumb with a whine. Fuck, he admonished himself, leaning in as she sucked off the rest of his cum to curl up his fingers and fuck her well. He rubbed his thumb on her clit, sending her eyes rolling back, then her head, as his name tore out her throat in a thrashing cry. Arnold hissed words of endearment, of encouragement in her ear, as she spasmed and twitched, riding out the movements of his hand until she finally gave out. He caressed her mussed hair, cradling her cheek as her head dropped to his shoulder. She caught her breath as he lifted up his slick-coated fingers. He sucked at them, messily, savoring her as he reveled and reeled in the high-flying, ecstatic disbelief that this was actually happening. And just everything else. He gave a start when he felt tremors go through her, steadily building to silent shakes, and frowned, nuzzling her. He felt a warm splash of tears on his shoulder as he drew her close. She sniffled, voice broken with overwhelm. "I've loved you for years." Arnold held her tighter, infusing his hold with a heartfelt warmth, a measly solace. He couldn't get over it, the enormity of that he just didn't know, and the fact that she made it so hard to know. And, while it was true, he hadn't been innocent of that himself, the question he'd held inside begged to be asked. "You're completely blowing my mind, Helga," he gusted under his breath, then sighed, giving her a light squeeze. "Why did you—" "Rephrase it, Arnold. Act the way you did. If you felt like this the whole time." "Because I felt like this. Because I never thought you would." She blurted her reply as she pushed him back tearfully, her face a flushed, wet-streaked mess as she gestured at a loss. "Just crazy, and do you know how many times I tried to get over you? Only to keep doing this shit?" She stressed her point, indicating toward the shrine with frustration. "Criminy, I've felt so tired and—" She face-palmed with a sob. "Pathetic!" His jaw dropped. "I still can't believe I even brought you in here, but after everything you said, I just—" She dropped her hands, gaze dragging to her shrine with an exhausted disbelief that seemed to catch up with her. "Why aren't you running for the hills?" Seeing all this. So, she was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Arnold winced sympathetically. Putting her hand in his, he turned his torso, braving another scan of her closet's contents along with her. Oh, it was heartening that he didn't spot anything too creepy upon his reinspection that you typically could find in a shrine. No photos of his eyes cut out, or ominous words scrawled on the walls, no creepy collections of personal items he could see, and to his relief, that made it easier to keep his benefit of the doubt. That, and weren't shrines supposed to be scary because they implied whoever made them was dangerously obsessed and opportunistic? Disconnected from reality? Stalking? Idolizing? Willing to go to any lengths to be with the object of their desire? But she'd done so much to push him away from her. For years. In the last few months in particular. Even today, when he put the moves on her, it just made the whole thing so much more sad than scary, somehow. "It's a lot to take in," he admitted, squeezing her hand when she tensed up. "I mean, it's an actual shrine, and to me, and that's—" He blew out an exhale. Intense, but Arnold bit his lip in a considering grimace, then leaned in, kissing her temple when she shied her cheek away from him in humiliation, and sighed. As hair-raising as an actual shrine was, he had his own skeletons in her closet. "I am relieved," he persisted, honestly. "I'm so relieved because, well, like I said," he shook his head at himself, "I've done things that are just—" Arnold let his words cut short. He still couldn't bring himself to say more than he already had. Truth be told, if he'd only learned that he was the guy she'd pined for all along, He'd have struggled with his secrets and self-judgment. He'd still doubt he could be right for her. So maybe it was fucked up, but seeing all this, it made him feel like he wasn't alone, like maybe she actually could understand. It leveled the field, at least, so to speak. So he is a sus. It still sent him reeling, though. He hadn't lied when he told her it was a lot. And not for nothing, but he gestured lightly after pushing himself back in his boxers, processing as he took in the vanity with a kind of awe. It's really beautiful, I mean. Look at all this. You're so brilliant, Helga, he said, and the thin line between brilliance and madness wasn't lost on him when he did. Nor did the flash of so many childhood memories of him catching her monologuing behind trash cans. You're such an artist, not just a poet. I mean, just look at all this stuff in here. Just everything. It's like, I'm your muse, he said with a chuckle, because he still couldn't believe it, and felt a blush warm his face. Beyond everything, it was an honor, humbling, nuts, itist, and, he supposed, throwing her passion into a shrine like this made some kind of sense. Though her room was a testament enough of her creative talents to any who entered, Helga guarded her vulnerability with barbs. Why would her heart be any different? She'd thrown all those feelings up on the private walls of her closet. So, yeah, looking at it like that, it's not too out there. Arnold gave her a bashful smile that quirked his lips, spreading as he watched an intriguing mix of emotions fluster across her face. Clearly overwhelmed, moved and beyond, but failing to check it back despite her efforts. His eyes softened. So cute. Well, she replied at last, gathering up a front of indifferent, lofty composure. Shakily, I guess you're kind of an artist too, so... He scoffed at her condescension and gave her a knowing smirk. I suppose my creative genius wouldn't be completely lost on you. Whatever nerves and genuine warmth Helga tried to hide through her sardonic mask, he could plainly see. Arnold leaned in close, that same smile tugging at his lips. You'd have to be a fool not to see it, he rumbled back, just to make her blush. And blush she did, while trying not to smile. And God, he loved that. She was so easy to tease. His voice grew warm, deep as he brushed her nose with his, the gesture reassuring. Oh, everyone's seen it. Helga's mouth squirmed. For all her boasts, she could really struggle taking a compliment. No, that's not true, he realized. She'd always struggled taking them from him. He frowned. The further he thought back, the deeper those new insights expunged his old understanding of things. He wondered how many times there had been, where he'd not only completely failed to register moments of significance to her for what they were, but how many he couldn't even recall in hindsight. He was glad, at least, that he didn't forget the poem he'd heard. "A heart for you that makes me sick," he quoted under his breath, then gave her a wan smile. "I can't believe you wrote that poem about me. I was so..." He chuckled, face-palming, angry and jealous of that guy. It drove me crazy. When he looked through his fingers, Helga was utterly still, her grin growing in absolute disbelief, before she threw her head back and cackled. "Are you serious?" "Yeah," he laughed back. "You have no idea how bitter I was. Over that asshole." He clenched his fist with comedic emphasis. Helga laughed like she was losing her mind, but in the best way. He went quiet for a beat, his grin faltering despite the levity. I couldn't stand that you were hurting like that, and over some idiot who just never..." As he trailed off, the laughter subsided, and the weight of his words at the cabin sank to the bottom of his gut. "Is that..." He hesitated and reached again for her hand. "Is that why you iced me out? Why you wouldn't work with me? Was I just..." His brow furrowed. That hard to be around. He thought for so long that she just did it to punish him for striking such a sore nerve, but, oh, you'd know if I was trying to punish you. She squeezed his hand back a little. "Yeah," she replied at last quietly. Arnold nodded as it all finally came together, then scowled at himself. "The fact that you actually loved me," he lamented with a spite for himself. "When I said all that stuff to you, just makes me sick." A pause fell between them. "If anyone else," she began under her breath, "had ever dared say the shit that you said to me, I would have just—" She made an ominous gesture. "And eventually, I would have gotten over it, but—" She bit her lip. "I couldn't stand that it was from you, and by that point you were already so hard to be around." Fuck. That made so much sense. I can't even imagine." The moment drifted somberly as Arnold sank into himself. Helga gave a thoughtful scoff. "Remember, way back, when Stinky had a crush on me in 4th grade?" Arnold gave a small start, then nodded, a memory of Stinky coming to mind, leaning in to whisper his confession on the schoolyard, that he'd fallen for Helga Pataki, and the way he'd freaked out, like it was ridiculous, like anyone could have feelings for her. His brows knit. They were just kids back then. But it turned the sourness in his stomach just the same. "You know what he said when he got over it? Told me it'd be a sad and sorry state of affairs. To stay hung up on someone when they had no interest in you." Helga's lips pursed in a tight frown, nodding humorlessly. "I've thought about that way more times over the years than I'd like to admit." Arnold stared at her for a bit, then felt something shift inside him as he sighed. "Me too. I mean, I get it. It's a big part of why I was in denial for so long. How could I admit my feelings weren't just physical, when I thought you hated me, or that I missed you so much, when the last time we'd talked we had that huge fight?" Arnold shook his head and heaved another sigh, a heavier one. "I still can't believe you held a torch for me for so long. For years." Helga didn't reply. When he looked up to face her again, she held a 1,000-yard stare. "Who—" He followed her line of sight. It fell on his effigy. "Some people just love the things they always have and always will," Helga said. "Nadine'll always be a bug freak. Stinky will always love lemon pudding. And I've just—" Her voice went quiet. "Always loved you." He went still. "Wait. Did she—" Helga hung in place like that before she finally looked at him again, a wistful half-smile on her face. "Why do you think I helped stop those bulldozers?" Arnold's hands dropped. As Helga looked off in thought, Arnold could only gape at this secret heroine of Hillwood, whose real reason for actually turning down being rich for life, apparently, wasn't just to thwart her dad as she'd claimed, or because she had an unadmitted soft spot for their peers. It was because she loved him, had loved him, and not just for years, but since they were kids. Arnold edged back against the wall behind them, slowly. She went on, as he just sat there in a daze, and ached. "I figured after graduation I'd finally be over it, 'cause I'd probably never see you again. Honestly, She crossed her arms over her knees and looked away. "I was just waiting for it." At first he couldn't even respond. Just felt how much things hurt, taking everything in, knowing that. "Graduation," he murmured. "That was the very thing that forced me to finally confront how I really felt about you." Helga turned to face him with those wide eyes of hers, and couldn't believe they'd always been for him. "I couldn't stand the thought of never seeing you again." They shared each other's gaze for a long, quiet moment, and in the thread of that wordless connection they shared more heartfelt understanding and regret than they could bring themselves to say. Helga was the first to break it nonetheless. "So, well, I definitely didn't make it any easier for you," she muttered, giving a guilty shrug. "World history. College around the corner." Arnold frowned, feeling around the unspoken apology she gave him. "I'll make things up in my new class. You'll need a new partner, though," he added with a light wince. "Sorry," Helga scoffed. "Sorry? God, hairboy, don't give me that. Not after the mess I put you in." She pinched the bridge of her nose incredulously. "I still can't believe you extorted the principal," she added, though he could tell she wasn't exactly criticizing. A blush pinked his ears. "Between a rock and a hard place," he countered. No pun intended. Helga wiped her face in a long, suffering huff, her lashes still damp from earlier, baby blues sparkling with reflections of the fairy lights all around them. Is it wrong I still think she's so gorgeous, even after she's been crying? You seriously think if you bombed one class on your transcripts, that any decent college out there wouldn't take you? She stared, waiting for an answer as he stared back, nonplussed. Hello? You're Arnold fucking Shortman. If anyone's getting a free ride on community service scholarships, it's you. Arnold blanked. He hadn't even considered that. Yeah, she added with a shrug, like it was obvious. You really think you haven't done enough for this city to get into any local school you wanted? On top of being a good student? Helga dropped her hands. Sheesh, that's why I was never worried. Arnold sat in a speechless stare. So, everything he'd gone through to get a good grade in that history course, so he could get into a good school nearby to stay with his grandparents. Chasing after her, talking to the twins, stealing her journal, fighting with her, dealing with the principal, all of it was just... She patted his hand. Doing okay there, bub? It's all, a lot. He rubbed his eyes, his temples. I'm processing. Everything was just unreal. Fuck. And out of it all, percolated a question to the top of his thoughts that made his guts clench. Right. You said you were waiting for graduation because we wouldn't see each other again. He chewed his lip, pushing out the rest, through the vulnerability he felt when she didn't reply. Where were you thinking of going? Helga kept quiet. Then, without a word, she moved closer, taking her time to reposition and straddle his lap. He felt the warmth of her hands, the fan of her breath on his cheek as she eclipsed his world, casting them in an intimate shadow. She pressed her forehead against his. Anywhere away from here, she murmured. He swallowed. It hurt. From me? He asked quietly. She hesitated, nodding against his forehead. And my family, she added. Arnold shuddered and couldn't bring himself to look her in the eye. And now, her lack of reply curled an icy coil of dread around his heart. Then came the hitch of her breath and the tremors that ran through him when she began to shake. Chapter 21. Hardly innocent. A lump lodged in his throat as Helga failed to stifle her sniffling breath, clearly crying above him. Of course, came the dull, sullen drop of hope as he pressed his forehead to hers. How could he think she'd stay just for him? And as much as the longing in him swelled like a demanding miasma of need that pleaded and choked him up, he knew he couldn't pressure her to change her mind. But Christ, Arnold gathered up her hand and brought it to his heart. He began, but couldn't summon the words through the despairing wrench in his chest and the guilt of not leaping to the optimistic prospect of long distance. In that moment, it didn't matter if they were both willing. He couldn't stomach the thought. Maybe if they'd already been dating for a while, it'd be different, but he felt that they'd been too far apart and for too long. Already. And God, he'd starved to be with her so much. Physically, yes, but even just to be in her company. And then shame ate even more of him up for just how pathetic and shallow that sounded. Forcing the words out, he knew once again that the outcome would hurt either way. If you can't stay, Fuck. He pressed her hand more firmly to his heart and sighed. I can't leave my grandparents, he ground out instead, a truth that bound his words more than any. Helga, I'm sorry. I want this so much. He squeezed her hand, his own trembling. But I just can't. He bit his lip. But you... Fuck. If you've already made plans, you should still go. He swallowed around the pain that swelled in his throat. Don't let me stop you from... The air of a half-laugh gusted across his face as she shivered in the shadow above him, cutting him off. Arnold! Her voice broke, and when he braved a look, he caught the emotion churning across her features, face streaming wet. His eyes widened. You had better fucking meant what you said, because if you just take off running after this, I swear, His lips pressed to hers urgently and never let her finish. They gripped onto each other in a time-slowing spell before finally breaking for air, Not a chance, he panted. Helga buried her face into his neck. To hide, he intuited, and felt the way her fingers curled around his shoulders, for reassurance. And when she shook against him, it was as if she felt small. You really mean it? Even after all this? Just when he couldn't believe that she'd still have any doubt that he was on board, Arnold lingered his gaze on the shrine that she'd actually made to him, and thought, with a pang, of just how lowly and unworthy he'd felt of any acceptance or love from her, after what he'd done, and how crushing that had been. Then wondered how much that feeling would stick if he had felt like that for years, let alone just how daunting it must be to change your life path for someone when you've been living like that. No wonder she doubted me every step of the way. Arnold kissed a long sigh into her hair. Oh, Helga, you know, for so long I thought that, he scoffed lightly, that I was the reason why we couldn't work out, as much as I wanted us to. And this closet. He gave her a small squeeze when she tensed, running his hand down her arm in reassurance. This closet was one of the scariest places I could think of, and it was because of me. Because of what I'd done. He paused, thankful she couldn't see his face as she kept hers buried in his shoulder. Helga had revealed so much, yet he still felt the need to hide the finer, damning details of his loss of control, his obsession. Arnold was well aware of the irony, but couldn't shake that there was something oddly more wholesome about her shrine, this display of profound affection on the walls surrounding them, than his own perverted transgressions. You're not the only one who's kept a secret here, or done things that you never thought you could be forgiven for. She stayed quiet and still, and held herself like that in his embrace, to the point where he felt an anxious churn in his stomach, until finally she just breathed and melted against him in a way that felt so boneless he might as well have carried all her weight. And he didn't mind, kissing her hair as he rubbed circles in her back. He far from minded. Helga Pataki, who so readily threw out her thorns, who for so long just couldn't be nice, and even before icing him out had always hidden her true feelings behind a facade, was actually relaxing in his arms. And Arnold's heart thumped from the immeasurable honor in that. And be that as it may, he couldn't shove away the creeping guilt he felt, or the way it propped his guard up. So, are you sure you want to stay for college? He ventured quietly, like he couldn't push more volume out his throat. I know you also wanted to get away from your family, and if you were already set up to go somewhere else, then... Helga knocked a grunt from his chest as she pushed him into the wall. He looked up, breath stolen at the shift in her mood as she answered him with a cocky smirk. I could go anywhere, football head. You think they wouldn't take me in Hillwood? Arnold blinked. Well, of course not. I mean, of course they would. He paused at the way her eyes went bright and warm. He began, tone soft with hopeful disbelief. Did you apply here too? She averted her gaze as a smile that was real and nearly shy spread across her face, making his pulse flutter. Well, I might have slipped in a local application or two. You know, she shrugged. By mistake. A grin broke across his face so hard his cheeks hurt. Arnold's eyes sparkled back at hers as she blushed, seemingly despite herself. She smacked his chest to get him to stop, but he couldn't help it, nor the joy pumping his heart and spreading its warmth all the way through him. And she heaved a sigh. I've gotten enough scholarships at this point to comp room and board if I wanted. I'll still have a few loans. She eye-rolled. But I won't have Bob dictating where to go or what my major can't be. She heaved another sigh, a regrouping one, and he watched, as a steady determination drew back her shoulders. Because he's not giving me a red cent. I'm gonna pay my way, she proclaimed. And frankly, my love, I don't have to ditch the whole city just to get the fuck out of here. My love, came the surreal echo in his mind. It sent giddy shivers through him, but even that elation took a back seat. Arnold stared in awe as a wave of utter pride swelled to prominence in his chest. Wow, he gushed under his breath, shaking his head as he admired her with complete sincerity. You're amazing, Helga. Man, if he thought he made her blush before, it returned and doubled with a force, sending some interesting twitches across her face as she averted her gaze. Yeah, well, she grumbled, flustering with a pleasure she still couldn't quite accept. Don't need you to tell me that, hair boy. Arnold took one of her hands in his and chose not to push, to let her become more comfortable receiving compliments from him on her own time, and realized, rubbing his thumb over hers as he looked down, that he'd never noticed just how much larger his hands were than hers. He knew Helga didn't need protecting, but something about that size difference made him feel a surge of it anyway. The portrait bust of him met his gaze as he looked up at her shrine, before all the other telltale signs of her inspired adoration drew his focus for a long moment. Another thought arose from his quiet observation, leaving him feeling nearly lost. You know, if anything, I guess I'm... His brow furrowed, trying to find the words. Kinda worried that since you've had your heart set on me for so long that... His gaze dropped back to their hands. Her devotion bore a weight on him that he didn't quite know how to carry. That I'll disappoint you? I mean, all of this is, He swallowed. Arnold sighed. However he thought she'd possibly react, he certainly wasn't counting on the amused snort of disbelief she gave. Criminy? Helga drawled, like he was absurd. You think after everything we've already been through, that I'd expect you to be perfect? He looked up at her and just stared, wide-eyed. So, Christ, Arnold. Her tone softened as she squeezed his hand, something coming over her face like a sad wince. I don't need that. Arnold stared a moment longer, then blinked, and blinked again, and felt his face morph into an expression he couldn't even define, but registered the quivering tug of a smile he couldn't help as his heart poured out, squeezing her hands back in earnest. I don't need you to be perfect either. For a while they did nothing more than share a long, tender look that neither could seem to break, knowing, despite how much he hurt her, how much they'd hurt each other, that no more apologies were needed, or promises made, that they would do better than the worst they'd ever delivered. It was a quiet understanding that Arnold felt deep inside, and knew, without question or need for reassurance, that she felt just the same. And when he appreciated just how far back he knew she could relate to him, his eyes softened further, on this girl, who he'd always shared some kind of understanding with, despite everything, who connected with him in ways he just didn't with everyone else. That loneliness and disillusionment of what their families weren't, the dull ache of something just missing that they never got to know, and the holes that left behind. At least, when it came to that, he didn't feel alone with her. And this time, he wasn't confused, or in denial, or angry, or even in conflict over any of his feelings for her. Not anymore. So what if you have a closet shrine? He said with a shrug, his tone husky and warm. Sure, he added, with a light, cheeky grin. Maybe it's a little freaky, but honestly... Her breath rose in a gasp, as his hands felt up her thighs, and squeezed around her waist with intent, feeling himself stir as she ground back in his lap. Bzzz. So am I, silhouetted with a halo of pink-purple hues from the surrounding lights. He watched her eyes flutter shut, chest heaving as she pressed her hands to his, and felt the earnest beat of his heart under her palm. He was sure, as she breathed his name in a dreamy rush. Arnold ran his hands up from her waist to cup her cheeks and pulled her down in a kiss. She ran her hands into his hair, tilting his chin back to kiss him even harder. They shared a sigh, melting against each other as she rolled her hips in his lap, and he felt the air between them change in the brief moments they repositioned, altering the way their mouths met, heating up. He dropped a kiss down her throat, and another, before burying his face in her shoulder to pant after a particularly delicious grind. Loved feeling her movements as his hands roved Helga's sides, embracing her warm and close as he ground back. How could he feel so impassioned, and yet so at peace? He'd never felt like this before, with anyone else. Tell me about it. Fuck, came her breathy command. Give me details. What? He asked, fogging up. About the last time you were here. How much of a freak you are. The jolt of her words knocked his head back against the wall, but it did nothing to deter Helga as she bit his lip in a hot exhale and sucked it. You said jerking off in my closet was just the half of it, came her heated murmur. So what's the other half, bucko? Arnold stalled, his brain like 2 lines of a zipper being pulled apart. His voice was hardly more than a gasp as he caught his breath. He started, brows furrowing, his eyes shut, trying to think. No, not this. I don't want to put you out, or upset you. Honestly, Helga, he didn't even realize until halfway through the motions that when he shook his head it was like he was pleading. The other stuff is just so much worse than what I shared earlier. He swallowed around the lump in his throat. Even your shrine feels so much more innocent than all. Please, you know I'm hardly innocent, she scoffed, then cut off his unformed retort with another kiss, hungry and teasing, as she rubbed the heat of her against his bulge. Fuck. You still think all the freaky shit you did would bother me? He opened his mouth to protest, but caught his breath at the way she kneaded her breasts through her tea, and moved over his cock, and at the dirty, wanton smolder in her heavy-lidded stare as she waited to be enlightened. Arnold gulped, panting, while his own hips rolled with hers as she straddled him at a crossroads. The pressure, despite his misgivings and her reassurance, made something shift inside of him. Just a bit. Just enough where the words he felt he maybe could say were brimming over on their own accord. The last time I was here, I was trying so hard to not jerk off when I heard you. His eyes shut, feeling her writhing weight over his lap as sweat beaded his forehead. And his voice lowered to a gravelly husk. I started losing it when I could hear the wet. Arnold licked his lips, his next words building deep in his chest along with something else he couldn't define, before he rumbled them out. Sounds of you fucking yourself. Helga gave a needy whine. He felt her shift, lean back in his lap, and then he could hear it, those wet noises of hers. His eyes leapt open to watch her fingers move under her panties. Fuck. And his throat went tight. The things you said to yourself when you did, I couldn't take it. What did I say? She huffed, the sounds she made slick and loud in his ears. Arnold's eyes lifted to hers, darkening back. With the room her lean back granted, he pushed his boxers down and put a hand on himself, the pieces of that old, taunting mystery locking into place, of who she was thinking of all along while he overheard her, and stroked. You didn't say my name then, but it was that you needed me, he said heavily through his teeth. So fucking bad. Christ. The way she bit her lip as her brow pinched, that weakness of want cresting across her face as she shuddered, the way her breath heaved her chest, like a rising heat flaring all the way through her, fanning his own. He sought her on instinct, obeyed the impulse when she gasped, and gripped her hips to pivot their position, lowering her back across the area rug, his shadow cast around her as he hovered between her legs, hoisted her pelvis to his, and thrust. She cried out, grabbing on. Anticipation ran through him in tremors, despite the fact that they hadn't crossed that line yet, hadn't even discussed it. That you needed me? He pressed himself harder against her, into the floor, with no barrier besides some morals, nearly lost to a haze, and her pitifully soaked panties to prevent him sinking himself deep inside her. To fuck you, Arnold. There was no civility in the way she dragged him down, or in the way he kissed her back. None at all when she wrapped her legs around him and drove their hips together, scratching lines from his scalp to his shoulder blades. Between the wet smack of every fevered kiss, her hands roved all over, touching more of him. He nipped her chin, the bruised puff of her lips, even her fingertips in senseless hunger when she cradled the burning skin of his cheeks. Helga returned the gesture, giving a wet bite to his ear that sprung gooseflesh. And then you came in my closet, I know, she huffed, her voice demanding and rough. More. Arnold's haze dissolved with a grimace, that anxious cry of good sense in him heeding his hesitance. yet its call grew weaker between the eager grip of her legs, wrapped around his hips, and each hot, needy press of her soaked panties against his throbbing cock. He groaned from the sensation, and from the defeat of giving in. It was the biggest orgasm I'd ever fucking had, and I just lost control, he mustered. The rough tone in her reply morphed to a feminine growl that left him panting as she clawed him again. I know. More. Fuck. Fuck. Despite himself, thrust by thrust, her unceasing command and the driving friction of their rhythm eroded the grip on his misgivings. Her embrace like a safety net on the edge of a cliff that could just snap if he took the plunge. Arnold hid his face in her shoulder and held on. His voice went quiet and strained. I lost control and came. All. A swift breath later and the words raced out of him, along with his heart. All over your closet floor. The wall. Helga gave a sharp gasp and went still. He curled with dread. I knew it. Fuck. His apology came out in a bleak rush as he pulled away. I'm sorry. A storm of a kiss snapped his mouth shut, hands tearing fierce in his hair, his lips bitten and bruising. Arnold, that is. So, her eyes were absolutely aflame when she tugged his head back, watching him shudder in the shocked wake of her obvious passion. Arnold could do no more than stare, and she took him down like a deer in headlights. He found himself knocked to the rug in a daze as their positions reversed. Helga cast a vision in purple pinks and golds as she pushed him down and ground herself over his cock, spellbinding him in breathless palpitations as she tossed her hair back and lost herself. My love casting his seed all over the fertile grounds of my unwitting heart. She poured out the words as though they came from a world that only spoke to her, and bit her lip in a whine as she gave a particularly delicious grind. Criminy! Arnold panted, speechless, suspended, in just utterly awed, mesmerized overwhelm. And despite how much Helga's raw, authentic display moved him to the point where time seemed to slow, beneath all that, he knew without question that she wanted even more, hopelessly. And that was a truth that still seized resistance in him, despite everything. Arnold still couldn't believe, or fully accept, that he should be rewarded for all the transgressions he committed that he knew were wrong. But watching her grind herself on him with such relish at his confession, to be so zealous and transported by his deeds, the dawning prospect that his most shameful moments that he'd tortured himself over could, in turn, be so rewarding for her, it threatened to flip a switch in him when he didn't know he could, no matter how twisted or wrong. He could argue her approval was. How could he reject all those obsessive, unhinged things about himself without hurting her, when it turned out, in that regard, that they were actually so much alike? And with that insight that arose as he watched her, he intuited another. Should she torture herself for liking his confessions, or over her shrine? Should she feel ashamed and trapped like he had? Protective outrage swelled in his chest at the very thought. He'd never want that for her. Gazing up at her, as that feeling built, his hand swept across her straddling thighs, dipped under her tee to rove over her hips, and squeezed that little waist of hers that he loved as she rolled her hips and moaned, and kept going. I snuck out after you left, he breathed unevenly. And on the bed, you'd left. Arnold threw his head back with an abandon that left him blooming hot, racking shivers all the way through him. He released the rest with an unburdening groan as he met her thrusts. Such a hot fucking mess, he panted as the wake of that confession roasted him up, then rolled his chin forward to sear her with a flushed, piercing look that did nothing to hide all the suffering hunger he'd felt. Her mouth fell open with a gasp. Their tempo grew, stirring feelings of fervent opportunism within him as her eyes locked on his, face reddening with shock and excitement. Let's see how she likes this, he thought, and his ears burned from the rough want in his next words, that he never thought he'd say. Do you have any idea how tempted I was to lick your toy clean? Her eyes rolled as she collapsed. Helga fell forward pitifully, her cries high and desperate, arms trembling as she braced her hands hard on his chest. Arnold choked on a throaty groan as she spasmed and twitched over the length of his cock. And fuck! If he hadn't already come like 3 times that day, he would have come with her, as she completely lost it. Still, he stole deep, shuddering breaths to keep it together, because he wanted to witness it instead. Wanted to watch, as he flared with a rush of power over her he never thought he'd have, or relish. With a surge of movement, Arnold lurched forward and dragged her gasping against him. He braced back an arm and breathed the same hot air as her, mouthing a wet path to the shell of her ear, as she clung on and shivered like a helpless mess. He whispered another confession through his teeth, or how much I wish I did. Their next kiss was wild. It was heaving, sloppy, biting more than kissing, despite the way she practically oozed in his embrace, melting her hands all over him. Helga's face was an utter, hot-flushed mess when she broke away, leaning back to rip off her shirt. Her hair was static and mused when she tore off her bra unceremoniously and flung it somewhere. Arnold felt himself go weak at how achingly soft her breasts looked, gulping as his cock twitched. How the alluring, buoyant swell of them bounced with her movements as she wrenched his jeans down the rest of the way. His eyes lingered on them in a dreamy haze as she pulled down his half-worn boxers next, lifting his hips half-mindedly as she undressed him. But his gaze tore away at last, when she stood, breath catching as the drenched fabric of her panties peeled down her thighs and fell to the floor, leaving her as bare as the fateful day he saw her accidentally in the hallway. And of course the sight left his aching cock dripping, but what had his hand inching toward his chest instead was the emotion choking thick in his throat and stinging his eyes as he beheld her, edges soft in the light. She stole the air to speak before he could, and the adoration she projected on him was so quiet and heartfelt it rendered him stunned. "I swear, you're so goddamn beautiful!" His brow furrowed, jaw dropping. He could do little more than pant and stare at her, even as she kneeled back down to the floor and straddled his thighs again. This girl who'd bullied him as children and driven him mad and back. And how much she meant to him. Helga braced her hands on his shoulders, with a smoldering determination as she drew forward, and Arnold's head threw back with a cry. She didn't grind on him this time, so much as she slid, her weight bearing down on his cock as it slipped between her soaking lips in the most cruelly delicious tease he'd ever felt in his life. His breath went ragged, heart bludgeoning against his ribcage as it pounded. He'd never been so close to being inside a girl, and in that electrifying anticipation, that excitement that practically left him haggard with want, flagged a shout of anxious warning from the back of his mind. What about protection? Isn't pre-cum enough to make her pregnant? Even without sex? The sobering alarm left him shaking all over as she kept up those incredible and dangerous movements of hers. "Helga!" He burst out, panting. "This feels... God, you're so..." His head threw back again. The words struggled to form through the steaming fog of his arousal. But he had to. "Fuck. I want you so bad, but don't you think we should..." "I'm on the pill." Arnold jolted, jaw slacking as he stared up at her. He only dimly made out Helga pausing her movements to mutter, "I mean, it's just... 'cause I got a real killer shark week, but yet couldn't quite retain it. Not when the loss of his virginity was just virtually declared imminent with that information, and the enormity of that eclipsed his ability to properly think. But he absolutely caught the way she swallowed and glanced away, eyes going wide as he heard her say, "'Cause, you know, it's not like I've ever..." His heart lodged in his throat at that confirmation that they'd really be sharing their first time together. "Wow!" Arnold leaned up, eyes softening and earnest. He reached out to cup her cheek and pressed his forehead to hers. "Neither have I." Her blue eyes widened again, and this time they were just so open and hopeful but disbelieving, and Arnold pushed himself up even further and hugged her, let himself tremble and melt in that delicious warmth as their bare chests pressed together. He sighed at the way he felt her melting back. Despite her own trembling, Cripes, I mean, she muttered over his shoulder. Not like I'm a prude or anything, obviously, but, today's the first time that anyone's even, Arnold reeled as the implication hit. Whoa! So, all the stuff that they'd done earlier, when he propositioned her in the classroom, when she accepted, there was no way at the time that he could have thought she'd been giving him all these firsts. The thought had just been unthinkable. But now, it made so much sense. He's a man. He held her even tighter. And, though he could spot signs of her inexperience in hindsight, he dimly questioned how she was so good despite it. Then, as a vision of her using her toy came to mind, he wondered if that meant she'd practiced in any other ways. Fuck, that's hot, he thought, before pushing it back. That's not what really mattered. That's okay, Helga, he murmured reassuringly. Instead, because either way, this was a lot. Yet Helga, instead of dismissing his comfort like she could have, leaned in, pressing his back down to the floor. He held her on his slow descent, her head tucked under his chin as she clung to his chest, and felt, as he rubbed her back and caressed her hair, the vulnerability she always tried to hide, that sweetness in her that sank its hooks in him whenever he witnessed it. It spurred so much tenderness in him that he could happily let her lay on him like that all evening, and just hold her, if that's what she needed. He licked his lips, speaking softly in her ear. Helga, I wish I had known how you felt. I don't regret how things are now, but I could have just asked you out. I could have done this properly. He paused, giving her a squeeze. I've never gone this fast with a girl, ever. I know I don't seem like it after today, but I'm the type who takes things slow. You're the only girl I've ever... God. Arnold shook his head with a chuckle and kissed her hair, letting her just breathe on him. Lost my goddamn mind over. I've been going so fucking crazy over you. I would have let you use me just for scraps. He let out a long sigh as he looked up at the ceiling and felt her fill up the space it left. We've both been hiding how we truly felt for so long. Hell, I've had feelings for you for way longer than I'd even realized. But that doesn't mean that we haven't been going fast, so please. He gave her another squeeze, a firmer one, pressing his cheek to her crown. Don't think that just because we've covered all this ground, that it means we need to go all the way. If you're not ready, okay? We can slow down. If you need more time. He shook his head and placed another kiss in her hair. God knows how long you waited for me. He added wistfully, I can wait for you. A long pause followed as he gazed up at the lights, until she let out such a big sigh that it heaved both their chests. With a sniff, she pushed herself up to sit in his lap and said nothing for a spell. The lights of the shrine caught her damp eyes as she shook her head at the ceiling. You are... Her voice wavered with emotion. Such an adorable, sweet-hearted fucking gentleman. And if it isn't obvious why I've been so goddamn in love with you since we were kids, then there's just no helping you. 'Cause there's no cure for stupid. Helga looked back down at him with a shrug of watery disbelief before leaning forward to cradle his face. As the curtain of her hair fell around him with that soft fragrance of hers, she kissed his forehead with such a slow, deliberate tenderness that his eyes fluttered shut in a swoon, and just oozed with his own feelings for her, with how thankful he was that they'd worked through so much, the heady knowledge that she actually loved him back. Now, that said, she trailed off meaningfully. His breath hitched as she began moving again. Slowly, her thighs clenched around his hips as she curled her hand around the nape of his neck and slanted her lips over his. Oh, and made him acutely aware of that slick heat of hers again, as she resumed sliding herself up and down on his length, leaving him steaming and lightheaded as blood rushed to refill his cock. Arnold swore, huffing her name against her mouth. He gripped a handful of her hip to bring her with him when he lifted his back off the floor, bracing a hand behind him as he sat them up. He pressed his flushed face to the dreamy softness of her breasts, full and warm against his cheeks. Heard her hiss when he sucked a path across the swell of one to suck the soft puff of a nipple to a stiff peak. felt the way she tightened over him when he circled his tongue around it, breathing hard, mouthing across her other breast. He broke out in a sweat as she slid her clit over the entire length of him, sharing a shaken moan. "I've wanted you to jump my goddamn bones for years, so trust me," she panted, voice lowering. "I am done fucking waiting." Arnold couldn't help his groan when she pushed him back to the floor, panting fast as she straddled his hips. His eyes widened, salivating at how slicked she was, how it glistened and clung in explicit strands between her thighs, how more dangled and dripped from her lips. He nearly burst when he felt, her wetness even dripping onto his dick. "Oh God, if we don't do it now, I'm gonna fucking die." Helga leaned forward, breath fanning his face, as she tenderly touched his cheek, slid her fingers into his hair, and tore a gasp from him as she fisted his cowlicks, pressing forehead to forehead. "Arnold." She gushed his name with such shaken emotion it made his heart sputter. "I need you." He trembled, then gasped as she sucked a bite from his swollen lip, and when she looked him in the eyes again, they were impassioned, raw and molten. Sissy, I need you to fuck me." His vision burned. If there was a way for blood to boil in his veins, it did. His whole body flared so damn hot it fired electric tingles all over his skin, leaving him shivering hard enough when he breathed to nearly clatter his teeth. Arnold's fingers itched as they seized the flesh of her hip, her ass cheek, holding her in place. He clenched his weeping, reddened cock with a shaken fist and pressed the head of it to her clit. Her lips. She jolted and gasped in his hold, and fuck, this was harder than it looked. He could hardly think past the pounding in his ears, and he wanted her so fucking bad he wasn't even nervous. But he couldn't breathe enough, and he couldn't think either. Why wasn't it going in? How was he supposed to— "Oh," came her airy complaint, "for crying out." Helga smacked his hand away with impatience. He hissed as her fingers gripped around him instead, throbbing as she guided him back. Then his breath caught with anticipation from the pressure of that wet warmth. "Oh," and watched, jaw dropping in a raw moan as she slowly engulfed his cock. "God, Helga, fuck!" she moaned back, pitch deepening to a grunt as she took him to the hilt. Helga braced a hand on her belly as her head fell forward and just sat there, panting with low, rapturous gasps. All they did for a bit was just stay like that, and God, that was okay. Honestly, because it was already so hot, and clenching wet and tight all around him, utterly, completely encased in the most perfect fucking hole he could be, inside of her, finally inside of her. If he hadn't come so many times that day already, she would have done him in right then and there. When Helga did move, she did so experimentally, still clutching her stomach and twitching as she crawled up his torso, gingerly, until she sagged against his chest and panted. Arnold trembled with restraint to not involuntarily buck his hips at every new, sensitized shift inside of her while she adjusted. Restless passion raced through him, into his hands as he gripped her back instead, her arms, her shoulders, pressed fevered kisses at her temple, her cheek, wherever his lips could reach as her muscles fluttered around him, her whimpering high and tight in his ear. "Are you okay, baby?" He huffed, worried. Her reply came from the top of her throat, breathy and dreamily distant, as if to herself. "Entwined at last, my beloved." "Yeah," he rasped back, a smile in his voice as he chuckled. "God." He kissed her cheek, panting. "Love you." Helga lifted up from his shoulder and pressed their mouths together, tongue sliding across his as they kissed messily, with meaning and hardly enough breath. She cradled his jaw as she sucked his lip and writhed, making them gasp and whimper at that first back and forth movement between them. Incredible. But fuck, when she lengthened the range of her thrusts. Being deep inside her was heaven enough, but when she slid nearly all the way up to the tip, the open air cooled his slicked cock, before being slowly swallowed up by her wet heat again, making him shudder all over. And, when she tilted her jaw to kiss him harder, she came up on an angle that grinded against the most sensitive part of him, the underside of his head, and fuck. Helga muffled the pathetic whimpers he couldn't help as she kissed him back. "How am I?" she panted between kisses. "Is it good?" "Yes," he gasped, trying not to come so soon. "God." "Fuck." She grunted sorely, pushing herself up to sit impaled in his lap, straightening her back as her face flushed. Arnold sighed with relief, thankful the new position relieved him of that agonized degree of pleasure, so he could last longer. "You're thicker than my toys," she groaned. Arnold bit his lip. "Is that okay?" His mouth fell open when her hips started to roll, taking him with her. "Shit. Oh yeah." She nodded, eyes rolling back as she ground around him and rubbed her clit. "God, your cock feels so fucking good." Arnold's head fell back, breathing ragged from her words, from the way she moved. "Fuck," he groaned, trying his best to let her set the pace, to not accidentally hurt her. But Christ, feeling her moving while moving inside of her was just... He couldn't help the sporadic twitch of his hips, the times he ground back harder than she did. As much as he wanted to last, it took so much to not just grab her, and... She broke his thoughts with a high, urgent gasp. "Oh God, do that again!" He blinked. "Do?" A frustrated rictus went across her face as Helga churned herself over his length, and whether she was either trying to find the right movement or the words he... "Thrust!" she threw out, their mouths both falling open as she bounced on his pelvis. "Fuck me!" he puffed, teeth showing as his eyes darkened. Arnold grabbed her, dug his grip into her hips to force them still, and just... fuck!" she cried, her whole body jolting with each thrust as he kept her in place, pistoning his cock in and out of her as he fucked her. Yes! Heels digging into the floorboards, he found and kept the pace, gritting in a pleasured sneer, the look of helpless ecstasy on her face. Her throaty groans and high, pitiful whimpers drove a fury in him as his hips pumped. Nonce! Disheveled and sweating like a furnace blasting his face, Arnold watched Helga with a ravenous awe, at the incredible, chaotic look of her getting fucked, so much more real and raw than any fantasy he could have ever had, a gorgeous, utter mess in his hard grip that jerked and shook from each impact, so overwhelmed she could hardly work her own hands as she uselessly clutched at whatever purchase she could. Clinging to one of his forearms like a railing, she sought her clit again, calling his name in a desperate, swooning cry that soared over the sounding slap of their bodies, and... God, Helga! Before he knew it, he wasn't holding her hips to take his slamming cock, but for dear life, locking up and spiraling to the point of no return. He wanted her to come first, but fuck! "I'm sorry, I can't." Arnold's head threw back with an urgent gasp as he lost control. "I'm gonna come." Helga returned a fervent curse of approval, discarding his guilt with a stream of eager encouragement. "God, yes, come for me, my love. Come for me, Arnold." Plunging as deep as he could, her hips trembled in his shaking grip. His mouth fell open, eyes clenching shut, and erupted, his shouting cries tearing out his throat over and over again as he came. Arnold's hips pumped and collapsed, barely registering her startled gasp as he dropped them to the floor in a panting heap. "Holy fuck! God, came her breathy moans, the fast, slick sounds of her fingers on her sex reaching his ears as she babbled to herself. "My love fucking came inside of me." He shuddered from the unreal, sheer reality of that before sagging completely, sweaty and boneless, into the plush of her shrine's area rug. God! The tiny electric shocks twitching through him, the heart-pounding elation of what they'd just done, left him spinning in the buzz of that swirling, adrenalized afterglow. And it was just... wow. Arnold felt like he came so goddamn hard he'd fucked his brains out, too conked out to do more than rest his hand on her thigh with spent encouragement as she got herself off. He finally began his slow come down to earth with a wince, biting through the sting of overstimulation as she came with him still inside her. But he didn't care. She was just so... even with his limited capacity, she was everything right now. He could scarcely feel the pressure of her walls with him softening back, but she was just so warm inside, and the last thing he wanted was to leave. Despite the brief moments of pain when she shifted around him, he felt dizzyingly, like he belonged there. Arnold smoothed his hands around her hips, squeezing them, murmuring adoration and praise as she wobbled from her orgasm, caught her arms as she nearly toppled over, and eased her down to lay on top of him, ran his hands all over her back as they just breathed, chest to chest. He held her close, cooing comforts in her ear, as she buried her face in his shoulder and cried. "Sorry," she sniffed, shuddering. "Don't worry, I'm okay, it's just—" "I know." He kissed her hair, again and again, as she hiccuped. "I know, it's okay." Arnold rocked her gently, breathing that he loved her over and over, as he let Helga weep against him as long as she needed. As enormous as this was for him, it had to be absolutely insane for her. When her shudders subsided, Helga pushed herself up enough to wipe the wet stream of tears off her flushed face and pressed her mouth to his. His hands roved over her tenderly as she repeated his name in delirious ardor between the wet smack of each long, aching kiss. With all the minute shifts of their passionate affection, his breath picked up, feeling himself harden again. And when he bent up a knee and adjusted, she gasped, feeling it too. You're still in me?" She stared down at where they joined with bewilderment. "I couldn't even feel you." He scoffed, grinning at the hot spasm that shot across her face as he jerked up in a teasing thrust. She definitely could now. "Wanna go again?" She boggled at him, not with displeasure, but still. "But didn't you just—" "Oh," he smirked, glimmering his eyes at her. "I'm not done. But I heard, don't guys need— Isn't it painful?" Arnold went quiet for a moment before giving a dry laugh. "Oh, ha! Painful?" Then leaned up, kissed her, and rolled her under him. He flopped her back onto one of the scattered throw pillows, ignoring her startled gasp when he dragged her hips to him and pushed her legs up, then paused, jerking his slicked cock as he stared at that deliciously messy fucking pussy of hers with a steamy huff. "Fuck. We did that." Helga, lip-bitten and wide-eyed with a kind of wary excitement, watched his darkened gaze lift back to hers and nodded her eagerness. And, slipping the head of his cock down from her clit to those creamy folds, he felt the opening where that wet warmth of hers yielded, and she took him in with a heated grunt as he pushed himself back inside. Bracing his weight on one hand as his shadow fell over her, a cry leapt from her throat when he grabbed her hip and yanked her back to the base of his cock. Arnold's voice went husky and low as he thrusted another, longer cry out of her. "Let me tell you about painful." Chapter 22. Guess how many? Anticipation leapt to Helga's eyes at his words, locking his back in turn as her focus wavered with each pump of his hips. Arnold lifted her butt off the floor as he shifted his knees to a kneel and hefted her onto his thighs, gripping Helga's hip as he held her to him, bracing his weight with his other arm. His hair fell in his eyes as he loomed forward and thrust. "Fuck!" she cried, and he shuddered from the aching plea in it, breath hitching as he watched her breasts bounce, her flushed face changing with each thrust. A near pitiful pinch crossed her brow, eyes screwing shut, but she clung at him for more. "Yes!" He thrust again with a hungry grunt, wanting to witness more of her like that, wanting her to plead, to lose it again. And he also knew, with a brashness that bloomed a smirk to his face, that he could make her. He had more control this time, and he savored it, that slow, slippery glide out of his cock, before slamming it back in. "The last time I was in here," he continued, his voice dropping low in his chest, "and I came everywhere, listening to you. Christ, the way she whimpered through that bitten lip of hers." He shook his head, keeping his languid pace with a gruff breath. "I wasn't the same after that." Her eyes opened wide. They met his with a questioning edge before they skipped across the breadth of him, down the length of his torso, or even the shadows grew warm from the golden, purple-pink tones cast by the shrine lights around them, as though she were cataloging, trying to take the measure of this supposedly changed version of him between the knock of each thrust. He felt the demand in her gaze when it flashed back to his with fevered intrigue. His breath caught as he obliged. I actually had to limit how many times a day I could jerk off to you. The whites of her eyes expanded before that keen interest of hers faltered into a hot, stammering blush, some flustering disbelief that had her looking away at his claim. He frowned at the sight, then drew back, and felt such a base satisfaction at her pitched cry when he slammed all the way back in, at the way she writhed, pushing needily back. But it wasn't enough. Determination filled him up to confess more, to fuck those lingering, stubborn doubts out of her, of just how much he could want her. He leaned back as he straightened onto his heels, panting, Helga's weight pressed on his thighs, on her shoulders as her back arched, clutching at her breast when he seized her hips with both hands and moved her over him. I'm not kidding, Helga. I mean it. God, it wasn't just the sensation of it, her wet heat pressing all around him, or the way her surprised moan built up a purpose that pounded in his chest, but just the act of hoisting her to him, up and around his cock, the strength and freedom he had to simply maneuver her body however he pleased, to please her. He really did have so much more control this time, and knew he could last. But he couldn't help the soft growl in his panting breath when he looked down and watched, transfixed, at the hot surreal sight of his cock sliding in and out of her, as he moved her hips. Fuck. Arnold found his voice again, rougher, as he drew down a thumb and rubbed it around her clit. Guess how many? Helga gave a startled whine as she jolted and clenched around him, and he thrust again, not giving her time to wonder. Dragging them to a slow yet steadier tempo, he found he didn't need to go fast to go hard. His head fell back with his deep, unhurried thrusts, every one of them making her groan and writhe. 6 times a day. Yeah, he added, imagining the look on her face, as he savored the warm give of her hip and kept rolling his slicked thumb around her clit. 6. Know why? He gave a drawn groan to match hers, as he thrust again and held himself there, panting as he looked down to watch her reaction. Because if I jerked off any more than that, it would hurt. Something broke across her face when she heard it, tossing her head back with one of those utterly feminine, hot, sweet cries of hers that hung in his ears. Hearing them undid a seam in him. They always had, whenever he'd heard or replayed them in his mind, since his fateful entrapment in that very same closet. To think how little that old humiliation and shame of his mattered now, or his pain. Not when its source could fluster her like this, not when that gave him such a rush. He wanted every tale of his mortification to unravel her, and he still had so many. Christ, came his tight chuckle, knowing full well the pitiful picture he was about to paint, when his cock slowly drew back against that wet, hungry pull of hers. You even had me using ice packs. Helga's mouth dropped in a gasp, a mix of incredulity, amusement, and fevered pride curling her features as she met his gaze. He nodded, a wry smirk ghosting his lips as he panted. Eos. Her face fell in a long, warbling cry when he pressed down on her clit, circling faster, and filled her to the hilt again with a needy grunt. But honestly, it didn't matter that it hurt. Arnold watched her eyes go wide, a pinkish blush blooming across her chest. Helga writhed as he ground the head of his cock as deep as he could, to the end of her, and she gnawed her reddened lip in a squirm as the implication sank in. She huffed, her gasps lowering to heaving, whimpering breaths. Her thighs clenched his flanks, hips rolling as she tried to move faster on his cock. God damn! But he gripped her still, forcing her to take him at his pace as he drew his length back and thrust again. "Rook, please," she grunted, but it didn't sound enough like begging to him. Fuck! She whined her frustration through grit teeth when he kept his pace hard but tortuously unhurried. Still, Helga made him struggle to hold himself back, shaking with how badly she needed more. For him to have mercy and fucking rail her, to lose his control, But no, not yet. She had no idea how much she'd tortured him without even trying. And Christ, was she going to find out? His voice lowered, slowing the circling pressure of his thumb around her clit as he drew back languidly, then thrust hard, and her groans sounded like agony. Even when I injured my cock, I still couldn't stop myself. In the haze of his slow, deep thrusts as she fought him back, practically jumping her hips in his unforgiving grip to go faster, yelping fuck, 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 hailed the warning signs of his own release, despite his restraint. That tightening in his groin coiled as a wave of hot prickles broke out all over his skin. He gave an open, panting smirk at her growl of desperation when she smacked his hand away to rub her clit herself. Letting her, trying not to come, strained his senses enough. God, Arnold, fuck! A ragged, shuddering fuck of his own hissed through his teeth as he drew his hips back and trembled, feeling her cunt swallowing hot and slick around the head of his cock, as his next words rumbled out of him in a breathy snarl. That's how bad I fucking need you. Manhandling her hips to his, he buried himself as deep as he could, in a punishing thrust with those final words. His teeth grit, throbbing with barely kept control, as her body seized with a cry, shuddering tight all around him. Her mouth fell open, hand blurring over her sex just before the break, and he couldn't. If he stayed inside her and felt the rhythmic, pulsing clench of her muscles all around him as she came, he knew he would come too, far sooner than he wanted. So he refused. A squawk of protest broke the sounding wail of her orgasm as he pulled out of her completely, then stammered Helga's outraged thrashing into a startled squeal as he muscled her down and plunged his fingers inside her and hooked them up, lifting her from that spot as she flailed. And he'd never once been hit by a girl during such an intimate moment, or heard his name screeched like a curse before. But he didn't come, and there was no stopping his rakish grin as he worked her with both hands to the end of a shaking orgasm. Still offended as she came down, Helga's eyes flashed as she huffed, but there was no quelling his elatement. He was actually rather proud of himself for not coming, in fact, and couldn't help his smile in the stream of her mostly empty threats. "Love you?" he panted, his smile broadening as she smacked him. She curled, legs trembling. Her skin was twitchy when he ran his free hand from her oversensitized clit up the curves of her body, yet kept his fingers coaxing back and forth in that soppy, fluttering heat inside her, leisurely, promising more. He palmed up the sweat-slicked slope of her belly, her ribs, kneading the soft swell of her breast as she unfolded under his touch, and caught her breath. Her eyelids were heavy, meeting his cheeky, tender smile with an irritability that lessened as he touched her, but didn't fully abate. The edge of his fingernails trailed along the length of her side, aimlessly, but when their ghosting touch teased the dip in her waist, her reaction set him off. His pulse jumped at the high, unexpected little whine she let out, the way she tightened his knuckles together inside her, the way she jolted, followed by that delicious, ticklish, writhing squirm. He did it to her again, transfixed. Helga's cheeks flushed as she tilted herself against his fingers and cast him an unmistakable you-owe-me pout that surely aimed for sulky indignation, but veered instead toward pleading. Submissive. A huff broke from him, deep in his chest, flushing hot from the inside out as he stared down at her, looking at him like that. It swept a race of shivers through him, up his back, his arms, tingling up the cords of his neck to twitch in his jaw, the sensations coalescing as a heaviness fogged in his mind, and his neglected cock throbbed with a burning hunger as it hung heavy between his legs. A look like that, from her, just did things to him he couldn't explain. She did things to him he didn't think he could ever explain. Arnold loomed forward, caught her jaw in his hand, and pressed his forehead to hers. Eyes locked. There was an intimacy to it, assuredly, but he could tell the power it harbored, how it bore down on her, plain in the way her eyes widened, in the hush of her breath as she went still, and in that same look she gave, telling him without a doubt she wouldn't push back or dare cower away. A thought that should have bothered Arnold. It emboldened him instead. His fingers curled in and out of her in a teasing, steady pace, encouraged by the broken noises catching in her throat as she trembled, captive in his gaze. "You want more?" The question rumbled out of his chest with a resonance he'd never heard from himself before, surprising them both. Helga's lips parted, the warmth of her breath building to a shallow pant, fanning his face as she kept her eyes on his, and clenched around his knuckles. She nodded. He hooked his fingers up again, harder, and held that pressure there as she bit back and whimpered. The sound went straight to his aching cock and fanned another wave of heat right through him. Arnold kept his forehead pressed to hers, breathing heavier as the prospect of opportunity hazed in his mind. Something fun, and with a little payback. He was going to do more than just make her come again for what she'd done to him. He was going to make her come apart. "You want to know just how fucked I am over you, Helga?" Her blue eyes went even wider. He pulled back, just enough to watch a cloudiness come over them as she gave another light, breathless nod. Helga gasped at the loss of his fingers as he pulled them out, then gasped again, louder, as he pushed 3 up inside her next. "I didn't look in your journal, but God, after I stole it, I took it home, and—" He could practically see the way her heart leapt to her throat as her mouth fell open, hanging helplessly on his every word as he spoke in a dark, quiet rasp. Arnold curled his 3 fingers inside her, thickly, her gasps coming even higher as they stirred over that spot of hers, hooking back and forth. "I came so hard, knowing that if I gave in I could just read it." With a groan, her head threw back, out of his grip, and she gave a startled cry as he seized a fist in her hair and pressed her forehead back to his. She panted, trembling as another unhinged confession rasped its way out of his throat. "I tried so hard not to draw you in my sketchbook, but before I knew it I was coming on my own drawings of you." A hiccup, then another, bubbled through her bitten lips before she dissolved in a state of pitiful whimpers. Her hips rolled, the starving suck of her cunt drawing his fingers in deeper as they fucked her. Arnold's breath grew heavy in the gravity of her want. Issa's, taking these secrets to his grave, had become such a monument in his mind that a part of him still couldn't believe that he was even telling her, or that she loved each and every one of them, desperately. It pumped him up with adrenaline. Heady, high, feeling more in his own body than he ever had, as he watched himself spill all these sordid confessions that were taking her over the edge, word by word. Helga, barely able to keep her eyes open, shook under the shadow he cast as he kept his sweaty forehead pressed to hers, breathless with passion, as he worked his fingers in her. No one else could have done this to him. Any of it. "God, I thought you'd ruined me." A shivering sob broke from her, and he slanted his mouth over hers, kissed her with such a reverence that even she couldn't twist the meaning of his words around. Her bangs stuck to her sweaty brow when they broke for air, cradling her cheek as he locked eyes with hers again. It looked for a moment like she might break out of her speechless haze. Instead, her features pinched, and she pushed her forehead back to his with a mewl and writhed. She flung her limbs aimlessly over his frame, wherever she could, nails digging her demands into his skin. He kissed her again, bracing his weight on an elbow, and she broke apart with a ragged moan as he went faster, the obscenely wet sounds caused by his hand making him throb and burn for release. But no! Still, he resolved with a huff. Not yet. There's still more. And, irrational or not, the need to divulge it all, to see what it'd do to her if he kept going, drove him. "And those are just the things I've done," he panted, voice rough as his hand pumped. "I swear, some of the fantasies I've had, of what I'd do to you." Despite the fierce drag of her fingernails behind his neck, there was a piteously pleading, needy gleam in her eyes when they met his. God. The air roasted between them as they panted, feverishly hot. He confessed more, a rambling, ardent whisper against her lips. "I was so angry after our last fight. I thought about tearing off your skirt and fucking you against the wall in the cafeteria until you begged." She drew a high gasp. His fingers slowed again, but kept their force, curling up, And she clutched him closer more, and how I wouldn't let you come until you'd done what I wanted. As she shivered at his words, something in his face faltered, another layer of honesty breaking through. And it wasn't just about the class. His voice went tight for a moment, reliving all the hidden longing he'd felt for her. Deep down, I wanted you to want me back, to need me. A riveted grip at his cowlicks threatened pain if he let up, but that wasn't what made his jaw fall open with a gasp. It was that she'd started to cry, and she cried with exertion, the sound straining from her throat. He pulled back with a flood of concern to fully see her, take her in properly. Her face was a wet, reddened wreck, looking more fucked than the times he'd actually been fucking her. He considered stopping to console her, but her teeth grit, bucking at his hand with such an urgency that he angled his thumb to her neglected clit out of mercy and kissed her forehead. I love you, but fuck. The spasm that went through her, the way her whole body reacted from his touch, begging without words. Their eyes locked again, even as she kept crying, and he felt such a surge of power, of possessiveness go through him, that the high of his buzz rose to out-of-body heights. Christ, could he really actually feel like this? But her tears, and the rapturous desperation she exuded, beyond words, pumped his blood so hard that for a moment all he could feel was the labor of his panting and his own heartbeat. I'd fantasize about being here again as you got yourself off, but instead of hiding, I'd burst out of your closet and throw you on the bed. The muscles of her stomach jumped sporadically as she wept, hiccuping with need, and his fingers withdrew to bring all their attention to her clit, making her bark out a sob, reeling, overcome in some dizzying, joyous agony. But she still couldn't look away, not even through her tears. He couldn't look away either. Bewitched, Arnold leaned closer, confessing more in a growling, smoky undertone that promised he'd take care of her. "Moo, I'd lick that toy of yours clean then and fuck you into the mattress until you were sobbing." Her eyes were rolling back before he even finished. Helga's whole body seized up, trembling tight in a suspension of tremulous shudders, and came apart. Her throat broke with a staccato cry, escalating to a harsh wail as his fingers blurred over her clit, and she thrashed and choked on her own sobs. God, was she sobbing? Arnold cradled her face with both hands when she finally tumbled down from the height of that chaos and descended upon her with a flock of kisses. "You make me absolutely crazy," he huffed across her throat once he'd kissed her mouth, the tears off her cheeks, kissed her all over in a victorious, unburdened haze, exultant and free from his shame, finally. And thanks to her, he murmured "I love yous" as he caressed her hair, down and up her arms, and below her collarbones to knead the warm, utter softness of her breasts as her chest heaved under his palms, restless in his unmet need, in his adoration for her, whether stoked by his unrelenting touch or by the fact that she'd recovered enough. A low noise emanated from her that grew steadily in volume beneath him, until it built to a loud groan of wanting misery. "What the fuck?" Helga panted out, beside herself as she finally regained the power of speech, though it sounded limited with several starts and stops. That was, until she finally burst out, "My God, already! Arnold," she panted, "please." "Oh yes," sang a jubilation in his heart, in his torched, leaking cock. "Please what?" he asked, just to hear her say it. Her answer was an odd animal mix, part whine and demanding growl. "Fuck me!" He rushed at her with another kiss, and another, then worked at adjusting their positions, while he thought of the times she'd called him too nice. Hooking her legs around his hips, he hardly needed guidance for his cock, the poor thing practically seeking her cunt on instinct as it dragged, leaking down her stomach. She tilted herself up and reached down to guide the bruised, swollen tip of him anyway, and he couldn't help the way his eyes slid shut in relief, his jagged groan dwarfing hers when he sank deep inside. He looked down, breathing tight as he watched her eyes roll back with a gratified moan when he buried himself all the way in her. Arnold grunted, trembling from restraint as he braced his weight forward, and didn't just pound her into the floor mercilessly, like his body begged him to, letting her adjust. Just for as long as he could stand, anyway. Just for a moment. When he pulled back and slammed back in with a needy thrust, it left her drawn and moaning, deep, and his head swam. He wondered how quickly she could come again, or if her clit was still too sensitive to touch, before she broke his thoughts with a swooning cry. His name, and clawed her nails up his back, raking him hot with shivers. Oh, fuck. It was a wonder he hadn't lost himself yet, but he was a near mindless mess when he gave a fevered suck at her palm, her inner wrist as she cradled his jaw. His head threw back as she crashed her hips to his, needing more, and, his vision blurring from pleasure, stared at the shrine as he bottomed in and out of her in a haze. He'd been fucking her in front of it for who knows how long now, and it was still insane, surreal. This place where she hid all of her own secret, unhinged devotion and desire for him, built up after so many years. The last time he was in here, he could have never imagined their scenario now, or the feelings for her he'd tried to bury, let alone her own feelings back, or having her under him for a hot, sweltering fuck inside her closet. Helga broke his stupor, dragging him down for another kiss he eagerly met, and fucked her into the floor in her heart of hearts. "Are you close?" he panted against her mouth. "This time I want with—" Arnold lifted up just enough for her hand as it snaked down between them to rub her clit. Helga's eyes glazed over, rolled behind her darkened eyelids, and hung there in grueling ecstasy as her cries broke in rhythm with his thrusts. His mouth fell open, hard and panting. She urged him on, groaning his name, and when he slammed in and out of her, harder, hard enough that he worried he might hurt her, she started sobbing again. The sounds elated, overcome, good sobs. God, he loved her. He felt the want to say it, to babble any words at all. But as he buried his face in her shoulder, everything that came out between his frantic, labored breaths was unintelligible. Helga bit his shoulder back with such a force that it spurred a desirous growl from him, and she sung out his name against his skin, caught between her teeth. Arnold didn't hold back any more. He pounded her into the floor, fucking her so hard that for a lingering spell she couldn't moan, even breathe, until she clung tight and broke with a raw, shredding cry. And there was no turning back. No longer consciously aware of or in control of his own hips, Arnold didn't recognize the roaring sound he made, torn from his throat in fulfillment when he finally broke inside of her. Ominous, his head tossed from the near unholy kickback of his release, Helga's sobbing, warbling, inarticulate collapse sinking with his. His head felt like it was swirling, swimming, dots bordering his vision in a hot, light-headed daze. Arnold floated there for a moment, with a dreamy, open weightlessness. It took effort to breathe when he came down. He was panting so hard he could hardly kiss her back. She was a wreck, too, no more composed than him. A long afterglow enveloped them. After the passing of lingering sobs and sloppy kisses by the heartful, he pulled out and rolled off of her gingerly, to flop on his back beside her. Her arms flailed out, mindless and spent. "Criminy!" No kidding, he thought, as his chest heaved. Wow. Staring idly at the ceiling in their soft, post-orgasmic vertigo, their hands drifted and found each other, fingers lacing. Tilting his head back, he took in an upside-down view of her looming shrine while they recovered. The memory of his horror after he'd splattered her closet with his cum drifted to the front of his mind, and he found himself in contemplation as the lights cast their warm reflections all around them. However much it had turned her on, he thought he might as well have desecrated this space. But something about the meaning of it, its obvious symbolism, gave him pause. It left him entertaining unusual, absent thoughts in his altered state. A shrine. A place of worship above anything, of course. But the longer he stared, the more questions about its nature swirled to prominence. Was he, Arnold, the god of this shrine, worshipped by its maiden? Or was Helga the goddess, who'd summoned him, conjured with spells to worship her, to serve the girl who'd held that torch for him for so long, to give up his sanity for her, to give up his hands at her altar, his tongue, his cock, his heart. She sniffled beside him, breaking his reverie. Helga turned away when he looked at her, wiping at her eyes. "Shut up. I'm just happy." He gave a snort, a smile stretching his face as his eyes softened. "I didn't say anything." "Well, you didn't need to. You said it with your soulful fucking face. You. She hiccuped and tossed her hand to the humid air. "Beautiful fucking creature. I don't know. Christ." Helga turned back to face the ceiling, her profile in view as she wiped her whole face down, looking so beside herself, disheveled, sweaty and raw, mind-blown, fucked, utterly gorgeous, and self-consciously sweet. A radiant warmth swelled in his heart for her. He'd always known she was more tender than she let on. "Give me a minute and I'll compose a proper sonnet for your perversion and greatness," she grumbled, rolling her eyes. His own gleamed back at her as he smirked. "You mean you don't just write sad poetry about me?" She smacked his chest. They squeezed hands again for a while, and just looked at each other as a kind of quiet speechlessness came over them. They were both smiling. Eventually, Arnold moved unhurriedly and leaned up off the floor, less kind to his back now that he wasn't so distracted. He fished the water bottle from his bag, fallen into a corner by her hung clothing, and took a few chugs, passing her the rest. He heard his phone buzz from somewhere in the closet and, craning his neck a bit, found his jeans. Pulling out his phone, he scanned a text notification across the screen from Gerald, asking if he should alert the authorities of his untimely demise. He snorted. Arnold Shortman, not known for being anywhere near as crazy as he actually was, or falling for girls who supposedly hated him, like Helga G. Pataki thumbed through his best friend's texts and began typing out his reply with an easy sigh. Chapter 23. Epilogue. He couldn't help spending the night. And also couldn't, for the life of him, remember if he'd ever had such a marvelous morning. It was a wonder they even made it to school. It took them ages just to get out the front door. For how bold she was, Helga was oddly shy to be seen so publicly as a couple. He supposed, after she knocked his hand away with a furtive look when he went to hold hers as they scaled up the flight of stairs to their high school entrance, that he should have expected it. He might as well have asked her to wear her heart on her sleeve. And as they weaved through the bodies and familiar faces crowding the entrance, it hit him how he'd failed to even consider the optics. Arnold and Helga. Arnold and Helga. Gentifre. He could already hear the scandalized outbursts in his mind, ones, no doubt, that rang in hers as well. But the dreamy smile on his face was stubborn. Arnold and Helga? He liked the sound of that. Still, their nearly ceaseless contact since last night made it hard to keep discreet. Chetitsi. They walked together in step, and though they kept their hands to themselves, he felt some magnetized force pulling them together. It was like they couldn't help how closely they stood next to each other when they arrived at her locker. He only halfway registered how close he was, in any case, but wasn't able to muster the willingness to pull away. The words they shared were brief. School-appropriate, really, but spoken with a low tone reserved only for them. Another extension of intimacy they couldn't seem to resist. He still felt so high on her, like a spell had washed over him all morning, spreading tingling warmth across his skin. He head-tilted at the soft look in Helga's eyes while she told him her schedule, and when he could see her again that day, and added, with a beleaguered huff, that she'd be late to her first class if she didn't leave before the bell. Arnold nodded and bit his lip from how badly he wanted to kiss her in the pause that followed, and at the way she lingered, and bit her own lip back. How could parting feel almost physically painful when he knew he'd see her again in just a few hours? He drifted against the lockers as he stared off, tracking her reluctant departure down the hall. Through the throng, he spotted Phoebe splitting off from Gerald to catch up. Then, her feet tippy-tapping, Whisper shrieked at Helga with uncontainable excitement, before his view of them was eclipsed by the crowd. Gerald, who regarded him with a wide, meaningful look, approached unhurriedly. He watched as his best friend stood beside him and nodded, then kept nodding, with a peculiar mix of utter bewilderment, disbelief, and no small amount of misgivings. And, despite it all, as he scrutinized the look on Arnold's face, approval. And Arnold, feeling that dreamy, surreal elation rise within him again, from everything that had transpired, nodded back his assurances as modestly as he could. Gerald bobbed his chin in confirmation. He then paused, opened his mouth, closed it again, reconsidering, and dropped his hands. Arnold gestured his understanding. There were no words. Instead, they leaned in for their special handshake, slower than usual. Sending him off with a brotherly shoulder clap, Gerald dipped out. Then, hanging back against Helga's locker door for a bit, he heaved a contented sigh as he shook his head, his good mood soaking all the way through him. Adjusting his bag, he turned to pace to his own locker, and stopped. And, leaning against a locker up ahead with her arms crossed, was Candace. She appraised him with a significant look that shifted the longer he stared back. Begrudgingly pleased, irritably satisfied, Arnold inhaled with a swift flood of feelings. Many mixed, none good. He didn't even know what to say to her. "So you finally figured it out?" He frowned. "I figured a lot out," he replied, tone clipped, her brows raised. "Oh? Yeah," he said, and edged closer, so they could converse without being overheard. His expression was grim, stormy. "You sabotaged things with Helga's family." Candace gave a light scoff, tapping her chest. "What a thing to say. Good luck finding proof, by the way. Besides, I'm pretty sure she could do that on her own," she added with a light smirk, uncaring and triumphant, then turned away. She flinched when he slammed her locker door shut, trapping her with his arm. "I know how you must have felt," he muttered tightly, the closest thing to an apology he could offer. "You could see how I felt about her before I could," he added, then trembled with anger. "But what you did, she did, was repugnant and wrong," he spat. "She had a right to express herself. She wrote that poetry in code to keep it away from them, until you interrogated her friends," he added, voice quiet but growing harsher with her eye roll. "And then you shoved it in Olga's face so she couldn't not notice." "Whatever. It was only a matter of time." She shrugged. Arnold pulled back incrementally with a dawning recognition and disgust. And then you used me as a shield," he realized aloud, eyes cold. A light sneer tugged her lips. "I didn't make you take her down," Candace tossed back pointedly. His eyes flared, then narrowed. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. I thought I knew you. How could she? How could she do that and still not be sorry? Even after all this time, and he wanted to do something about it badly. He fumed, poring over every tempting option that surfaced, wondering how they'd make him feel, then how they'd make Helga feel. How she'd been so demoralized by Candace's scheming success that she hadn't even sought revenge, when she was more than capable. The look of confidence on Candace's face faltered under his withering glare. He reined himself back. You're lucky," he uttered darkly instead, as she cringed away and left it at that. He took off. It had been a long time since he'd looked forward to gym class. Their swim unit was long over, and he hoped Helga never asked him how he'd survived it. But watching Helga be so physically active over the past few months, regardless of how loose her punk t-shirts were, had been such a torture. Hell, just being around her before was a torture, no matter what she did or wore. Now he felt so giddy to see her, he could hardly wait. Arnold blinked. He'd put on his gym shirt backwards, huffing as it caught while he tore it back off. He stilled at the barks of laughter echoing in the air as the door blew open, and the jocks he couldn't stand swaggered in. He ripped the rest of his shirt off, face darkening in a frown as he overheard them. It didn't seem to matter which girl they were talking about. their sentiments positive or negative. All their commentary struck him as disgusting. Just ignore them, he told himself, sitting on a bench to swap his sneakers. But when their conversation veered disparagingly toward Helga, as it often did, he snapped his laces in a knot, knuckles white. He felt that outrage roiling hot in his chest, choking up his throat with the words that threatened to break, and the tension from his ex earlier certainly didn't help. Arnold caught his breath and steadied it, working to calm himself down, to think this through. They hadn't even been official for a full day yet, and he had a feeling Helga wouldn't appreciate any fallout from him making their status public through some reckless blow-up. So he closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, trying to let the most vocal guy's voice go through one ear and out the other. And then, in that conscious stream, came a curious thought. Arnold stood and looped his arms through his shirt the right way this time, putting it on frontwards. "You know," he observed idly, "you talk about her more than any other girl in our class." There was a pause as he smoothed the fabric down his torso. "What?" The jock he'd addressed stared, wiping his light brown hair from his forehead as he blinked. Arnold kept his cool, storing his day clothes in his locker. "What was that?" he demanded, cheeks tinged. "Nothing." Arnold shrugged over his shoulder, setting the combination on his lock. "Just thinking out loud." The jock's eyes were wide. "Well, why don't you keep your thoughts to yourself then, huh? You fucking football head." Arnold gave an evasive half-smile and shrugged again, hand tossed like it wasn't a big deal, then took off, his mouth twisting into a derisive smirk as he turned out of sight. They didn't see the point in making some big announcement. That said, over the next few days they were even less discreet outside their circles, and the student body at large were starting to catch on, despite their incredulous shock. When most asked directly if they were going out, Helga had snarked, "What's it to ya?" And, as approachable as Arnold typically was, to those who'd asked with a jeering tone, he replied with a cool, "Yeah, that a problem?" Apparently Helga wasn't the only one who could be intimidating when they wanted to be, because the peers who approached with contemptuous, leering looks shied away from him too. They ain't used to you packing heat, brother," Gerald remarked later with a smirk. It's just astonishing, frankly," Rhonda declared to his face one morning, regardless. "I mean, someone like you, Arnold." She surveyed him with a perplexed tisk and tossed her hair. "I just don't see what you see in her." Arnold scowled and shut his locker. "You don't need to." Rhonda scoffed her offense. "Her, you have got to be joking," fading away as he strode off. Sid, Stinky, and Harold caught up to him in the hallway later. They badgered him about that much-speculated poem of hers from their last Mike night at Parks, and openly balked at his insistence that yes, he really was dating Helga Pataki, and that yes, he was dating her willingly. And no, he hadn't forgotten how rotten she'd been to him growing up, or lost his mind. Arnold heaved a sigh, booking the pace on his way to their next period. "Well, I sure don't envy ya, Arnold," drawled Stinky. "On account you'll always be second place to her lovelorn favorite. Why, I imagine that feller's still got no idea how much Helga loved him." Unseen as he walked ahead of them, Arnold smiled. Lila's reaction when he ran into her later, to his appreciative surprise, had been kinder. "I kinda had a funny feeling you liked her," Helga spluttered, stopping short in her living room. What are you guys doing here?" What? We live here," boomed Mr. Pataki from his recliner, throwing his hands out. "No," Helga shook away her startlement. "I mean, aren't you guys supposed to be—" "Oh, right," blurted Mrs. Pataki from the sofa, gesturing half-mindedly. "The play—" "What? Oh, yeah," her husband grumbled, hand-waving. "Tonight's viewing got completely shit-canned. No thanks to that harebrained director." "Poor Mr. Likelighter," exclaimed Olga, with dramatic sympathy. "Shame to be so in demand that he got double-booked directing 2 different plays on the same night. Nah, it's ridiculous. Doesn't he have a secretary for that? Freaking outrage. No refund on the tickets either. Cheapskate. They were a gift, B. Whatever." Mr. Pataki gruffed, then jutted his chin irritably as his gaze settled on Arnold. So, who are you? He shifted awkwardly alongside Helga. Neither of them had expected her family's presence when they dropped in. And, last he knew, they didn't even know about their relationship yet. At least they hadn't burst into the living room mid-makeout, he supposed, with a wince. "Dapper to see, da, sigh. Hi, I'm Arnold," he answered steadily. "We've met. I'm dating your daughter." Olga, who'd kept her distance at a line of trophies across the room, gasped. "What?" barked Mr. Pataki, looking over his shoulder. "Oh, for crying out loud, Olga. What was wrong with that broker I set you up with?" "He meant me, Bob," snarked Helga. "What?" His head snapped back at them. Arnold held Helga's hand when he sensed the mounting swell of her harder feelings and gave it a supportive squeeze. He released a long, controlled sigh through his own rising irritation. Helga," he corrected evenly. "Your other daughter." "Huh," her father finally grunted, with a look that spoke to a kind of mundane, suspicious doubt. If there was one saving grace, provided by the distraction of Olga's gushing congratulations and the good-natured but distant exclamations from Mrs. Pataki as she lifted her glass, it was that it helped Arnold school back the frustration he felt from showing on his face. Their reactions reached him as distant and lukewarm. None of them bothered to get up, and Olga was still, in contrast to how she used to act, avoiding eye contact and standing as far away from her little sister as she could, while being in the same room with her. And her father, of course, watched the TV dismissively, offering no well wishes. Mandiadust. And he knew, when he glanced at her stony, impassive expression, just how painfully obvious and lacking all of that had to have been to Helga. Arnold gave her hand another squeeze and bit his tongue. "Well, now that introductions are out of the way," Helga muttered under her breath. She tugged Arnold's hand to lead him out of the living room and into the hallway. But when their footsteps creaked up the stairs, Mr. Pataki hollered after them. Hey, hey. Where do you two think you're going?" "To hang out in my room, Bob." "Not alone with that boy, you're not. No underage daughter of mine is taking boys up into her bedroom." Now she is 18, Bee," slurred Mrs. Pataki. "Not under this roof, she's not." Helga slipped out of the house and caught up with him under the sign for Vine Street a little while later. Arnold offered his hand, but she simply shouldered the straps of her bag and marched down the pavement ahead of him. He trotted after her, wrong-footed. He wanted to say something, to offer his sympathies, but knew she wouldn't hear it. Not then. Longing after her, and his desire to make her feel better anyway, Arnold scratched his wrist sheepishly as their pace idled up to Sunset Arms and paused. "Setitsen, you know," he ventured, "you could always come in." She rolled her eyes and shot him a drained, deadpan look. "No, duh. That is why we're here, isn't it?" "No, I mean the normal way." There was a quiet moment as he gestured toward the main entrance. Helga's brow raised. "And what's wrong with the fire escape?" she drawled, giving a shrug as she glanced up to his alleyway window. "I mean, it leads right up to your room." "So does the front door," he offered with a soft half-smile. She rolled her shoulders evasively. "Nah, seems longer. Inconvenient." "Eek, Helga." She didn't meet his eyes when he came in close and pulled her hands down to sandwich them between his. She allowed this, grudgingly. He traced a thumb across hers. His voice went quiet. "I want you to feel welcome in my home," he murmured, brow pinched. He didn't want her to feel like she had to hide. He didn't want her to think she'd be treated like that by his family. And he didn't want her to go another moment without knowing their warmth or hospitality, especially now. Her features twisted with her shifting displays of emotion, moved, tempted, yet surly and uncertain. And just when he was sure she would protest again, a sly, kindly voice croaked out in a warbling tone behind them. "I say, well, what do you know?" They turned around. Catching them holding hands on the sidewalk in front of Sunset Arms, Arnold's grandpa leaned on his cane, a brightness etching its marks on his ancient face as he beheld them. And the quiet way he did, Arnold noticed curiously, was actually rather odd. In fact, breath hitching in his chest, he realized he'd never quite seen his grandfather look at him like that, gaze skipping from their stunned faces to their clasped hands and back. When his sprightly eyes caught the afternoon light, they gleamed, nodding to himself, and practically quivering with a kind of overwhelm that Arnold couldn't quite place. He held up a bony finger before his grandson could open his mouth to speak, and grinned. "Hold that thought, short man." Nonplussed, Arnold and Helga watched as his grandpa, still spry with a cane, scaled the stoop to the boarding house, bubbling up all the way to the landing with a series of chuckles. Drawn by an unspoken, cautious curiosity, they slowly followed up behind him as he opened the door. Turning around, his grandpa held up his finger again, said, "Hold it," and grinned as the door slid shut. Arnold and Helga shared a look, a short, indistinguishable exchange, and a muffled squeal later, and the front door burst open again. "Eleanor Roosevelt!" Helga gagged on a shriek as a pair of arms launched around her midsection in a hug, his tiny grandmother gushing, "Her so good to see yous all the while." Arnold gawked despite himself as they were ushered inside. His girlfriend's eyes boggled, her face oddly stiff as she struggled to keep up a front, but was so clearly wrong-footed that she didn't even resist as they were corralled into the hallway amidst his grandparents' excited fussing and exclamations. Her arms tugged along as they led her into the house. Helga cast a horrified look over her shoulder at him that silently shouted, "Why didn't you warn me?" "I didn't know," Arnold mouthed back in apologetic bewilderment, and despite what a pair of oddballs his grandparents were, he meant it. He was shocked, too. It's not like they'd never met Helga before, and it certainly wasn't the way they'd ever welcomed his exes. After insisting she join the house for dinner, they found themselves enduring a surreal meal, exchanged with boisterous pleasantries, off-color jokes, and vague commentary that sure seemed directed toward them by his grandparents and the boarders alike. They often found themselves unable to do more than stare dumbly over their forks. Peering down at the remnants of his pie some time later, Arnold found his cheeks burning with the suspicion that their feelings for each other may have been a bit more obvious over the years than he'd imagined. Anxiously waiting to make their escape, his grandmother gave him a hearty squeeze as they tidied up the table, congratulating him on landing such a fine specimen as Eleanor Roosevelt, of all ladies. Then sidelined, "You know, politics makes strange bedfellows, Kimba." Arnold coughed around the sound that gurgled from his throat and blushed. I know, Grandma." "Well, yes, but that would have been rather desperate of me, wouldn't it?" "Whoa-ho!" interjected Gerald, coming over with Arnold to their girlfriend's table with their lunch trays. His brows waggled, flashing a cheeky grin. "Desperate of you to do what, baby?" "Oh, nothing." Phoebe shot him an unappreciative pout before regarding her best friend frostily. "Just Helga asking if I nearly sabotaged my competitive, low-cost quadruped robot for rough terrain traversal in order to fabricate an encounter between her and Arnold at her place, while she was supposed to be out of town." Phoebe sucked her straw with indignation as Helga shrugged and tossed out a hand defensively. "What, is it a crime to ask?" "Well, what do you take me for?" Phoebe quipped back. "Someone who's smart." Helga pivoted, then added meaningfully, "and who'd maybe gotten a little impatient with me over the years." Arnold and Gerald shared a look, like they weren't sure whether they should be there or not. "And you think I would have solved that?" Phoebe continued, her tiny voice growing incredulously tight. "By having Arnold break into your house." She let the question, and all its implications hang. "Arnold," she resumed, giving him a flat look, "what do you think Helga would have done if she'd caught you?" He met her gaze with a blank stare, as a series of hot, sordid outcomes played in his mind, of how he imagined Helga would have reacted if she'd caught him jerking off in her closet, knowing what he knew now, and, like his friendship with Gerald, prayed that Helga hadn't told her too much. He willed away the stiffness threatening to encroach in his pants and unclenched his jaw. "Oh, she would have killed me," he replied back just as flatly. Gerald snorted, forking his mac and cheese. "Amen." "Precisely," Phoebe clipped back. "It would have been the most predictable outcome," she affirmed, matter-of-factly, before settling on her best friend with a pointed look. "Do you agree, Helga?" Helga considered as she leaned back, folding her arms. "I dunno. I guess it depends when I'd have caught him." Arnold shot her a wide-eyed look that he prayed she'd correctly interpret as silent panic if she didn't rein it back. Helga's eyes glittered as she smirked at him, but heaved a sigh and offered mercy. "Nah, you're right. Burglar rules. Would have killed him," she concluded, stabbing her fry in some ketchup. "Sorry, Phoebe's. Shoulda known better than to ask." Phoebe straightened in her chair with satisfaction. Arnold in turn exhaled quietly in relief and sagged into his. "Well," sighed Gerald, as he cast Helga a mild look. "I'm not ready to rule out murder yet," he said, then chuckled, blocking the packet of crackers Helga flicked at him in retaliation. Hanging back as the girls took off ahead of them, Arnold watched, nonplussed, as Gerald grabbed one of his hands, smacked something unceremoniously into his palm, and said, "You're welcome." He blinked. It was a life alert bracelet. He frowned incredulously. "Is this for my folks?" "What? Nah, man," he replied, shuffling his bag over his shoulder with a suppressed smirk. "It's so when she lays you flat on your ass, you can still call for help." Gerald shot him a finger gun and took off. Weeks passed, and Arnold had yet to find a reason to use it. Before long, their closer circles knew that the most likely place you'd find Helga outside of school, when she wasn't holed up in one of her moods, was at Arnold's. Obviously, they spent most of this time alone together, but the mix of their friends didn't keep the couple to themselves as much as they'd like. Gerald and Phoebe were one thing, and it wasn't so bad, really, getting to know their other friends. He'd rather liked some of the people in her circle of counterculture weirdos, but there were moments when their presence proved to be a test of endurance, he found, like the time the twins showed up, unannounced, at Sunset Arms. They'd stood at the landing without so much as a greeting, giving Arnold long, insufferably entertained looks, like he'd finally figured out he'd been the butt of a joke all along. Har har, he thought dryly. "So, Frida lives here now?" He deadpanned. "She doesn't live—" They snickered and pushed their way around Arnold and into the boarding house without even letting him finish, and joined Helga in the living room. One afternoon, graduation fast approaching, had him reflecting as he sprawled across his mattress beside her, gazing idly at the cloudy vista through his skylight after a particularly rough round of makeup sex. Out of any relationship he'd ever had, this one was the least smooth. It was harder, he mused, than the ones he'd mostly breezed through, avoiding conflict and placating wherever he could, until he couldn't anymore. Or they couldn't. Funny how all that peace sounded so appealing at face value, when none of their relationships had ever lasted, when he'd never been so close to them, like he was with her, or when he got right down to it, loved. Poor since maybe that was why the stakes felt so much higher. It wasn't like he'd entered his past relationships with anything but good faith and hopeful smitten interest, but with Helga, he just couldn't afford to keep things smooth all the time. They butted heads. They couldn't resist opening their mouths, and over the course of the past few months they'd made some mistakes, but they meant what they said, and he found, on that fateful day in front of her shrine, they didn't need the other person to be perfect. Her hand flopped absently over his sweaty chest as they caught their breath. He took it and held it over his heartbeat. To hell with breezy and smooth. Arnold had seen what not talking things through had led to in the past, and there was no comparison. He much preferred this. The sky above turned overcast, settling a warm haze over his bedroom. He meant to shift onto his elbow, to turn over a bit, but found himself knocking back against the mattress for his efforts. Arnold caught the metal gleam from the life alert bracelet Gerald gifted him ages ago among his desk clutter, and chuckled, surrendering to his debilitating afterglow. "Help! I fucked and I can't get up!" Oi. Really, it was a wonder that they managed to get anything else done when they were alone sometimes, but at least his appetite wasn't unmanageable, like it used to be. In truth, he felt like a curse had been lifted from him. He could jerk off without guilt, or shame, or inner conflict. No more denial, no more pining, no more injuries, and no more ice packs. Well, except for that one time, and God, tons of sex. He'd been kicking himself lately for switching his history class. It was no picnic playing catch-up while crunching for finals. On the other hand, he doubted they'd have gotten much done if they'd stayed partnered on that project anyway. "We'd be too busy doing each other instead," she remarked once. Damn right. There was a reason they usually split off to do their homework, no matter what weirdness or heavy-handed approval their relationship faced at Sunset Arms. When they were seized by his grandparents as they came downstairs that evening, it ushered in a moment neither of them were prepared for. Poring unwillingly over old photo albums with his exes had summoned mixed feelings, mostly embarrassment. But when a particular album was pulled down of his grandparents in their youth, as kids, a surreal weight of dumbfounded realization dropped through Arnold that left him slack-jawed, as one of the dots from his childhood memories connected a line to another. He had, of course, recognized his grandma's photo as a little girl. What he hadn't recognized was that the photo was also of the very same girl from one of his grandpa's old stories, who'd bullied him relentlessly at school. As his grandparents openly reminisced about how they fell madly in love years later, got hitched, and the whole kit and caboodle, Arnold and Helga risked a furtive look. The blush on her face had his eyes dropping away as his own cheeks burned. He took a moment's pause just to watch her later that night, as she broke bread and cracked wise at dinner with his grandparents and the boarders, a warm, glowing comfort expanding in his chest. And he had no illusions when he walked her home later, their mood on the other side of their fight, that despite how they tried, she could still shut down and hide behind a combative front. He could still pry and push too much, and attempt to fix things that weren't his to fix. And that there was no fixing her family, and instead of trying, he could just be one for her. The thought spurred an odd flutter in his pulse. Walking back to Sunset Arms under the light of street lamps, her tales of vulnerability and gruff, endearing affections replayed in his mind. And Arnold, his mouth tugged in a dreamy grin, found his thoughts cut short as he walked into a traffic pole. "Psst. Pff," Helga scoffed over the sound of his utility knife scouring the T-square measurements on a sheet of new drywall. "If you really wanted help, you should have called me in on the demo part." He quirked a brow at her. He'd never mentioned that it was during the demo. In fact, that he even came to terms with his feelings for her in the first place. He gave a little smirk at the memory and refocused. "If you want to do demo, you could always hit up Mr. Potts." She gave a light laugh. I don't know. Maybe. It's kind of weird around him. He's like a tiny version of my dad, who actually wants to hang out with me." Arnold let out a snort. He would have never considered Mr. Potts that way. He was like an uncle to him at this point. And now that he had heard the comparison, he hoped he still wouldn't. You see, Helga gave a self-conscious shrug, gazing out the window. "I'm not used to it." He cracked a smile. "Not yet. Maybe." God, the way she blushed to herself, turning her face away like that. Arnold set his tools down and sought her jaw, his fingers brushing the heat in her blotched cheeks as he drew her in for a kiss. Then another. She huffed in a light daze when they parted for air, collecting herself. Keep that up, and we won't get any work done," she cautioned. He smirked at her with hooded eyes and turned back to his task. Fair enough. They had more time for things like this now that they'd graduated, but Arnold had a lot of catching up to do on the boarding house before they entered university that fall. Both schools were in downtown Hillwood nearby, and she'd been right. His transcripts had turned out well, and he'd been afforded quite a ride on local community scholarships. He'd still have to do some financing unless he scored a few more, but he could breathe. He could stay home, be with his grandparents. and after her many assurances, had finally dropped his anxious suspicion that she had settled on the local school she ultimately picked. He wasn't worried about any of that anymore. But, so, you guys already have someone in mind for this unit? Or, she asked distractedly, as he broke off a seam of cut drywall and carried it lengthwise to the gutted wall. Arnold gulped back the way his heartbeat clogged up his throat. Yeah, he replied. He couldn't smooth out the shakiness in his voice when he held the board in place. I don't know if they'd want the room, though. What do you mean you don't know? She scoffed. Criminy, we're doing all this work and you haven't even asked them? Well, she added under her breath, checking her adjustment on the drywall screw gun. Guess you could always just rent it out to somebody else. In any case, Helga eyeballed the panel and fastened it to the wall framing as he held it up, spacing out the drywall screws like he'd instructed her earlier. A flush of nerves pinked his cheeks as they stepped back from the install. Arnold looked at her in that final blood-pumping moment before he took the plunge, and drew a steadying breath before his words somehow found their way into the air. Well, she hasn't seen it when it's finished yet. Helga paused. She turned, eyes wide to his, and stared, as though she were slowly melting on the spot. He worked to school back the smile that threatened to overtake his face. Otis, it'll be dirt cheap, mostly utilities, he said. His voice cracked and quiet, and could also just be used for storage in case she wanted her stuff out of her parents' house while dorming at school. Or, he cleared his throat, she could save money living here as a tenant instead, with her own space. If she wanted to. Her chin trembled. Arnold swallowed and smiled back at her with a soft reassurance. She doesn't have to make a decision today. It won't be ready for a while. His breath picked up. Helga's did too, her hand flying to her mouth as her eyes shone. And she's still welcome and wanted here, even if she doesn't say yes, he added, heart soaring. But it was a moot point. Arnold could read her by now, and already knew what she'd say.